Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, Durud Patriots. Welcome to day 48 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful hosts, Goldie and Patipto.
And Patipto today. So, guys, there's a reason that Patipto was very, very eager to join us right away. That's because we will play Bapish. I promise you guys, we will play Bapish. But right now, we're actually going to go to King Reza Pahlavi, who is currently speaking at the Munich conference. So he just started speaking about maybe 10 minutes ago. So we were waiting, we were just waiting to get set up. So we're about, I would say maybe 10 minutes behind. So let's get started on what King Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, is about to say.
But also Russia accepting that we don't want this war to restart, and that for that, we need security guarantees that have no aggressive dimension, that are only there to deter further aggression.
So actually, are you saying that Russia needs to make a deal now because it's only going to get worse?
That's my feeling. I think that time is playing against the Russian nation. Of course, Vladimir Putin is apparently ready to pay a very significant price, but
it's a human question. 47 years ago was when your father was toppled, when the forces of Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and declared on February 11th, 1979, the first Islamic Republic. Where were you at the time? What were you thinking? Did you think, as your father and mother and other siblings were leaving the country, that this was it forever, or what?
Well, I actually was in Lubbock, Texas, undergoing pilot training when the revolution happened. The plan was for me to return to Iran after a year of training and perhaps go to the military academy and continue my formation. My parents left Iran January 16th of 1979. So basically, that was the beginning of our forced exile, and I never got to return to Iran. And ever since, it's been an odyssey of exile. And when my father passed away in Egypt in the summer of 1980, I was practically engaged into the politics of Iran, opposition politics, that is obviously, to the current regime. So it's been 47 years and counting now.
So clearly a lot of people in this room, a lot of certainly Western leaders, maybe others, they've always had a very, very rough relationship with the current government of Iran, with the Islamic Republic. And every time there is a protest, and there have been many, every time they and the Iranian exiles essentially say, this is it. This is the time that it's going to happen. I remember being there in 2009 over a disputed election, and I was with the people as they were running in the streets saying, it's going to happen this time, it's going to happen this time. That was inside Iran. What do you think made this December-January protest different, bigger, more intense?
You know, for all of us who have been involved in the struggle for liberty and freedom against this regime, and as you pointed, there have been many upheavals and perhaps unsuccessful campaign in the sense that the regime is still standing. But the resolve and perseverance of Iranians have continued. In the latest uprising, which was, of course, the Women, Life, Freedom movement, we saw to what extent Iranians from all walks of life, from the four corners of Iran, including, of course, the diaspora, were supporting that. But I think something that is definitely the game changer, if I could call it that, and by the same token, the frequency of these protests increased over the years. If they were separated the first time, I'm thinking about the first upheaval of students during the Khatami era, all the way through the Green Movement in 2009, and all the way to the last few years, we've seen that the repetition and frequency of these uprisings became more and more and shorter. And of course, this time, well beyond a protest because of economic circumstances, what have you, when people start chanting death to the dictator, that means they're fed up with the regime. They want political change. They want fundamental change. They no longer believe that by reform we can achieve that end, that this regime simply doesn't allow for any kind of process allowing for people to decide whether or not they reject the current government they have. So we are forced into revolt. And we started this revolt in the last few months. We saw how many people were chanting the slogans and came to the streets, only to be faced with a severe repression that led to, unfortunately, a genocide level reaction by the regime, shooting people on the street with military weaponry, chasing people in hospitals, finish them up, shooting a final shot in their heads on their hospital beds. Women are currently being raped in prisons. Soldiers are being arrested and executed for refusing to cooperate with the regime in the repression of people. This is really something that is right under our eyes. There's a sea of blood that separates today Iranian people with this regime. So if you ask me whether this time the nation is fed up and ready to act, they are. What we do need, however, is an equalizing factor, because we saw how the regime treated its own citizens. That's where I think a lot of Iranians inside and outside hope that an intervention that will neutralize the regime instrument of repression will finally give us an opportunity for
And what does that look like? Is that intervention by the United States? Certainly, even now, I know people are saying inside Iran, certainly everybody outside Iran, that they are waiting for President Trump to actually deliver on what he said. Remember, he said, seize your institutions, help is on the way, etc. And it didn't happen.
Well, not yet. And I think the reason it hasn't is perhaps because, first of all, mobilizing for it is not an easy affair. We have to consider many aspects. But most importantly, I think President Trump realizes that he needs to convince the whole world that given a diplomatic solution or diplomatic effort the maximum chance. We will have to see to what extent the Iranians from their side are willing to settle for what is being asked. I don't see it very likely that they will actually come even close to what are the demands, which will then say, look, by diplomatic means, we haven't managed to get it done, so now we can move forward with that.
Are you yourself in touch with the senior American administration officials? Is there a sense that they are also in this with you, so to speak, that they also actually want to see regime change? Because, you know, the latest statement from President Trump after meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister just this week, he basically said, where are we here? He said, there was nothing definitive reached in this meeting other than I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated. If it can, I let the Prime Minister know that will be my preference. So no talk about the people or regime change. How did you read that?
I think for what is obviously an attempt to say, let's try to resolve this diplomatically. But at the same time, I think President Trump realizes that the Iranian people have been very clear in their ask for support. They actually believed in his promise of help is near, hang in there. And that's a very important position to take. There's a lot at stake in terms of maintaining face vis-a-vis that expectation. But never mind my conversations with the US administration, or for that matter, European politicians. The most important conversation I have is with the people of Iran. And I can tell you, from political prisoners to members of civil society to many Iranians that have been fighting the fight and have been dying on the streets, they are asking the world to intervene. We are asking for a humanitarian intervention to prevent more innocent lives being killed in the process. We need to have that support and have an equalized playing field, so we have a real chance as unarmed citizens to overcome this repressive regime.
You know, again, a month ago, you said you were very confident that this is it for the regime. You said the planets were aligned. But as we saw, which has happened over and over again, that they come out, there's a, you know, the government allows it for a minute, and then they crack down. And they did it again incredibly swiftly and brutally, as we've all been documenting this time. I want to ask you about what you said as well. You also called on people to come out, and you told them that there would be a 50,000, I'm picking that number that you used, you know, guard of defectors and people who would save them and protect them during their demonstrations. Of course, that didn't happen, and they were alone and they were slaughtered. So why did you say that? What was it based on? And who are the people that you say are defecting? And if not then, when? When are we going to see that?
Well, look, there are many elements within the regime structure that refuse to carry out the orders of repression, and they were severely penalized. We know of some police officers that were executed by the regime for refusing to crack down. We know of the fact that the regime had to import from Afghanistan, from Iraq, from Lebanon, elements that were not even Iranian citizens to do the dirty job. That to me is a sign of desperation, knowing that they were pushed back. They panicked, they shut down the internet, and in the darkest of night, they did what they did. To a point that today you have the Chancellor of Germany saying that this regime has lost complete legitimacy. So maybe finally, the changing factor would be shifting from a 4-decade-long policy of appeasement of this regime towards we have to find a solution beyond this regime. Most importantly, because of the people calling that. Now, there has been defections already. We had a specific project as part of the entire movement to call for people who have to show and demonstrate their intentions to defect. Many have applied and many have reached. Many of them are members of the military and paramilitary forces. They are also members of the civil bureaucracy. Now, there's an extent to which they can do their part, but as long as the RGC and Khamenei are sitting up there using them as an instrument of repression, even if you have defectors, it's not enough to be a shield of protection. People were chanting anyway on the streets, and we, in fact, were successful in pushing the regime back, except for the regime acted the way it did. So what do we do now? Do we have a temporary retreat? We are, but people are continuing the struggle. They're continuing to chant slogans. You see an unprecedented solidarity of Iranians in the 4 corners of the world, demonstrating their support for them. We've seen millions of people on the streets of Iran that are doing it. Does liberty have a price? Of course it does. Are we prepared to die for this cause? Of course we are. Our whole point is that we don't have a choice but to fight. We don't have a choice but to liberate ourselves. And the only way you can minimize the struggle in terms of time and loss of human life is not to be alone in this fight. There's too much blood between us and this regime. There's no turning back for us. So the question is the world this time going to be on the right side of history and support the Iranian people in their struggle for liberation? Or are we going to go back to business as usual and consider another movement that hasn't panned out? And I think a lot of it depends on the policy of straddling the fence and not committing to one side or the other. This is a choice to be made because the circumstances exist right now as we speak. There's an opportunity, there's a window that exists right now that could be the game changer for the whole world.
I can really hear you trying to call on something, and that something I think is intervention.
It is intervention only because the Iranian people realize that this intervention will eliminate the most important stumbling block between them and liberation, which is the regime's mechanism of repression and this killing machine. What does it mean? It means IRGC, it means any other instrument of repression, it means further economic sanctions, it means cutting economic, the regime's means to basically pay the checks of their mercenaries at the end of the day. It means putting more diplomatic pressure, expelling their diplomats, shutting down their embassy, repurposing the frozen assets that belong to the Iranian people to in fact help the Iranian people fund their campaign of labor strikes, help us with the internet and access to the world. And, you know, we had specific demands on that as to where the world can take steps that will be helpful to this campaign.
Okay, so I think it's important not to forget that 47 years ago, it was your family that was overthrown. It was your father that was overthrown. There was a reason for that. And I wonder how you sort of talk about that right now, how you think about that right now. And also, like it or not, Ayatollah Khomeini had a ground game. He had the mosques, he had people who are actually religious, and he had access to the press, as you know, in Paris, and he had a real operation, you know, cassettes smuggled in with his words into the mosques in Iran. I was there during that year of the revolution, and I remember it very well. So this is all to ask you, why do you think a Pahlavi should be the leader again? And how can you do it? What kind of a plan do you have? What kind of a political ground game inside the country do you have? I mean, it's necessary, right? You've got to also be able to convince people there and to have an organization.
Well, when it comes to the name, that's the name that people chanted on the streets of Iran by the millions in 31 provinces of Iran, in the 4 corners of Iran. They called my name, they asked me to come to their support, and I have. And I accepted the challenge of leading the transition. As far as the plan that we have a plan before the regime's collapse, and particularly for the transition after this regime, which is very well documented and presented. It's an open document. You can see it on the website of the Iran Prosperity Project. It talks about the initial 100 days. How do we manage that process? How do we avoid what happened in Iraq post-Saddam Hussein? Because we don't want to have the same experience of de-Baathification. And one of the key components of this strategy is how much defection can exist, not just because we need them on the side of the people, but because, and that has been my principal position, that anyone who doesn't have their hands soiled with the blood of the Iranian people should survive regime change and have a place in the future. They can be part of the solution as opposed to remain part of the problem. That's very critical to maintain a stable transition, both on the civilian side as well as the military paramilitary side.
So I want to follow up on what you just said, whoever doesn't have blood on their hands. But as you know, a lot of your supporters or people claiming to be your supporters, or I don't know, bots online or whatever, have zero tolerance to anybody who's in Iran right now. They call everybody a collaborator, everybody an appeaser. There is this incredible woman, Narges Mohammadi, who's a Nobel Peace Laureate. She should be a source of pride for her human rights and her sacrifice that she's made. And yet, online, it is catastrophic what people claiming to be your supporters are saying. So I don't know whether you want to say something to them, whether you reject this kind of lumping together anybody who actually lives in Iran and has to survive.
Look, I've always spoken against any kind of political violence or intimidation as a matter of principle. And I think this is an opportunity to say that one of our asks is, of course, the immediate release of all political prisoners. That includes Narges Mohammadi. And I think when we look at the future of Iran, while today we can all be allies for a common cause of liberation and the secular democracy as an alternative to this clerical dictatorship, I think we are all in the same boat. We may vote differently tomorrow, and tomorrow someone like Narges Mohammadi may choose to run as prime minister or president. That's fine. But today we need to first address the issue of liberation. And on that, I think the vast majority of Iranian secular Democrats, whether they are Republicans or monarchists or socialists or conservative or, representative of our ethnic groups or religious minorities, when you look at the diversity among us, we are quite united on these principles. And I think that is where we need to stand together in unison and do not allow those who, and I think the regime is behind a lot of these campaigns, to try to discredit not just me, but pose as representative of this or that group, because they always try to play the divide and rule game. They always tried over the years to make sure that such an array of opposition can never unite in a real sense. What I call, again, and I take the opportunity to remind people what this struggle is all about. This struggle is about freedom. This struggle is about the equality of all citizens. This struggle is about freedom of speech. This struggle is all about democracy and the ballot box. And we can certainly compete in the future, but today is the time to make sure that we don't have that ballot box through which we can determine who has what level of support or who can be able to do this and that. We need to get there first. So remind ourselves, we're reminding everybody, our cause is for everyone to fit under this tent. And this tent could be as wide as it can get, so long as we can agree on at least, this is what I'm calling for, on at least 4 key principles. Number 1 is Iran's territorial integrity. This is a matter very important for many Iranians. Yep. Number 2 is the obvious need for separation of church from state, which is a prerequisite to democracy. On that we agree, including many clerics in Iran who have spoken time and again against the Velayat Faqih. They don't believe that religion has a place in politics, and they know how much damage was done to the faith as a result of this. So
just we know that is the guiding principle of the Islamic Republic. Exactly. The supreme leader represents
And we had
God.
Many clerics from the beginning who were ostracized by the regime. Today we have one of the leading clerics in Iran, Maulavi Abdul Hamid, a Sunni cleric who has spoken against this regime and believes, in fact, as a clergyman, in the separation of church from state. So it's an established fact within the Iranian people. Number 3 is equality of all citizens under the law and individual liberties. And number 4 is the right for the Iranian people to determine their own future, which is exactly the agenda of the transitional government, to make sure that Iran will be the Iranians will have the ability to elect their representative to the Constitutional Assembly to decide first what it is that they want in their future. And unlike 1979, where nobody had a clue what Islamic Republic means, but a clear option as to what are the diverse possibilities, allow for a Constitutional Assembly to draft a constitution, allow for people to either adopt it by a referendum or reject it and have another draft, all for it to finally end up with a ratified constitution approved by the nation. Then we will have the elections of the first parliament and the first government of that future democracy. Whether it ends up being a republic or it ends up being a constitutional monarchy, that's exactly for the people to decide. And the minute this happens, the transitional government dissolves itself and turn over control to the elected members of the Iranian parliament and government. That's the end of that process of transition.
I'm going to get
now until the next
to your future role, but I really do need to ask you, will you tell your supporters online or wherever they might be to stop in your name this kind of attack on ordinary Iranians, because it's very terrifying?
I have, and they know it, and it's not only them. I think this should be for everyone to follow as a principle. There shouldn't be any place for political violence or intimidation from anyone. And I think we should all adhere to principles. I'm not talking just to one group. I'm talking to every single Iranian out there, regardless of their political affiliation. We need to show and demonstrate that exactly that's where we differ. A regime that is in a punitive way forcing an ideology and has been discriminating against every possible aspect of people disagreeing with them, as opposed to those of us who cherish the values of freedom, have tolerance for other viewpoints, believe in pluralism, and that's exactly how we define ourselves as a contrast to this regime. We have to show it beyond words in action. And that's something that I've always called for. But I cannot control millions of people and whatever they say in social media, and who knows if they're real people or not. That I can't control, but I can only stress the importance of these values. Of course I don't approve, and I've condemned it. I think there are many people in this room who in fact often have reposted my statements that are aware of this fact, that I've done my part as much as possible to condemn that type of behavior that I will not tolerate and will not stand for.
To your role, what do you want to represent if there was this opportunity? Do you want to be king? Do you want to be president? What is your role in this situation?
You know, from the first day I started, I considered my mission in life to bring the country to a point that we can have that final referendum and the people elect their first democratic government in the future. That to me is the finish line and mission accomplished in life. I don't have any personal ambition. I'm not seeking power. I don't want to have a crown on my head or a title. But I think that they should look at me as a bridge to that destination and not the destination itself. That's my focus. And any other argument about whether or not I will have a future role is placing the cart before the horse. My focus is on delivering on what I promised 47 years ago. That has been my commitment. And the reason millions of people in Iran are calling me and my name and want my return is because they know that they can trust me on this. I'm the only person that was not part of the revolution or ever associated with this regime. And that's a big plus when it comes to how many candidates are out there. And that's why you hear my name chanted on the streets of Iran, and a lot of people in the diaspora supports it as well.
I remember covering the Ahmadinejad era in Iran, and it was a very aggressive posture on every issue, including anti-Semitism, anti-Israel, talking about wiping it off the face of the map, very, very violent. And I think it really, really put certainly the Israelis and Jews around the world off. You have been to Israel. You have, I believe, visited the Western Wall. You are supported by this Israeli government. I want to know what you think and why you think that's important, because equally, this Israeli government has shown itself to be incredibly intolerant of its own citizens' rights, its Muslim citizens' rights inside Israel, and of course in Gaza, the occupied West Bank, and it's very controversial. So I just wondered why you think that is an important relationship to build.
Well, first I would say that
what the hell?
I think there are only two nations on this planet that can claim they have a biblical relationship with one another. One is Israel, one is Iran. And it goes back to the time of Cyrus the Great. Cyrus the Great, who liberated the Jewish slaves in Babylon and helped them rebuild their temple in Jerusalem. And when Iranians go and gather at Pasargad around Cyrus the Great's tomb years ago, of all walks of life, of different ethnicities, different religions, and celebrate Cyrus the Great because he represents every values that Iranians cherish and believe in, and say that we are not a nation at war with our neighbors. We can be trusted partners in the region, working with the Arab countries, working with Israel, as opposed to a regime that is acting the way it did. That's the difference right there. We need to be able to show the world that Iranians, unlike this regime, are committed to friendly relationship with our neighbors. We don't have any issue with the Arabs. We don't have any issue with the Israelis. And why is Israel important? Because I think it is a very important strategic partner to Iran when it comes to this. I'm thinking beyond just the politics of it. I'm talking about the water crisis in Iran, which is a major issue for us, well beyond politics. If there's no water, there's no life. And guess who have the best specialists and experts in the world dealing with water issues? Israeli experts. One of the reasons I went to Israel was to talk about that as well. And there's so many ways that we can engage and partner with them, helping us in that area. As opposed to a regime that says, no, they don't even have the right to exist. That's the difference. So it's not necessarily focusing only on one country. It's a regional thing, but most importantly, from the prism, whether it's Europe or the United States, why can't we, as people of that region, be the ones working together to bring about stability without having to depend on an armada of US aircraft carriers to maintain stability and peace in the region? Why can't we work with each other? That's the difference, because Iranians are committed to that. And when you look at how it's perceived inside Iran, let's remember one thing. The regime has been the one financing its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas. When they got over $200 billion a few years ago, that was spent not on Iranians that are starving on the streets, but to, in fact, empower these proxies that led perhaps to October 7th. And when people for years have been chanting in Iran, neither Gaza nor Lebanon, my life will be sacrificed for Iran, that means what? That means not Hamas, not Hezbollah. And in that sense, it's a very clear demarcation from this regime. This is not me saying it. This is people chanting it for years to come. Before the mass uprising, after the mass uprising. That's part of the national psyche. Today, in every demonstration we see in the diaspora, you see that it's the Iranian national flag. A lot of time we see the Israeli flag and the respective flag of the country where they live. Tomorrow in the rally, you'll probably see a lot of German flags, as we saw Australian flag in Australia, as we saw the Canadian flag in Toronto and Montreal, or the American flag in LA, showing that Iranians are respective universally of any peace-loving nations. They are respective of their host country. That's the difference between us and this regime that basically is so antagonistic. I think that's basically the spirit of our movement that is demonstrated by the will and resolve of Iranians that say, we are not this regime, we are not warmongers, we want to be the peacemakers.
There is so much we could talk more about. This is a very good table laying of your plans and your proposals. I just want to open to one person on the floor, because you remember after the Women, Life, Freedom protests, there was the Georgetown Coalition, which saw you on stage uniting with a lot of diaspora activists, including Nazanin Boniadi and Masih Ali-Najad. I think they're both here, but we're going to ask Nazanin to stand up. And of course, that didn't last. It didn't last. It was just a very brief moment of unity. And I don't know whether Nazanin wants to say anything on behalf of opposition.
Oh, well, thank you so much for the important conversation, Shahzad. It's good to see you. As you reiterated today, you have consistently affirmed your commitment to democracy, specifically a tolerant, secular democracy. A lot of people, a lot of Iranians look to you because of your commitment to this over decades, and particularly because of your commitment to building institutional democracy and cultural democracy, really democracy that covers all of culture in Iran. And the truth is that the brutality of the regime has caused deep wounds. And Iranians are rightfully filled with disdain, and many seek vengeance even. But history has shown us that any kind of revolution fueled by anger often results in the same injustices that we're trying to break away from. My question to you is, how do we collectively channel that anger so that we're building democratic institutions and reconciliation and focusing on the rule of law and really focusing not only on bringing down tyranny, but creating liberty?
Thank you.
Well, we had so many conversations, you and I, over the years, and I salute your commitment where you had to step in away from your career and engage with advocacy for human rights, and your speech at the UN and other venues. Exactly, we need to show that there's a culture that is needed there. The instruments of democracy are not alone by themselves, even if you have the best constitution. If culturally we don't adopt pluralism and tolerance as part of our behavior, and civility should be the way to go as opposed to revenge and settling of accounts. Of course, we need to encourage that. You know how many times I've explained my call for ultimately national reconciliation, how many times we spoke about amnesty, but we cannot deny the Iranian people their day in court, grieving mothers, martyrs, people who have died by this repression. We cannot escape the need for justice, which is why a lot of the efforts is led by people who are experts in the field. We have many lawyers that are working on that, fact-finding about what happened, truth and reconciliation, transitional justice, because all of this plays into giving people closure without having to resort to vengeance. That's very important. So the more we equip our society, and a lot of it is civil society's role, a lot of it has to be with our activists, with our experts, I think it could help us institutionalize and have the instances that protects us as a society, as a nation, from all the possible deviation. We need to adopt all possible processes that have proven to be successful in such transition that happen in other countries, post-collapse of very totalitarian and ruthless regimes, whether it was South Africa, whether it was the Soviet Union, or many other instances. There are so many models to implement or emulate. But most importantly is to make sure that we, in fact, show how different we are than this regime. Because if we start acting like them, then what's the difference? And I'm glad to have people such as yourself helping out in this, and we need to encourage more people to weigh in. Look, a lot of us have lived in free societies for the past 4 decades, at least I have. And there are a lot of people inside Iran who were not even born at the time of the revolution. Today's Gen Z in Iran is very much on par with this. In fact, most of what I hear from inside Iran is that there may be some issues that you hear outside that we're not even concerned with. We are all very united, but we need help. We need to make sure that we are not alone in this, that there is a reinforcement factor. That's where people who are wise enough to understand that we have to materially and structurally help the nation have to understand that before we agree on disagreeing, we have to agree on what we all are in common in need of. So it's really a national challenge, if you will. I think this national challenge transcends political affiliation, transcends particular, how can I say, tendencies. It doesn't matter if you're socialist or conservative. It shouldn't matter if you're a Republican or a monarchist. It should matter that we all believe in democracy at the end, and the rule of law, and the protection under that law. That's the way we will put an end to discrimination, whether it's against women, ethnic groups, religious minorities, and everything else between. I believe we can do that because we have learned it the hard way to appreciate these values. And we have today this opportunity to do it. Okay. So I'm encouraging activists, I'm encouraging journalists, I'm encouraging our political prisoners, I'm encouraging our civil society, and those of us who have more freedom to speak where people inside don't have the first job of making sure that we are their voice and we support them. That's how it starts, and hopefully we'll end it in Iran itself.
All right. Reza Pahlavi, thank you very much indeed. And now we are going to, please feel free. Now we're going to thank you very much.
Thank you.
Feel free to stay for the rest. We've got a panel. Yes, please. And let me introduce our panel, yes? Okay. May I invite Senator Lindsey Graham? Where will he sit? And Karim Sajapour? Yeah. And also Roberta Metsola. Oh, there you are. I was looking straight at you. Hi, please take a seat. Hello,
Wish
Senator.
they kept Prince
Take
Reza
a seat.
Pahlavi here.
That's not my name, but that's
Yeah, I know it's not. Give it to me. I'll take it away.
No. Why would he
So
want it
Senator
there?
Lindsey Graham, U.S. Senate
Because
Republican.
he's with Lindsey Graham.
No, but this is better. Like he's the leader. He's the king. He doesn't do panels. Remember Georgetown? They tried to do like the panel nonsense.
No, that's different because that was a panel of supposed leaders. None of these people, like Lindsey Graham, would not be seen as a leader of the revolution. So him sitting next to Lindsey Graham would have been nice. But yeah.
Well, this is how they did it. But all right, should we watch this as well and then go back and revisit?
We could either watch this or revisit now. So we could ask, which one do you think is better?
All right, chat. Do you guys want us to continue watching this part and then we go back and we do our analysis from the whole thing, or do you want us to analyze the first part and then watch this part after? We're going to watch this part too, but my question is, watch first and then go back and analyze the whole thing, or do you want watch? Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Time foreign policy player, Karim Sajapour, Senior Fellow, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament. Senator, can I turn to you first? Because this is something that the Iran situation is front and center of this current administration. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you. You were very pleased to see President Trump promise the Iranian protesters the help that they were calling for, and say help is on the way. And it seems like you're consistently reminding the president of what he promised. You wrote on Monday, President Trump said, keep protesting, help is on the way. He will be on the right side of history. I believe him to be a man of his word. On Tuesday, you sort of doubled down. If this regime...
What's today?
Huh?
What day is it today?
Today is some other day.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think it's Friday or Saturday.
In
any event, you've been very consistent. Do you believe this, and do you believe that President Trump should do what he said he would do?
Here's what I believe. They're the weakest they've been since 1979.
Bless you.
It is a regime with American blood on its hand. It is a great disruptor of the region. It's a religious theocracy that if they could get a nuclear weapon, they would use it to advance their religious goals, which are three: purify Islam, destroy the Jewish state, and come after us. Hitler wrote a book. He wanted to kill all the Jews. Nobody believed him. I believe the Ayatollah and his regime, not the Iranian people, are religious fanatics, religious Nazis. Hitler wanted a master race. They want a master religion. So why don't I mention that? There's no negotiating with these people, in my view. They're hell-bent on enacting an agenda based on religion that teaches them to lie, teaches them to destroy in the name of God. So President Trump said something that's going to be the best thing he ever said, or maybe the worst thing he ever said. When asked, what should the protesters do? Keep protesting. Now, that came from a man who genuinely believed that. That wasn't a calculated response. Ronald Reagan went to the Berlin Wall, and we still talk about it. He didn't say, do you mind lowering it? He said, tear it down. He was clear. He was concise. So President Trump gave an answer: keep protesting. Help is on the way. And a couple of days later, he said, it's time for new leadership in Iran, because the Ayatollah and his crowd, they're bad guys. They're terrible guys. You put all three of those statements together, then what do you have? You have a president standing with the people. What do the people want? They want the oppression to end. They want to start over with a new Iran. So here's what I would say.
Are you backing regime change?
Yeah, totally. If you're not, you're crazy.
Military regime change.
Yeah. I'm backing the people who want a country they can live in without having their daughter killed because she.
But I'm trying to figure out, because there's a huge flotilla in the Arabian Sea that President Trump is using as a negotiating tactic. He's just said, as you heard me say, that he would prefer negotiating.
I prefer negotiation too. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
If we back out now, It'll be the biggest mistake we've made, far worse than the Syrian red line, far worse than Afghanistan. You can't say, keep protesting, we got you back, help's on the way, and nothing happened. That's why I am confident that President Trump will get an outcome consistent with those three statements through diplomacy or military force. Let me just say this. Any deal about Iran has to come to the Senate. I'm not going to bless a bad deal. They're not out in the street because of limiting the nuclear ambitions of the Ayatollah. They're out in the street because life is miserable. People can't have a decent quality life. They live in fear. And most Iranians have had it. They'd like a new start. The day after.
Okay.
Well, if the Ayatollah goes down, we'll work on the day after. I think we'll have a better chance of hanging friends with the protesters than the Ayatollah. Here's the day after I worry the most about. The day after we blinked. The day after we made promises that we didn't keep. We made assurances that fell short. That day after is generational damage. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, they don't go away. They come back stronger. The Arabs go back into their corner, and the people who've been protesting will be systematically destroyed. The day after, if we get it right, the mothership of terrorism goes down. Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, they've lost their biggest benefactor. Saudi, Israel is the most likely outcome. So I'll end with this. I've never seen a more consequential time in history as right now. If we can take this regime down through the people, their desires, not ours, and replace it with a friend, not a foe, be the biggest change in 1,000 years. If we don't get it right and we blink, it'll be the biggest change in 1,000 years in the wrong way.
Okay, Senator. And as President of the European Parliament, does the EU believe in these fighting words? You've just designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Iran has responded saying it would cause, consider, all your armies terrorists. But it marks a shift for Europe. Where does Europe stand at this crucial moment?
We were mentioning timelines before. It's been 47 years, and that's as long as I've been alive, and that's as long as we've been asking for freedom in Iran. Now, what we saw in the beginning of the year, and that was the turning point, and for us in the European Parliament, it could have happened much earlier, ever since the protests we saw, 22, 23, when we saw the killings, but now everybody's on the street asking for freedom. And that is the departing point of everything we should do. And that is why we pushed across the board. There's very few things the European Parliament can align on or find unanimity on, but this was one of them. That if we're going to stand for the freedom in Iran, that we need to start, then we need to start by designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We needed all the European Union governments to accept, and they did. All 27 of them. I didn't think that would happen a few weeks ago, but it did, because that is the moment where you had the German chancellor who said this is a regime that's on its last legs.
Because of the protests.
When we see that this is a regime that has been not only oppressing its population, but sowing by its own instability in the whole region. And that is what we need to make sure. Senator Graham was talking that this is the red line we can't go beyond. That's the line that we can't go back on, where we can go back to even more, let's say, courage, confidence that Hezbollah or Hamas would get. And that would be the worst problem we could have as a European Union as well, because we're pretty close to that.
Karim Sajapour, you're a close student of the Iranian situation, and you're in Washington, so you know a little bit about what senators and others, the analysts and the experts, the policymakers are doing. President Trump, I think, evoked the Venezuela method recently. Now, to me, the Venezuela method decapitates the leader and leaves the regime in. How did you read it?
I think, Christian, that virtually everyone in Washington, including President Trump, if they could push a button and get rid of the Iranian regime, they absolutely would. What I think the Trump administration worries about is some of the fallout we saw in the aftermath of the Iraq War or Libya. And, Iran is a different country than those places. But, in my view, to understand this administration, probably a psychology degree is more valuable than a political science degree. And if we're trying to get inside the head of the president,
a good golf swing.
A good golf swing as well, which Senator Graham, I'm sure, has. But on 3 major occasions, this president gambled on Iran. In 2018, he left the nuclear deal. In 2020, he assassinated Qasem Soleimani. Last summer, he dropped 14 bunker busters on Iran's nuclear program. A lot of his own aides recommended against those policies. He feels that each of them were vindicated. And for that reason, I think he's much more likely to act than we are to reach a nuclear deal.
Senator, do you think it would be...
Who are you?
Do you think it would be a success or acceptable to get rid of the leadership a la Venezuela, but do a deal with the people who are in power? Trump is like that.
Right.
He does a deal with those people who are in power. He abandoned the Venezuelan human rights leader who won a Nobel Peace Prize. What are the Iranian Democrats meant to
she's
feel?
Not the force to bring the country together. He believes that there are groups there that are going to go down a different road. If you're in charge of Venezuela now and you want to keep doing what Maduro did, you're an idiot. You're either going to get killed or go to jail. So Iraq, we take everybody out. That didn't work well. Here's what you need to understand. The likelihood of getting worse than the Ayatollah in Iran is pretty low, don't you think, Crown Prince? I don't think most people are out in the streets saying, now we should be harder on us. Most people out in the streets said, I'm tired of living this way. I'm tired of being oppressed. I'm tired of having no money. I want a better country. I want my country back. I want this guy to go. The risk associated with the regime change is real. We have troops in the region. They have ballistic missiles, but we're still the United States. They have F-14s. A lot has changed since Top Gun 1. We have an incredible capability. I know who would win a conflict. How do you bring this regime down? I think you do go after the oppressors, kill the ones who kill the people. Their economy is in tatters. They've been beaten pretty badly. They're as weak as they can be, but they're still dangerous. Compare that to doing nothing. So these are your choices. You either execute a plan using military capability of the United States with Israel, working with people on the ground to bring the Ayatollah's regime down, or you do nothing but have talked. If the Ayatollah is still standing, Cristiano, when this is all over, it will be a disaster of generational proportions. He stood down the West. He did it yet again. And all the people who were on the fence will slowly be rounded up and killed over the coming years in Iran. Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis will get stronger, not weaker. The Arabs will continue to go back to their corner. I'm going to Israel, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia next week. Here's the message. If we can get it through diplomacy, fine, but we've had it with this regime. Think big. The people are the difference. When we started this debate, Crown Prince, the people had not spoken. They've spoken with their lives. How much more can they speak? They've been shot down on the street like dogs. These are the people you want to help. These are the people that will change history. So what I'm going to tell anybody that will listen in the Mideast, don't let this moment pass. Be smart, but don't be locked down with fear. And as to MBS and MBZ, knock it off, Saudi Arabia. Knock it off. I'm tired of this crap.
Hell yeah.
MBZ is not a Zionist, and you're emboldening Iran by having this conflict. Now, I know they got differences in Yemen and they got differences in Sudan, but we got to think big picture. To any leader in the region that
Okay, I have to pause really, really quickly. The reason that Senator Graham is speaking this way, and the fact that like we're all like, oh my gosh, is because Saudi Arabia has bullied American politicians with oil, right? So Saudi Arabia, influences American foreign policy by leveraging oil. I have a feeling that Senator Lindsey Graham is speaking this way because not just because of Venezuela, but because Iran is going to be free very soon. So that in and of itself, like guys, that in and of itself is a signal. Like that is a signal. The fact that he's calling out Saudi Arabia like that, ooh,
So
like
can
that.
I
Okay.
something?
Yeah, add
Can I
something to
make
that really quick, and then we'll continue. But guys, like we have so much to go over with this. Oh my gosh, right from the beginning.
So even though they didn't sit Lindsey Graham next to Prince Reza Pahlavi, and I think they did that on purpose because that would have, But Lindsey Graham basically made that not matter, because even though Prince Reza Pahlavi was sitting on the side, he called upon him twice already, even though he's sitting on the side. And that was beautiful.
And
So
he's saying, right?
acknowledging.
Yeah, he's acknowledging,
Yep.
and he's saying, right, like, you agree with what I'm saying, right?
Right.
So
yes. So he, even though there are other people next to him, he and Prince Reza Pahlavi is now on the side. He's making it clear that when I'm talking about Iran, the person that needs to be addressed is Prince Reza Pahlavi.
yeah, we'll that, like, that's huge. That's huge for sure. Yeah, we'll get into this all, but just the fact that he called out Saudi Arabia, guys, like, that is like, whoa, like, anyways, we'll do the full analysis, but guys, calling out Saudi Arabia, do not take that lightly.
Doesn't understand you're on the verge of history. History would judge you poorly because you are.
Senator, they've been telling the president not to do this. They don't want another war. They don't want another military intervention. How should we read that?
Have you ever
tell
been
me.
in the Mideast?
I have, yes, sir.
They say
my
one
whole
thing,
career.
they do another. Here's what I want. I want them to, I want them to step up to the plate, because Iran wants three things to purify Islam. Sunni Islam will go if it were up to the Ayatollah. They want to destroy Israel and they want to kill us. We got a lot in common here.
Okay. On that note, what about the EU? Because this really is fighting talk. Okay. Do you prefer a negotiation over the nuclear issue, or do you prefer whatever it takes, including military intervention, for the end of the regime?
First of all, I've been asked this question, like, would you go back in time and redo what was done in terms of nuclear discussions? I think it would be wrong for us to go back and say what was done right, what was done wrong. The situation we are in now is that the time for this regime needs to end. How does it end? Are we talking about politically anointing? Are we talking about allowing for structures and frameworks to be created for the Iranian people to choose for themselves who should lead them? Who should be the one that takes them into the democracy that we've been working on for so many years? Now, the way we see it and how we've been looking at, and this is by us talking to communities in our countries, by us trying to making sure that when there was a technology blackout, they could not get contacted. That's where the European Union comes in. We're the #1 donors of humanitarian aid into making sure that we can help the people on the ground in order for a solution to be found. Now, would we prefer the diplomatic solution? I want to perhaps give a little bit of a sideline. I would certainly not do what was done this week by sending a congratulatory message to the regime saying happy anniversary and then call it routine diplomacy. I think the time for routine diplomacy is over. Well, I'll tell you after at the end of the program. But you know, I think it's really a situation where we in the democratic world coming together and say, how are we going to help Iranians be free? The way we do it is by the European Union, by Europe, the United States aligning on what they're going to do about a regime that has been oppressing a population for 47 years. And there you will find, and the Senator mentioned the Senate, I work with Congress a lot. You will find full alignment. No, it's a good thing. We like working with Congress. But I think my colleague Mike Johnson has a slightly more difficult job than me to create majorities, but he does that, and I have to do the same. But that is where you can find in all this discussion in Munich, where a lot of is being concentrated on the EU and US relationship. On this, there's alignment, and I think that should come out of this conference as well.
Just to keep us in the realm of current reality, the regime is still there. It has its methods, its state. Give us just a little bit of a reality check on what kind of support, if any, it still has, how it maintains. We know about the violence, we know about the repression, we've seen what happened when all these people came out and how they were so brutally killed, injured, detained, etc. But there is a structure, and their raison d'etre has been regime survival for 47 years. How do you see it now and in the next you know, in the next few weeks and months?
You know, they say about dictatorships, Christian, that they always kill the most at the beginning and at the end. And I think we have entered the concluding era of the Islamic Republic, like the Soviet Union in the late 1980s. I describe them as a zombie regime, dying ideology, dying leader, dying economy, dying legitimacy. They still do have lethal force. And I think what's going to be key to their survival is the unity of their security forces. They still have 150,000 plus Revolutionary Guardsmen. And I think I would guess it has at most 15% popular support. And that's why your previous conversation was so critical, because 15% who are united can continue to kill en masse if the 85% remain divided.
And I know Reza Pahlavi is sitting in the audience, but I'm going to ask you, do you put your support behind Reza Pahlavi? Are you ready to say he is the person that the United States is, or you yourself, I don't know whether you speak on behalf of the United States, but as a senior Senate Republican?
No, because that's not my job. I've been with him on every cable TV show known to man. I'm very impressed with the way he can articulate what's at stake. I'm sure he'll have a prominent role in Iran. Don't make it too hard. All we can do is help Iran have a chance to be free. If they screw it up, they screw it up. I'd rather give them a chance than not, because I know what I'm getting with the Ayatollah. The difference is Trump, and he'll love hearing that, sort of. He's done something no other president did. He picked the people over the regime. We had the JCPO, that didn't work. Everything we've done, Europe, America, we've done a lousy job standing up for the Iranian people. You know, Gaza, a lot of people are protesting. Almost nobody's protesting for the Iranian people. But let me tell you what I think is going to happen here. I think Trump said 3 things that nobody else has said. And people are still fighting and still encouraged because of the president. They're getting weaker. We put tariffs on their oil. You had a very good, it is a zombie regime. You can't do business with Iran normally anymore. 25% tariff, you buy their oil. So it's going to collapse because the people have had it. And what happens next, I don't know, but I do know this. If we pull the plug on the people, whatever problems associated with the day after, if the people win against the Ayatollah, are a fraction of the problems associated with the Ayatollah killing his way out yet again, standing to murder another day. If you don't realize we're on the verge of history, you're missing a lot. We're talking weeks, not months. And when we do this, if we do, we're starting and we're not stopping.
Christian, Iran should be a G20 nation. It has enormous human capital, second largest reserves of natural gas, third largest reserves of oil, one of the oldest continuously inhabited civilizations. But as long as this regime is in power, their ideology, their organizing principle is death to America, death to Israel. It's not even long live Palestine. It's death to Israel, and it's not long live Iran. And so I think I'm very happy to hear that the Europeans have reached a similar conclusion, that this is a regime which is incapable of reform. It's incapable of changing its ideology. And I do think for both Europe and the United States, a government in Iran that follows its own national interests would be a great game changer, geopolitical game changer.
Final thought.
I mean, you mentioned the 15%. I think we can focus on the 85% that want change and that want freedom and that want to be able to decide with dignity what happens to their country. And that's what needs to unite all of us in not letting down all those thousands every day in the streets since the beginning of the year who have said that they have finally had enough. We let the people who protested in 22 and 23 down. We could have given a lot of speeches. We did not go the full way that we needed to go. We still let representatives of the IRGC and members of their families enjoy their time in Europe. You know, they would use their holidays to spend in our cities and towns. We said stop to that, but we can't stop there. We will need to send the message to those protesting every day who are risking their lives, who are ready to die for their country, that we stand with them. That is the only thing that we can do to save our credibility. If we don't, we'll live.
Can I just give the final word to
Can
Reza
I just say
Pahlavi?
one thing
word?
before the final word?
Yeah. This isn't the final word.
Okay.
You'll get the final word.
Okay.
I mean,
first,
I know.
Let me just say
He's
that
got the aircraft
what the
I want him
senator
to have the
said is
final word.
absolutely the correct position, because I've never asked for any endorsement, personal endorsement, nor is it the right thing to do. What I do expect world democracies to stand for is the ballot box and the result of the ballot box in Iran. That's what we are hoping for, and that's what we need your solidarity.
You know what? That's a great question that I'm going to put you on. I'm going to put you on the spot, Senator, and ask you a question about American elections.
We're going to have them.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure that President
The
Trump
fact
is
you
going to?
asked me that is really offensive, but yeah, we're going to have them.
Okay, but you know why? Because they've
No,
already.
I don't know
okay,
why.
good. Well,
I don't
people
know
are going
why.
to be
I don't
very.
know why anybody would ask me that.
Well, because
quite
it's a
frankly,
big
because
story.
you're missing a lot's going on. I like you. Let's talk about.
But you can convince everybody. You can assure Americans and others that it will go
I can
as
assure that
usual.
only people worried about us not having elections, you can put in a phone booth.
Okay.
We're going to have
Good.
an election.
Glad to hear it.
And you know what? Republicans could win, but we got to up our game. Right now, looks like we'll lose the House, maybe keep the Senate. Then in 28, we'll have another election, and we'll have another one, and another one, another one. God willing. Now, here's what, go back in time. If you could go back in time to Munich, what would you have done differently? You wouldn't have done the deal, peace in our time. I think about this a lot. I think the likelihood of getting peace in our time with the Ayatollah is about the same as Hitler, because he's a religious Nazi, and the other guy was a wanted master race. You can't accommodate Putin because he wants all of Ukraine. You might work a deal with China, but you got to know who your adversary is. Your adversary is a religious fanatic that dying is first prize. So if I could go back in time, I'd tell people Hitler actually meant it. He wrote a book, Let's Kill All the Jews. Every day they say things that they mean. I believe the Ayatollah time has come because what he's delivered for the Iranian people. And all we need is the courage of our convictions. I cannot promise you exactly what the day after will be. But if somebody had killed Hitler in 1935, it would have probably been better. If this regime falls, the day after has promise. If it stays in place, the day after is going to generationally destroy the Mideast, and we'll be haunted by this for generations to come, and they will be talking about us in a very bad way.
On that rousing note, Senator Lindsey Graham, Karim Sajapour, and Roberta Metsola, and Reza Pahlavi, thank you very much indeed for this invigorating conversation.
It's really good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Whoa.
Okay. You're good.
That was one of the best performances I've ever seen from Prince Reza Pahlavi. And even though all of his performances have been really, really great, I think he really, really nailed it. I think this could be used as a master class on how to do media. That was fantastic. Like every single one of his responses were the most effective way to not only give the best response, but also not to fall in the trap that has been laid out for him. Every single question was a trap, and Prince Reza Pahlavi managed to not fall in any of them. That was fantastic. And some of the answers that we would probably give, and we should give, Prince Reza Pahlavi should not give them, because then he would be changing the attention away from the revolution towards defending things that he shouldn't be spending time defending. I mean, that is your job, and like everybody here, our job. But that was like every single one of them was a trap to change the conversation to something else, and he didn't fall for it. It was amazing.
Patipto, your analysis, please.
I want to add some points to Armin, but I don't want to miss the spot on Senator Lindsey Graham. He is doing great also, and Christian Amanpour was already making faces when he was responding to her questions, and that was perfect. I think they want to interrupt Prince Reza Pahlavi and Senator Graham, but they also turned the table against them. And that was perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Also, as bad as the questions, as infuriating as the questions were, I'm actually glad that they picked her, because Princess of Pahlavi will show you how to deal with this. I think because all of us are using Princess of Pahlavi's answers as a way to, basically all of us be in the same direction, and also for all of us to know what the proper responses are. We need these questions to be asked, so when Prince Reza Pahlavi answers them, all of us who are following Prince Reza Pahlavi, we're all equipped with the best proper response to every single one of these questions. So even the questions are infuriating, I think that it's important that we get the chance to hear how Prince Reza Pahlavi responds to the most common attacks on him and his team.
So based on everything that I've seen, I'll give my analysis really quick, and then we'll go back. And guys, we're going to go through that like second by second. Okay, we're going to break it down for you every moment of that. Me, Armin, and Petito. Well, Armin only for the first hour because he has to go to his discussion group. Although, Armin, you might want to delay your discussion group for this. Who knows? But that's up to you.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying it's totally up to you. But okay, so there's a few things that stood out for me. First of all, the fact that Senator Lindsey Graham is calling out Saudi Arabia, that's huge. That is huge. Basically, what they're saying is we're not going to let Saudi Arabia try to influence our foreign policy with oil prices. And keep in mind, one of the reasons that the Arab countries in that region, Arab countries in the Persian Gulf area, want the Islamic regime to remain in power, but have them be weakened, is because those Arab countries use the Islamic regime as a boogeyman, as a bad guy, to make themselves look like the good ones. Whereas prior to 1979, when the Shah of Iran was in power, the Shah was the biggest ally of the United States, and it was Iran that kept the Arab countries in check. And remember what Ronald Reagan said about the Shah supplying oil in 1973, when all the Arab countries refused to do so. When all the Arab countries left the United States military fleet hanging, it was Iran and it was the Shah that respected that allyship and friendship between America and the United States. So that's the first thing. So the fact that Senator Lindsey Graham is calling out Saudi Arabia, to me, that just shows to me that it's a done deal, because you're not going to call out Saudi Arabia unless you have a backup plan, unless there's something else in place, right? And so the something else that's in place is Iranian oil and Venezuelan oil. So there's that. And then the tag teaming between Senator Lindsey Graham and King Reza Pahlavi, I mean, to me, like the way that they were behaving was very friendly, right? So that leads me to assume or leads me to conclude that there are a lot of conversations happening behind the scenes that we don't know about, right? So there seems to be an established friendly relationship. And Senator Lindsey Graham was really going to bat for King Reza Pahlavi. And the way that Senator Lindsey Graham was reacting to Christian clown poor or whatever, you could tell that Senator Lindsey Graham was very offended by the way they were treating King Reza Pahlavi. Armin, I think that's the first time that Senator Lindsey Graham has experienced how much these people have Pahlavi derangement syndrome.
Right. Yes. The very good observation, and also a very good point regarding the way the tag team. And also one thing that Prince Reza Pahlavi did really good in response to Senator Lindsey Graham was to clarify that the idea, like, it's not a good strategy for Americans to be endorsing Prince Reza Pahlavi at this moment, because we don't want in any way for any of this revolution to come off as an American revolution with a leader chosen by Americans for the Iranian people. So when Lindsey Graham keeps supporting Prince Reza Pahlavi, but it would be damaging to this revolution if he comes and picks him as the leader of the transition period, or the leader of Iran after the transitional period. So when he said, no, that is the proper response from both Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump, and it was really good that Prince Reza Pahlavi used that opportunity to confirm that this is also, like, we don't want that. Like, we don't want that, and this is the proper American strategy to have when it comes to their positioning with this revolution. So that was good that he spoke. Yeah.
And remember, Armin, like, this is what I've said earlier on when people were like, well, why isn't President Trump endorsing King Reza Pahlavi? People were saying, like, well, when the media asks about the Crown Prince and President Trump says, oh, I don't know the guy. I don't know if he would be good or not, right? President Trump is just like, he's like, I don't know, right? And then everyone's freaking out. And they're like, oh no, like, President Trump, why isn't he endorsing it? And I've been saying from the beginning, I'm like, guys, United States is not going to endorse anyone. They shouldn't endorse anyone, because that's going to take away from the self-determination of Iranians. And like Armin said, if anyone comes out and endorses King Reza Pahlavi, like any American politician or Israeli politician, that would actually be detrimental to our movement, because then the Islamists and the communists and the jihadis are going to be like, oh, he's just a puppet. I mean, they're claiming that he's a puppet anyway, right? But this is why, guys, I've been telling you from the beginning, we do not want President Trump to endorse King Reza Pahlavi, openly endorse, right? We don't want Senator Lindsey Graham. We don't want any American politician to do that, because that would be detrimental to the self-determination of Iranians. But the fact that Senator Lindsey Graham, for example, now has a very close working relationship with His Royal Highness, that's all we need, right? And again, remember the video from a few weeks ago when King Reza Pahlavi was in Senator Lindsey Graham's office, and they made a video about Make Iran Great Again, and Senator Lindsey Graham wore one of the hats, right? Do you guys remember? Can you guys in the chat let me know? Do you remember when we were having this conversation like 3 weeks ago, and I was saying to you guys, like, don't freak out when President Trump isn't endorsing King Reza Pahlavi, or when President Trump says, oh, I don't know what his support is like, right? Like, there's a reason for that. You got to read through the political, anyways. Good. I'm glad.
Guys, don't worry regarding who's going to be the leader after the Islamic Republic falls, because the Iranian people are so united when it comes to wanting Prince Reza Pahlavi as the leader of the transitional period and also the revolution. And I'm pretty sure any form of elections in a free Iran will be supporting Pahlavi and everything that is Pahlavi, not just Prince Reza Pahlavi. That all we need to do All we need the world to do is to just remove the obstacle of the Islamic Republic. Not even all of Islamic Republic, just them shooting into the crowds. If we could just remove that obstacle, everything else, including Iran being secular, democratic, Iran becoming stable, in Iran having equal human individual rights under the law, Iran being pro-Israel, Iran being pro-West, being pro-American, Iran being a free capitalist country that wants to do trade with the rest of the world. All of that will be fixed by the Iranian people. Everything will be fixed by Iranian people. You don't need to be like, whoa, we need foreign supports to make sure that Iranians do this and this and that. No, all we need the rest of the world to do is help us suffocate the Islamic Republic and help us remove some of the obstacles from the path of the Iranian people to topple the regime. Leave the rest of the Iranian people. Leave choosing Pahlavi, border integrity, peace, stability, economic growth, good relationship with Israel, United States, and the rest of the world. All of that, you could count on the Iranian people that they will bring all of that. All we need is to just get rid of the Islamic Republic.
Sorry, I'm just checking something.
Oh yeah. By the way, guys, on the Persian channel, we were talking about the fact that Amanpour is going to be the person who's asking the questions, and we all knew that what we were getting into.
Guys, is this new? Is this new?
آره درسته.
President Trump said it's going to be a bad day for Iran, very bad.
How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful? I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad. How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful? I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad.
But there are negotiations happening. There are no negotiations happening right now.
He said the same thing when they bombed. He was also signaling a lot of optimism regarding the negotiations working out, and before they bombed the Islamic Republic in the middle of the 12th war. Guys, remember, Trump was also signaling optimism regarding the Islamic Republic accepting the terms of their agreement while they were talking during the 12-day war. And eventually he said, nope, they didn't agree, so we bombed them. So this is like deja vu. Go on, Petito.
به صورت خلاصه به خبرنگاری که میپرسه میگه مثلا در مورد نگوشیشن میخواد بدونه، خلاصه بهش میگه بهتره که یا سرندر بشن یا به زور چیزشون میکنیم دیگه.
Is this guys, it says we're negotiating right now for Greenland. I think this might be old video. Greenland. Look at this. Look at the bottom. This might be an old video.
ببین من از یه جای دیگه، از یکی دو جای دیگه هم دقیقاً این سورس رو گرفتم که این خبر جدیدی بوده. حالا این زیرنویس رو نمیدونم، ولی چند نفر دیگه هم همزمان گفتن که این خبر اومده.
Because right now there's no negotiations for Greenland. So when it says we're negotiating right now for Greenland, I think
people are saying this was live from a couple of hours ago today.
So are they negotiating for Greenland right now? Because that's weird.
Let me go to YouTube, see if I can find the clip.
I didn't know they're negotiating for Greenland then, if that's the case. It's today. People are saying it's today.
Yeah.
In the chat, they're saying it's today. Yeah, okay. Wow, Greenland is back on the table again?
Greenland was never off the table.
I know, but I didn't know negotiations would come back this early.
Wait. Where is the? I'm trying. No, I'm not shushing you. Sorry. I'm trying. I'm just like, no, that wasn't shushing for you. I'm sorry. That I was gonna say like the poop word, and then I stopped myself. No, that's not for you. I'm trying to find what President Trump said on June 20th. Remember, I had the video. I don't know where it is now. Trump. Let's see if I can find it.
By the way, I really do hope America gets Greenland, just for the record.
Oh my gosh, let's not get involved in that. We're not going to get involved in that.
No, just putting it out there.
Yeah, this very bad date thing, that's definitely new. That's from today, because I'm seeing other people post about that. Yeah, he's speaking to military at Fort Bragg. He's got a few comments there. Wait, I want to find.
Wow, somebody's swearing at me in my chat over Greenland.
Yeah, wow. See that. Don't get involved. We're not here to like attack the territorial integrity of other countries.
No. Let me be clear. I'm talking about with negotiations, not attacking. I'm talking about coming up with a financial settlement.
Let's not. No, so, we're not gonna.
Well,
no.
Yeah, but I have to respond if somebody says attacking the border integrity. I have to just make clear I'm not saying that. I'm talking about coming up with a mutual agreement on both sides. And whoever is getting offended in the chat, I don't care.
Well, all I'm going to tell you is a little bit of political advice. Is refrain from speaking about political topics that don't necessarily relate to what we're talking about, because that could divide people, and we don't want that. Where was this? It was like he said it on June. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? He said something on June 20th, and then the attack was June 21. Why can I not find this video now? We shared this video earlier. Remember, Armin? I don't know where I put the link, though. Trump, June 20, Iran deal. Okay. I can't find it right now. I can't find it. But, okay. All right. So let's go back. Let's go back to the Munich conference, and we'll talk about this. Wait, do we have something in the private? Petito said something. Oh, okay. Thank you, Petito. Look at this. So yeah, this was Fox News. President Trump on why he made the decision to send a second aircraft carrier to Iran. In case we don't make a deal, we'll need it. Wow, look at this, Armin.
The second aircraft carrier that you decided to send, talk about why you made that choice.
Well, in case we don't make a deal, we'll need it. If we don't have a deal, we'll need it. If we have a deal, Mr. President, we'll be leaving very soon. We have one out there that just arrived. If we need it, we have it ready. A very big force.
The second aircraft carrier that you decided.
Wow.
Should we go back to Prince Reza Pahlavi and analyze that after this?
Yes. I'm just tweeting this now. Guys, so you have to take what President Trump just said, said a few hours ago. You have to take that in the context of what Senator Lindsey Graham is saying as well, right? Senator Lindsey Graham was clearly saying that the only acceptable deal is one where the Islamic regime is gone and the Iranian people choose what sort of government they want moving forward, right? So when President Trump is talking about a deal, the deal isn't referring to the Islamic regime sticking around. The deal is referring to the terms of surrender. So President Trump is basically saying they can make a deal and, surrender peacefully, or we're going to go after them and they're going to have a bad day. That's basically what President Trump is saying here. So keep that in mind, right? This is why like looking at the full picture is very important. All right, okay, let's go back to the beginning. Okay.
The Russian.
I wonder if let me see if I can actually like download this, because then both of us could have access to the video, so that like you can stop it or I can stop it or whatever we want, right? Munich Pahlavi, let's see. Yeah.
I'll try not to do that too many times though.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Oops. Okay, I found let me just download the video here so I can add it here. All right. Wait, let's see if this is the right one. What am I doing here? Sorry, guys. What is this? All right, I don't want that. Okay, guys, it'll be ready in like 2 seconds. Let me just remove this. Almost ready, and then I'll upload this version.
Do you have a clock in your room?
No, why? Is there like sounds or something?
It's the touchpad sound, MacBook touchpad sound.
Yeah, it's my laptop. Sorry, the nails don't help either. But yeah, sorry, I didn't realize it was that loud.
No, that's okay. I could show something to people.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that, because I don't know what happened here. So let me just find that. Yeah, please.
So I'm going to show this thing that Patipto sent to compare the way Amanpour...
In the capital derby, it was announced that next time...
1 second. Sorry, let me refresh the page. X sometimes doesn't let you to pause for some reason. All right.
It was announced.
All right, so this is the comparison of Christian Amanpour's interview style with Mohammad Javad Zarif, and somebody, the Afghanistan, interview with Mohammad Javad Zarif. Okay, so let me read the Persian, and her interview with Lutfullah Najafizadeh. So let's look at the way she interviews people.
Today, in the capital derby, it was announced that next time ladies will be
into soccer stadiums for matches.
Into a soccer stadium.
That's progress.
Is it progress, really? Look at this. Look at that. Do you see that the way she's impressed by the Islamic Republic, buying into the fake progress that the reformers are feeding her?
Into a soccer stadium.
That's progress.
That's progress. Okay, wow, guys, so impressed by the Islamic Republic.
Oh, look at that. I'm going to be allowed to go into a soccer stadium now in Iran. They're going to finally let me go, because for some reason, because I'm a woman, I'm not allowed to go to a sports stadium. Wow, it's progress. Good job, Christian Amanpour, you traitor.
good job allowing the reformers to whitewash the Islamic Republic.
چرا افغان‌ها را آقای وزیر و سوریه میفرستن برای جنگ؟
So now look at the way he's interviewing. Like this is a pretty good Afghanistan reporter. Look at the way he challenges.
سوریه میفرستن برای جنگ.
ما کسی رو به سوریه نمیفرستیم.
25,000 افغان فرستادیم.
این رو ما کاملا روشن.
I'm not going to translate it. You could just tell based on. Let me know if you want to translate. It will take a long time, but you could see that he's not when he doesn't let him get away with his BS.
روشن کردیم.
شما تسهیل کردین.
ما
صلاح دادن.
ما کمک کردیم.
صلاح دادن.
ما کمک کردیم در سوریه.
از یک طرف میگن افغان‌ها خودشون باید
خودشون تصمیم گرفتن، ما نبردیمشون.
صلاح دادن براشون. در کجای دنیا شما که بیشتر گفتن کارشناس روابط بین الملل هستن دیدین که از مهاجر ملیشه بسازه بفرسته به کشور دیگه؟
ما ببینید.
So he's challenging Jawad Zarif because he's saying that you're turning our citizens, like Afghanistan citizens, into militia, arming them and sending them to other countries. So from Afghanistan, which he's correct, and he's not letting him get away with the BS.
شما یک مفروضی میگیرید که این مفروضتون درست نیست که از مهاجر کسی ملیشا بسازه. اولا که خیلی از اینها اصلا مهاجر نبودن، از خود افغانستان اومدن رفتن اونجا، کما اینکه ممکن از جاهای دیگه هم رفتن.
پس من بخوایم سلاح بگیرم مرا میفرستین سوریه؟
شما وقتی رفتی سوریه ممکنه به اصطلاح بدی.
اینجا سلاح نمیدن. طالبا در ایران خانه دارن؟ مقامات طالبا در مشهد، در زاهدان.
Anyways, I don't want to continue with this. I just want you to see that Christian Amanpour should learn from this reporter, like a good reporter from Afghanistan, how you challenge somebody from Islamic Republic.
ببین مسئله این آرمین که ببخشید میگم، مسئله اینه که امانپور خوب بلده، ولی وقتی جلوی مثلا ظریف قرار میگیره میگه ایول مثلا اجازه دادین زنا برن استادیوم، خانم‌ها برن استادیوم، ولی مثلا وقتی جلوی شاهزاده قرار میگیره همچین سوالایی میپرسه.
So Potito is pointing out that Amanpour actually knows how to do this, but she doesn't do that when she's in front of the Islamic Republic. She gets impressed by them and doesn't push back, but in front of the prince, he actually knows then how to be like she basically pushes back and wants to challenge the person. By the way, I do want to remind people that now that I showed this amazing reporter from Afghanistan, is that please guys understand that when we are frustrated with the militia that comes from Afghanistan or from Pakistan or from Iraq, I hope people understand that we're angry with those militia, right? Like we're not angry with for example, the people of Iraq, right? We understand that many people in Iraq are also, for example, victims of the same militia that comes and kills the Iranian people. I understand that many people within Iraq, for example, are fighting, like consider Hashd al-Shabi to be an oppressive force suppressing the Iraqi people backed by the Islamic Republic. So I just want to make sure that, for example, if I know that there are people from Afghanistan that are support, I know, I mean, maybe not that many, but I know they exist, people from Afghanistan, especially from the Tajik community in Afghanistan who support our revolution. I know there are people from Pakistan who support our revolution.
The Hazara community in Afghanistan are heavily persecuted. Right. They also support us as well. So yeah, no, that's a very good point, guys. We're not like anti-country, we're anti-terrorist, and you know we're the first ones to call out like Iranian terrorists, right? Like we show no mercy to the Iranian terrorists. So like we call out everyone. But yeah, that's a very good point, Armin. We call it the terrorists that are oppressing all of us, and it's all being funded by the regime. Armin, before I go to so I have the video and. Let me upload the video. But before I go to that, I have a video from Tiam. It's very quick that I wanted to share with you guys. Wait, where did the video go? What? Wait, I thought I uploaded. Wait, where is it? Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. What happened to this video? Oh my gosh. Okay, I got to do this again. I'm sorry. No idea what's going on here. Oh, I see. Okay, one in the wrong one. Okay. It's in the wrong folder. I went into day 46 instead of day 48. My bad. Okay. So I have the Pahlavi in Munich video, but she actually sent me this video yesterday, and she wanted me to share it. Apparently Tiam has found out that we've shared some of her unboxing videos on our channel, and she just wants to say hi to everyone. And then she sent this video to me. Guys, we don't need to translate this one because she's speaking in English. So I'll give you the context here. So basically what happens is she's making a video about King Reza Pahlavi, and then some like Palestinian man comes up and starts harassing her because he is offended by the fact that she's holding a portrait of His Royal Highness. So let me just play this for you. And it's in English.
Love Israel. I love Israel. You know, I support Israel. You know, I support Netanyahu. I support Israel. You know, but I f the mullah. I f the mullah. I f the mullah. You know, you and your religion.
I censored it.
Fantastic. All right.
So I'll play that one more time. Because it's short. And there you go. So again, this is pretty much the typical Iranian response when like some Palestinian jihadi comes up and tries to attack us. So like she was basically just filming a video. She was filming a video with King Reza Pahlavi, and then some like Palestinian jihadi came up and started yelling at her. So that was her response. So I'll play it one more time.
I love Israel. I love Israel. You know, I support Israel. You know, I support Netanyahu. I support Israel. You know, but I f the mullah. I f the mullah. I f the mullah. You know, you and your religion.
There you go. So there's Tiam in English.
So,
all right.
So Goldie, would we be able to go to Pahlavi's video, because I want to see if I delay my group thing for half an hour, maybe we could finish the part. Like how like maybe I could delay it for half an hour, maybe, right? So that
listen, it's up to you, because I'm going to be doing the analysis. I'm going to be doing the.
So I want to make sure that I'm here for the analysis. So I'm going to try to delay. Guys, people from our group chat, like let the group chat know that I'm going to be late, because I want to. So if we could get to this earlier, so that we could, I maybe at the end I will also have some time to go to the group chat.
That's very critical to maintain a stable.
Okay, so this doesn't start from the beginning for some reason. All right, let me go here then. All right, let me go to this part. Oh, geez. All right. Let me just add this part here, and then we'll go to the video after, once we get to that part.
Nation. Of course, Vladimir Putin is apparently ready to pay a very significant price, but it's
a human question.
47
years ago was when your father was toppled, when the forces of Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and declared on February 11th, 1979, the first Islamic Republic. Where were you at the time? What were you thinking? Did you think, as your father and mother and other siblings were leaving the country, that this was it forever, or what?
Well, I actually was in Lubbock, Texas, undergoing pilot training when the revolution happened. The plan was for me to return to Iran after a year of training and perhaps go to the military academy and continue my formation. My parents left Iran January 16th of 1979. So basically, that was the beginning of our forced exile, and I never got to return to Iran. And ever since, it's been an odyssey of exile. And when my father passed away in Egypt in the summer of 1980, I was practically engaged into the politics of Iran, opposition politics, that is, obviously, to the current regime. So it's been 47 years and counting now.
So clearly, a lot of people in this room, a lot of certainly Western leaders, others.
Can I say something?
They've always had.
I just want people to note that Prince Reza Pahlavi, when he was a prince, he he wasn't one of these, like, even though he could have everything he wants and just live like a comfortable, lazy life and everything would have been given to him, it was his choice to go and become a fighter pilot, and shows that even from an early age, when he was the prince and didn't have to do any of these things, his mindset, he could have been, well, I'm going to be a leader, so why do I need to learn this? I'm just going to be a king and just decide how to run the country. But you could see from an early age, he decided that he wants to be a fighter pilot because of this. His passion from a very young age was to defend Iran. So it's not like a spoiled little prince that is just wants to live a rich, comfortable life. Yeah, he decided that he wants to go, and this was a very challenging thing. I mean, he was in Texas, of all places. Like, it's not like this. It was a challenging thing for him to be qualified enough to be accepted in this program. So you could see that he was like studying this, he was training on this, and he was passionate about what he was doing. And not only he was somebody that beyond politics wanted to be a soldier that defends Iran, he was also very patriotic, and he had a sense of duty to his country from a very early age. He didn't have to do any of this, but he decided that that's what he wants to do.
I have a quick comment on that too. Actually, he was outscored every pilot included, American pilot included in his class and his trainee, and it's a fact he's going to be a top gun for our country if he continued his path.
Yeah, you would think like a prince is going to be like, well, you have to keep the prince away from war, you have to protect his life from all costs, he shouldn't be involved in war, right? Like, he's like, nope, I'm going to go and side by side next to the rest of the soldiers of my country and be active in defending. And also remember again that even after the Islamic Republic, when Saddam attacked Iran, he volunteered to the Islamic Republic to go back to Iran, not as a politician, but as a fighter pilot to protect Iran against Saddam's invasion. He offered that. But even though it was the Islamic Republic in charge, at the end of the day, we wanted to defend our border integrity against Saddam's invasion. So he offered that. That takes a lot of bravery, by the way, to be like, just go back to Iran under the Islamic Republic, to offer that. But the Islamic Republic didn't accept that because they knew that would be very, like, that would legitimize him, and that would make him, like, that would be bring Pahlavi, they didn't want to give the Pahlavi name any credit, any visibility or any credit. So they didn't accept that.
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody in chat saying, did he learn English in Texas? No, he learned English in Iran, obviously, from early childhood.
He had a royal upbringing. Like, he was speaking like fluent French at like the age of 5 or something.
Right.
Like, here, let me make a note here because we want to go to the analysis, but let me just make a note here because I'll find a video of him speaking French. Find video. Here, let me continue. And then the one thing I wanted to add is that how the heck could Amanpour not know where Pahlavi was or what he was doing at the time? Because she later on says that she was covering the revolution. So she knows exactly what's going on. She's just like, she knows the truth. She's just trying to like cover for herself because she supported the jihadis and the Islamists back in the day, like all mainstream media.
Had a very, very rough relationship with the current government of Iran, with the Islamic Republic. And every time there is a protest, and there have been many, every time they and the Iranian exiles essentially say, this is it. This is the time that it's going to happen. I remember being there in 2009 over a disputed election. And I was with the people as they were running in the streets saying, it's going to happen this time. It's going to happen this time. That was insane.
Yeah, and the reason it didn't happen is because President Obama the traitor, chose to support the Islamic regime instead of the Iranian people and sent them pellets of cash. So, yeah, it could have happened in 2009 if Obama didn't betray us and betray Americans, by the way. Like, Obama betrayed Americans by taking the side of the same jihadis who chanted death to America.
Yeah, and not only that, it's good. It's a good thing that it didn't happen, because that was not a revolution at all. That was like, she should know that that was even a revolution. That was a call for reforming the Islamic Republic. So, if anything, now that we understand the nature of the Islamic Republic, we're glad that wasn't successful. We're glad that that was a failure, because if it was successful, the Islamic Republic would have lasted for another 200 years. So that was not a revolution. That was a movement that we Iranians are glad that it failed, because it was going to replace people like Khamenei with worse people like Khatami and Rouhani, which are actually now we see the true nature of Khatami. Khatami is now the number one person within the Islamic Republic justifying the massacre of Iranian people in the streets. So they are more deceptive, they're more deceiving, they are more clever when it comes to politics, and more evil than Khamenei. So that movement, the Green Movement, should have failed, because if it was successful, more evil and more cunning people would be in power right now. So it's a good thing that the Green Movement failed.
Just a quick comment on Obama on helps to Iran regime. I just want to tell the fact that hundreds of thousands missiles that IRGC is already pointing toward USA and USA bases in the region came from the monies that Obama gifted to MULLAHS regime.
Yep.
Inside Iran. What do you think made this December-January protest different, bigger, more intense?
You know, for all of us who have been involved in the struggle for liberty and freedom against this regime, and as you pointed, there have been many upheavals and perhaps unsuccessful campaign in the sense that the regime is still standing. But the resolve and perseverance of Iranians have continued. In the latest uprising, which was, of course, the Women Life Freedom Movement, we saw to what extent Iranians from all walks of life, from the four corners of Iran, including, of course, the diaspora, were supporting that. But I think something that is definitely the game changer, if I could call it that, and by the same token, the frequency of these protests increased over the years. If they were separated the first time, I'm thinking about the first upheaval of students during the Khatami era, all the way through the Green Movement in 2009, and all the way to the last few years, we've seen that the repetition and frequency of these uprisings became more and more and shorter. And of course, this time, well beyond a protest because of economic circumstances, what have you, when people start chanting death to the dictator, that means they're fed up with the regime. They want political change. They want fundamental change. They no longer believe that by reform we can achieve that end, that this regime simply doesn't allow for any kind of process allowing for people to decide whether or not they reject the current government they have. So we are forced into revolt. And we started this revolt in the last few months. We saw how many people were chanting the slogans and came to the streets, only to be faced with a severe repression that led to, unfortunately, a genocide level reaction by the regime, shooting people on the street with military weaponry, chasing people in hospitals, finish them up, shooting a final shot in their heads on their hospital beds. Women are currently being raped in prisons. Soldiers are being arrested and executed for refusing to cooperate with the regime in the repression of people. This is really something that is right under our eyes. There's a sea of blood that separates today Iranian people with this regime. So if you ask me whether this time the nation is fed up and ready to act, they are. What we do need, however, is an equalizing factor, because we saw how the regime treated its own citizens. That's where I think a lot of Iranians inside and outside hope that an intervention that will neutralize the regime instrument of repression will finally give us an opportunity for
And what does that look like? Is that intervention by the United States? Certainly, even now, I know people are saying inside Iran, certainly everywhere.
Can okay, so just one thing I want to add here is that this is something that Prince Reza Pahlavi can't say, but when she asks what's the difference is him. Okay, so like, oh, what is the difference between this revolution and everything that came before it? Well, the difference is the reason why the numbers are bigger and the people are more determined and more united to get rid of the Islamic Republic is because this revolution is a Pahlavi revolution and people are calling his name and they united under his name. That's the difference. That's the difference between this one and everything else that came before it. And it also demonstrates that we were lied to because they kept on telling us that the more diverse the leadership is, the more people will participate and the more democratic this, like so-called quote unquote democratic all of this is. But what our experience shows now that the more the leadership goes towards just Pahlavi, the more diverse the revolution becomes, the more numerous the revolution becomes, the more united. They told us like, oh, if you only say Pahlavi, it will destroy our unity. Now we're saying that it's the opposite. The more you try to bring fake leaders and fake opposition and force them into our movement, the less united we are, the more people will not accept this, the less numerous we are, the more the leadership became just Pahlavi, the more diverse the people become, the more numerous become, the more united they became, and the more determined they become. So that's the difference. The more we focus on Pahlavi as our leader, the more our movement becomes bigger, more united, and more determined, or more diverse.
Armin, can I just share something that's a little bit off topic?
Yes, of course.
فکر کنم وبسایت دولت کانادا رو شکوندیم.
Oh my God, guys, you broke them. You guys broke their website. Oh no.
Oh guys. So okay, so the petition, guys. So the petition that we spoke about yesterday and the one that we've been like promoting. So first of all, Armin, look at this. It has over almost 23,000 signatures. So this is in 24 hours, 23,000 like confirmed signatures. But they're still validating. So just because you sign, it doesn't actually mean that your signature is added because the clerks still have to validate. So 22, almost 23,000 signatures, 12,541 validated signatures, right? Because the government's going through them all. But one of the things that people have been telling me is that they're not getting the confirmation emails because I guess apparently everyone was trying to sign the petition at the same time. And so now they're saying due to ongoing technical issues, confirmation emails may be delayed. If you've signed an e-petition and have not received your confirmation email after 24 hours, please contact us by email. I need to make a video about this and give an update to people.
Canada government already having the message, already experiencing the message of the people.
Yeah, they're experiencing that. Yeah, we broke the system trying to find trying to sign the petition, right? No, the politicians didn't close the site. No, guys. No, it has nothing to do with the politicians. No, nothing to do with that. Listen, guys, I've been in government. I know how it works. The bureaucracy is very old. Like whatever technology they're using for this website is probably like 10 or 15 years outdated. So it's just probably like the system just probably can't handle like 50, 60,000, maybe 100,000 Iranians who are trying to sign the petition all at once, right? So it's just basically a system overload. That's what it is. The politicians actually do not have any control over the petition website. So they have literally no control over this. So it's not a political thing whatsoever. It's literally like an old server technical issue thing. Okay, Armin, I know, you have to, okay, so I have to make this video and then you have to go to your discussion group.
How about we could do the rest of the response to Prince Reza Pahlavi's responses to Amanpour after I come back? Is that possible?
Yeah, that would be great. I have to
go
make an Instagram video about the situation and update everyone because I'm getting a lot of messages about this.
So the timing is perfect. Now that you have to focus on that, then we could pick this up when I come back. This is great timing then.
Or and if you're able to end your discussion group maybe like an hour or half an hour earlier, that would be helpful. If you can, because like this is really important, and we do want to.
Yes.
We do want to.
How about this? How about you also let me know when you're done with this? You can message me on WhatsApp to let me know, so I don't have to don't come earlier. Like you could tell me like I'm done, so that I could come back.
I mean, I would just say if you can come like
half an hour earlier. Okay, I'll
half
do
an
that.
hour or an hour earlier, whatever you can do. Half an hour or
okay,
an
I'll
hour.
try. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you.
Okay. I'm going to post the link in the chat, guys. I'm going to go to the discussion group right now. If you guys want to come ask me any questions about the upcoming war, about Prince Reza Pahlavi, about politics within the Islamic Republic, about how politics in Iran is going to work out after the Islamic Republic falls, about the future of Islam inside Iran and also in the Middle East after the fall of the Islamic Republic, or any other geopolitical questions related, in Iran and beyond, around the world. We have a really good discussion group. I post a link in the chat, and if you want, come there and we will have a good talk with each other, and then I'll be back pretty soon. All right, guys. I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys soon. Mwah. See you guys.
See you soon. Okay. Yeah, we broke the Government of Canada website. Look at that. That's so funny. Yeah, I have to make a post about this. So what's going on here? Well, so yeah, that's the thing. So that's the issue. No. So the website is still up. The website is still up, but Merdard, what they're saying now is that due to ongoing technical issues, confirmation emails may be delayed. Okay, so they're saying the confirmation emails may be delayed. If you signed an e-petition and have not yet received your confirmation email after 24 hours, please contact us by email. And if you go to contact, this is the email address to contact. So I mean, I'll put it in the chat here. I put it in both chats. Let me go put it on X as well, in case anyone on X is signing the petition and hasn't received the confirmation email yet. Okay, so that's the email address to contact if yeah. Wow. Okay, give me one moment here. Okay. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that, I'm gonna play Tusi, because Tusi had an update. He's not live right now, I don't think. I know he's speaking about like, I know there's something going on with Tommy Robinson. Oh wait. It's here now. Is this what it is? No, that's not it. Okay. Yeah, Tusi was live. He was live. He spoke about Iran. Okay, so let me go. I'll play Tusi's update on Iran. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry, I have to deal. ببخشید عذرخواهی میکنم با تیپ. So I have to like do an update on the petition situation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because I'm pretty sure we broke the Government of Canada website because of the petition. Because like as of right now, like in less than 24 hours, it already has like, you know, like almost 23,000 signatures. Of those 23,000, 12,500 have been validated, right? So they still have to validate over half of them. But on top of that, there's like tens of thousands of people who haven't received a confirmation email yet. And like, for example, Mehrdad is one of them. So now apparently what happened is because everyone was signing the petition all at once. I think that the system like overloaded or something. And so people aren't getting confirmation emails. So they have to like contact the clerks. Okay, so that I have to make an update about that for Iranians. So yeah, fun times. All right, let's go to 2C and I'll be back in about 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are on this beautiful planet. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is in Munich this weekend. Tusi TV, we're also going to be going to Munich tomorrow morning. We're going to give you guys the live coverage from the rally as well as the security conference that is happening this year in Munich. He's meeting the world leaders. Meanwhile, the United States have deployed yet another airstrike carrier, super carrier, actually. Yeah, this is a massive super carrier. USS Gerald R. Ford has now been deployed from Venezuela, around Venezuela, towards Iran. And there is also a situation on the ground. The Islamic Republic believe that the second wave of uprising is imminent. But we're going to start with some good news. The United Nations have finally cancelled the Islamic Republic with a lot of pressure from all of us and all of you guys. We will discuss all this and get your reaction in the live chat and in the comment section. First things first, let's talk about the Israelis. We're going to have to start with the Israelis. Why? Because the Prime Minister had an urgent security meeting yesterday, and the Israeli media also talked about the Israeli Defense Forces releasing a list of targets. We have a list of targets in the Islamic regime. These are the things, these are the people, individuals who are going to be hit massively by the IDF. At the top, in the middle, there's a guy with a bit of a beard. Who is he? Ali Khamenei, of course, the supreme leader who is currently hiding in a bunker like a rat. And the rest of the leadership, not just in terms of the military leadership of the IRGC, but also the political side as well. He's got his son, Mujtaba Khamenei, bottom left-hand side of the screen. He's also on the list, and of course, there will be many others as well. We didn't have this level when it came to the 12-day war. They didn't really want to target Khamenei, at least publicly, but that has now been released. As I said, the Israeli cabinet have been quite busy. Prime Minister Netanyahu held a high-level security meeting as he arrived back home from Washington, D.C. He did bring in the head of the IDF and the director of Mossad, as well as the Air Force commander, the IAF commander, and other senior officials to discuss the next step in the fight against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now, they are preparing their plans. There is also the situation with the Americans. Over the next 10 to 12 days, let's just say maximum, probably around 2 weeks' time, we are expecting to see more escalation. Of course, there's a lot of money investment that is being spent into this military build-up, and we do know that there is not going to be a deal because if the Islamic Republic agree and sign the deal, it will be their suicide. It will be the surrender deal. And of course, they don't want to surrender, so why would they sign the deal? Now, let's quickly go to Iran. The Islamic Republic are also preparing their defense. Last night, Esfahan, the third largest city in Iran, the air defense systems activated. Drill. It's quickly.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when your upper airway repeatedly becomes blocked during sleep, reducing the oxygen intake needed to restore cognitive function and recovery. While it may only result in loud snoring, the hidden dangers are far greater than you think. Over 30 million Americans suffer from sleep apnea, but only 20% know it, and even fewer do something about it. Meanwhile, they end up suffering stress, hormonal imbalance, and an increased risk of a stroke or dementia. If you care about your health and future, there is one simple way to reduce these risks. Introducing Dorilla Ergo, an ergonomic pillow designed to improve your sleep and reduce the risk of sleep apnea by providing the head and neck support needed to improve breathing and posture. Here are 7 excellent reasons you should replace your regular pillow with Dorilla. 1. Tucked neck correction. If your neck is bent and your chin points at your collarbone when you lie on your pillow, you strain your spine and close your breathing tract. Dorilla's curved shape automatically corrects this by keeping your chin raised and letting your spine unwind. 2. Support in any sleeping position. Other ergonomic pillows can improve your breathing, but only when lying on your back. They become ineffective.
Look at him. You can see. The guys they were afraid it might drop on them. Esfahan. So yeah, the air defense drill continues not just in the outskirts, but actually inside major cities, on top of people's homes in residential areas. You can see exactly what the Islamic Republic are preparing to do to hide amongst civilians in residential areas. They think that they can protect themselves by using civilians as human shields. It's not going to work when you're dealing with the special forces from both Israel and the United States who can do targeted attacks. But that is a part of the preparations. Meanwhile, the Islamic Republic of Iran were going to be part of this major United Nations so-called Human Rights Council. session. And every year we have this problem with the UN getting together, get everybody together and somehow give awards to the likes of the Taliban and the IRGC and Hamas and Hezbollah. This continues to happen until now, with massive pressure from all around the world. The Islamic Republic have now been cancelled. Literally 2 days after the UN Secretary General decided to congratulate the Islamic Republic for the 47th anniversary of the paramilitary coup in 79. We can now say that the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic has now been removed from attending and speaking at the United Nations Human Rights Council opening, which is on the 23rd of February. This follows 100,000 signatures that were gathered demanding to disinvite the murderer. And of course, they also called on the police in Switzerland, the Swiss police, to arrest the Islamic Republic representatives, including the foreign minister, for obviously crimes against humanity. Then they realized actually it's probably best not to turn up anyway. So because Arakshi could have been arrested right in just outside the building. This is what we have from the US mission to the United Nations. 2 individuals are being scapegoated in Iran because of their faith and face imminent execution. The US mission condemns Iran's atrocious behavior and violations of religious freedoms. We call upon Iran to immediately release Peyvand Naimi and Venus Hosseini Nejad, and all those unjustly detained. So the United States are also continuing to put more pressure on a UN level after everything that's happened, because they know this is the perfect time to, for the first time, actually use the United Nations, which is usually a pointless and useless, corrupt entity. But while you are playing on a globalized level, it's probably best to use the globalized entities in order to get what you want. And the US government are very proactive. The US government are fighting against the executions, but obviously this is just a statement. Statements don't do anything. They can release all these statements. They can say, well, the Islamic Republic should not execute people. But that is not the point of it. It's not the statements that, for example, force the IRGC to not do it. This is a message that we are still watching. We know what's going on. And our supercarriers are on their way. And then obviously the main problem you currently have is that the rest of the UN, not the UN itself, but the member states of the United Nations are not all on board, especially when it comes to the Security Council. Meanwhile, inside Iran, there is a level of paranoia that has reached a new craziness, because the fear of the regime, basically thinking that the Iranians are getting ready again to come back on the streets. At the same time, they also have to prepare for war with the United States and Israel. So they are now preparing for another wave of protests. What they are doing is they are now positioning themselves on the rooftops of police stations and other government buildings with snipers and everything else. Watch this.
What's the quickest way to reduce leg swelling? Is it drinking lots of water? Nope. Avoiding salt? Nope. Compression socks? Nope. Do this to slim down swollen legs fast.
I'm on this Facebook group for folks with edema in their legs, ankles, and feet. So I posted to the group last month. My legs are so swollen, I can leave fingerprints. Getting scared. Within an hour.
This is in Tehran. You can see the security forces. The firing position has been built. And this will obviously give advantage to the IRGC to be able to do a crackdown by just essentially not being on the streets. They can be on rooftops. We had the same thing towards the end of the recent uprising in terms of the waves on the streets. And yeah, they're getting ready because they know they can't fight with the people on the streets because they keep getting captured by the angry.
All right, guys, I don't know why this is like giving all these like commercials. I don't get it. So what I'll do instead is I'll just play you my interview from yesterday with CBN News. Yeah, I'm here. I have to finish like this Instagram video. So this one won't have any commercials on it. So here's my interview from yesterday morning. So I'll play this for you guys, and I'll be back in about like 15 minutes.
Well, joining us for more is Goldie Gamari. She's an Iranian-born activist. She joins us now via Zoom. Welcome to 700 Club Israel.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's an honor to be here.
Well, you lived this firsthand. You were just a toddler when you fled Iran back in the early days in 1979. What exactly happened to your family that forced them to leave?
Well, it's the same thing that's happening right now to Iranians. Like they're murdering anyone and everyone for any reason whatsoever. So what happened to my father is during the early days of the Islamic regime taking over, he was just driving in the car with my mother, and I was an infant, and he was pulled over by a bunch of Islamic regime affiliated people, and he was questioned for no reason, and they actually asked him to get out of the car. And my mother panicked and held onto his arm and said, "Don't get out of the car. If you get out, they're going to shoot you." And so, thankfully, instead of getting out, my father just, put the pedal to the metal and he sped off. But there's no rhyme or reason to what happened then, and there's no rhyme or reason to what's happening now. The Islamic regime is murdering indiscriminately anyone and everyone. And the number is certainly over 50,000. Innocent, unarmed Iranians murdered by the regime. Some are saying close to 90,000. We won't know the full scale until after the regime is overthrown and we're able to properly account for every single innocent Iranian murdered.
Well, walk us through the ideology. What is it about this version of Islam that allows them to indiscriminately kill people?
Well, I mean, first of all, like I'm not Muslim. I've never been Muslim. So, I mean, it's, I look at this from the outside looking in. It's a very cult-like behavior, this branch of Shia Islam. It's very much a cult of martyrdom and death. And essentially, what their book tells them is that anyone who is stopping them from their jihad, who is stopping them from taking over the world and turning into an Islamic ummah, that person can be murdered. And so for them, it's actually a badge of honor for them to murder, the non-Muslims and murder the infidels and murder anyone who stands in their way. And that's why Khamenei, the supreme dictator of the regime, says in his sermons that anyone who stands in the way of the Islamic regime will be murdered. And so for this oppressive cult that has occupied and invaded Iran for the last 47 years, they view us as the enemy. And so Iran really is the biggest occupation right now. It's an open-air prison. We've been occupied by these foreign invaders, and many of them are not even Iranian. Many are from Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Many are from, Hezbollah, Lebanon. There's some Palestinians in there as well. And the militia forces right now that the Islamic regime has funded for the last 47 years to attack Jews in Israel, they're the same ones right now who are in Iran murdering Iranians, Hezbollah, Hashd al-Shabi, Houthis, the Fatimiyun, and others as well.
Well, why is the West not aware of this as a religious obligation? It seems like they view it as they're obligated by what they're taught to kill anyone who opposes jihad and comes against the regime or comes against any of the jihadi warriors. But that's not widely known. It seems to be hidden. Why are we reluctant to tell the truth? This is what they really believe. And if you fall within this category of saying we stand against you indiscriminately killing people, they now say, well, I'm obligated under my moral authority with what my religion teaches, I'm now obligated to kill you. Why isn't that publicized?
Well, that's because, the Islamic regime has been using the stolen blood money of Iranians to export its terrorism and revolution around the world. It's jihad. So it's not just about funding, it's not just about funding its terror proxies in the Middle East. The Islamic regime also funds various groups, organizations, pundits, academics, lobbyists, to whitewash its crimes and to promote a certain narrative or agenda. And anyone who speaks out against it, especially us Iranians, we're accused of Islamophobia. So the regime has been doing this for many years. One example, for example, is this organization in the United States called NIAC, the National Iranian American Council. NIAC is pretty much the lobby group of the Islamic regime. And NIAC is responsible for pushing Obama to agree to the terms of the JCPOA, which of course turned out to be disastrous. So the reason that more people aren't talking about this is because the Islamic regime and also the Muslim Brotherhood have spent, I would say, hundreds of millions of dollars in the last few decades to promote a certain narrative. And of course, anyone, for example, like me, who speaks out against it, we're automatically accused of Islamophobia in order to keep people from knowing the truth.
Well, I've personally gone through it where I was trying to do a documentary on the Battle of Tours. And so here you are recreating Charles Martel and his resistance of the jihadists who were trying to take over France. And it's where we come to this Christian notion that there's this place called Christendom, and the leader of Christendom has to be a defender of the faith against the Muslims. And it wasn't just that documentary, it was another one on the siege of Vienna. And if the Christians hadn't won those battles, all of Europe would be Muslim today. And it just seems as you the naval battle of Lepanto, all of these things need to be known in our history, but they seem to be completely unknown. And we seem to have this sense that the Crusades were somehow a violation, and we attacked innocent Muslims.
Can I just say something? It's very interesting that you bring up the Crusades, because I actually made a YouTube video about that. I'll send it to your producers after, but I made a YouTube video where I basically, I was addressing Christians, and I was like, stop apologizing for the Crusades. Like, you guys did nothing wrong. And I basically said exactly what you just said. The reason that Europe is not Muslim today and everyone's not wearing burqas and yelling Allahu Akbar is because of the Crusades. The Crusades were a direct response to jihad. And everyone forgets about Spain. Spain was occupied by the Muslims for 700 years before Spaniards and Christians were able to liberate Spain. And now, unfortunately, today, you're seeing the same thing happening again, except this time they're being very smart about it. And it's more of a civilizational jihad than, the jihad of violence.
Where's the hope here? You've said that Iranians today can see and taste freedom. Is that hope alive? I'm hearing reports that people are afraid to walk the streets, that the regime has completely crushed the revolution. Where's the hope today?
So people are more hopeful than ever. What I would say is the revolution has not been crushed. It's a strategic retreat until the appropriate time to come out again. And a very good example of that is yesterday was the anniversary of the Islamic regime taking over and occupying Iran back in 1979. So yesterday was their anniversary. Pretty much similar to like the jihadi version of 4th of July. Although, I don't want to compare 4th of July to, Islamic oppression. But the regime claimed that 34 million Iranians came out to celebrate. They put out all of these AI-generated videos. They had live feeds that included generals who had been murdered, had been exterminated by Israel back in the 12-day war. So, it was all this propaganda. Their propagandists were working overtime to make it seem as if 34 million Iranians came out, but the truth came out. And I would say, throughout the entire country, a population of 90 million Iranians, less than 2 million Iranians actually participated in this, celebration anniversary of the Islamic regime taking over. So the Islamic regime is pretty much done. They just don't know it yet. It's really just a matter of how quickly the regime falls. And, we're all very hopeful that with President Trump's assistance in taking down the regime, that's going to give Iranians the opportunity to go back out in the streets and reclaim the country.
I'll just give two more history points. One has to do with the overthrow of Suharto in Indonesia. That actually did lead to a democracy with freedom of press and freedom of religion, and that seemed to be established now. There's still an Islamic majority, and there's still blasphemy laws, but it's fairly free. In a contrast with Egypt, where after Arab Spring and Mubarak, I just was shocked that the Muslim Brotherhood won the election. So looking at the future of Iran, can we hope that it's more like an Indonesian revolution, or are we looking at an organized jihadist political party coming back into power?
So what a lot of people don't know is that prior to 1979, Iran was a constitutional monarchy. It was a secular democratic society, and there was freedom for everyone. The only people who didn't have freedom prior to 1979 were the communists, and that's because during that time, Iran bordered the USSR, and the USSR was trying very hard to bring Iran under the Iron Curtain. And so the USSR was training and funding communist agents to destabilize the country. So the only people who didn't have political freedom, quote unquote, were the communists. And of course, many of the Islamists who were trying to, turn Iran into a jihadi country. So we as Iranians, we already have a prior established history of being a secular democratic constitutional monarchy. That's what we're fighting to go back to. And, our leader, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran, of course, I like to call him the Shah. The Shah of Iran has made it very clear that, his transition plan, which is in place, that transition plan is something that's going to lead the country from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society where, people will have freedom of religion. But one of the things that we want is complete and total separation from church and state. The other thing really quickly I want to mention is that Iranians were not actually Muslim. And I would say right now, less than 20% of Iranians identify as Muslims. The vast majority of Iranians are secular Zoroastrian or agnostic. And in fact, the fastest growing religion in Iran right now is Christianity. The only reason people think that Iran is 99.9% Muslim is because under Sharia law, apostasy is punishable by death. And so everyone just basically has to pretend they're Muslim in order to avoid being executed. But of course, that didn't stop the regime from murdering over 50,000 Iranians in the last month.
Last question. What can Christians do for the people of Iran? What can we do to help them achieve freedom?
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, pray for us, pray for Iran. Prayers go a long way and mean a lot. Second of all, I would say, reach out to Iranians or take some time to learn more about our movement. Please make sure that you're following Reza Pahlavi. Reza Pahlavi is the leader of the Iranian National Revolution. He is the only person that we trust. Millions and millions of Iranians in occupied Iran are chanting his name, calling for his name. And also, if you are in Toronto, Munich, or Los Angeles, we're actually having a global day of solidarity on Saturday, February 14. So, I encourage everyone to come join us, be our Valentine. I actually have a list of all of the cities where the rally is happening. The website is very simple. It's just tinyurl.com/Iran rally. So, just being our voice and standing with us and supporting us, that's the biggest help that you could give us.
Well, Goldie Gumari, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your courage. It's a real honor to have you on the show. For the latest inside information, make sure to follow Goldie's across social media. She live streams on YouTube at Gumari MPP. So again, thank you for being with us. We really appreciate all your insight and your wisdom.
Did you guys like that? That was yesterday. That was yesterday morning before I started my live stream. So it was, you know what? He was super, super nice. The interview was supposed to be only about like 10 minutes long, and it ended up being 15 minutes. So he was great. He was so great. Okay, I'm still working on the video, but we're going to go back to Tusi. And this time I'm going to pay attention to the ads and make sure that as soon as an ad comes, we'll skip through it. And I should be ready to continue with the live stream soon. I'm just still working on this video update, but I'm almost done. Okay.
Iranians. And so what they have to do is to use rooftops and windows and basically places to hide to be able to use their snipers and other weapons against the unarmed Iranians. This is how scared they are, that you are fighting against unarmed people and you still have to hide because you can't really fight them on the streets. And so they are also getting ready anyway because they know that the fresh wave will come. Again, whether you're going to have a military intervention by Israel or the US or not, it doesn't matter because this will happen anyway. The Islamic regime will fall anyway, but people could come out in two different scenarios. People could come out again anyway out of desperation the moment they find the perfect opportunity as the regime gets weaker and weaker, or once the military intervention has happened by the Americans and the Israelis, then people will have to get ready to come back out anyway to finish the job, to take control of the streets, to basically take control of the government buildings, the state TV buildings and everything else. So they know that even if the leadership goes, Ali Khamenei or the others, they're going to have to defend themselves. The IRGC, they're going to have to fight because people are going to come for every single one of them. And this is how they are getting ready. Meanwhile, the United States have now deployed yet another aircraft carrier. We have USS Gerald R. Ford that has now been ordered to be sent towards Iran from Venezuela. Now, the interesting thing about this is that now this is going to take you could get there in 10 days, but probably around 12 days or so. But this is what they used to bring down Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, going straight to Iran's doorstep. And President Trump has ordered the crew on this supercarrier that you shouldn't expect to be back home until around late April, early May. Now, obviously, plans could change, but if we're expecting these guys to not be able to go back to the US until April, May, well, we can see that March is going to be the key month for any potential trigger of military action, unless while this is on its way, they might start something in the meantime because they keep saying that the negotiations are still happening, but they're not actually happening. They haven't even scheduled the next round of the talks, which is, by the way, it's just a waste of time. It's just to buy time, both sides, the Islamic Republic and the Western side. Anything could happen in between. Because while they're going around with their propaganda, one of the MPs from the Islamic Republic Parliament came out and said, the Americans have actually agreed to our framework. They said, yes, the Americans will only negotiate nuclear, and they've agreed that they're going to sign a deal. And the White House said, oh, we don't even know who this idiot is. Who's talking to? And the interesting thing about the Western global media is that they take the words coming from the Islamic regime as gospel. So they don't even question who is saying what. So their sources come from Tehran. And for about 20 minutes last night, the whole of the international media were going around saying, there we go. So we have good news. President Trump and the Islamic Republic have agreed to the framework. They're going to just talk about limited nuclear and they're going to sign a deal. Everything's great. President Trump has basically softened up. And then the White House said, who? What? Obviously, before you even have the negotiations, while the military buildup is happening, you're going to have the war of propaganda from all sides. That is part of any conflict. Now,
these transforming glasses automatically adjust to what you're looking at. All glasses have this tiny flaw, but we fixed it. You see,
mysterious earthquakes, unexpected earthquakes are still happening as well, all around key locations in Iran. We had nuclear facilities, military bases, and ports, military ports. This time, we had 2 more earthquakes earlier today with the magnitude of 4.2 and 4.7 in the city of Asaliya, which is in Bushehr, in the southern part of the country. We've also had a few others around Tabriz and Esfahan and all the basic key locations in the last few days. We know that they are doing something. This is not a coincidence. And whatever they're testing I don't know if this is going well, if it's not going well exactly, but we'll find out more as we get closer to the deadline for fireworks. The narrative on a global level is also changing. So everything is changing at the same time, as I've been reporting over the last couple of days. One of the things is about how the global narrative, in terms of how world leaders are talking about the world order. Until now, for the past few decades, the push has been towards everything is about diplomacy. The world is fine. We are no longer living in the conflict era of this planet, but things are changing. So the world order is changing. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said that the old world is gone. Let's go to him first, and then I'm going to show you Friedrich Merz of Deutschland.
The world is changing very fast right in front of us. The old world is gone, frankly, the world I grew up in, and we live in a new era of geopolitics, and it's going to require all of us to sort of re-examine what that looks like and what our role is going to be. And we've had many of these conversations in private with many of our allies. They are our allies, and we need to continue to have those conversations. And I think Saturday, hopefully, in the meetings we'll have there when Lucas and them.
Yeah, you had this. That's why you have to listen to the next one as well. With everything that's been going on with China, Russia, the Islamic Republic, and now the response from the American side under the presidency of Donald Trump, even Friedrich Merz said that we have entered a new phase of open conflicts and wars.
With the beginning of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine 4 years ago, we have entered a new phase of open conflicts and wars.
It's interesting because the situation between Russia and Ukraine has been going on for about 4 years now, right? The one thing they avoided saying until now was this. Every single one of them, from Friedrich, Merz wasn't around, but Emmanuel Macron, Olaf Scholz, Justin Trudeau, and everybody, Joe Biden, were refusing to say this. They were just saying, oh, this is just obviously, this is a threat against our world order, but we are still living in a rule-based society, a global society where we can get things done using diplomacy. But everything has changed because what you're seeing happening in the Middle East is actually interconnected to everything from Beijing to Moscow and to obviously the rest of the Middle East as well when it comes to Israel. And the response from President Trump is forcing these guys to speak differently. Now they're suddenly talking about, oh, yeah, apparently we live in an open conflict world now. Oh, really? You just noticed that. But this is why they are preparing their own electorates, their own taxpayers, their own citizens, that, yeah, the world has changed, at least temporarily, because there's a bit of an obstacle that needs to be gotten rid of, and they're not playing ball. you're going to have to hit them. The Americans are going to hit them. The Brits are going to support them. The Israelis are going to hit them. And we will defend our own interests. That's what the Europeans are saying. The Europeans are not going to get involved in that sense, but they will protect their own interests and assets. In terms of China, the Islamic Republic sent yet another Boeing 747 cargo plane towards Beijing, and they have been going back and forth. We are still unsure exactly what they are sending. Speculations obviously suggest equipment to help with air defense systems and satellites and everything else, communication tools, but that's obviously going up. The exchange between the IRGC and the CCP is also going up. Now, the American side, they are also mobilizing more troops heavily towards the Middle East. But let's just quickly see. We got Spicy Tune saying, thank you again for your reporting of everything the legacy news media is terrified of. I agree with your belief that Israel will quite probably attack the missile launchers first. They should. And the leadership. Missile launchers and leadership before nuclear sites or anything else, or factories for ballistic missiles. Former active US Marine here. I don't think they understand that most Marines love this. They are going to hop on the Rainbow short bus to Aspu land if the IRGC really want it. Well, one of their sayings is that if you want things to blow up, just ask the US military, because the US military personnel, unlike many other military forces around the world, they're always ready, as if it's Call of Duty, as if it's like some sort of video game. You want to blow things up? I'm ready. Do not mess with these guys, especially the US Marines. But yes, let's talk about the Americans, because we have the flow of heavy military equipment towards the Middle East still ongoing. We have C5s that are still on the way from the US to Europe to the Middle East. They are delivering more cargo to the region, and then obviously they're returning the delivery. They went to Saudi Arabia, they went to Bahrain, and all these assets will be used to protect the US bases and the regional countries. So there's still more things being sent, which is interesting because what was it, about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the briefing from Pentagon and the White House was, yeah, we basically transferred everything. And then suddenly they decided to send more troops, more super carriers, more cargoes. I'm like, okay, are you just bringing the whole of the US military at this point? Because it's a little bit unnecessary, but I think if they want to have what President Trump calls a swift and decisive action, we also have about, 300 fighter jets from Israel, the Israeli Air Force, in terms of the pilots who are ready and experienced, over 300. That's just Israel, the one tiny country. Then you got the US military, which could, if they want to, they could bring in so many of their personnel and fighter jets and everything else, and bombers and all the others. And they are bringing them. Obviously, they're not bringing the whole of the military because, firstly, there's way too many. And also, the US has to be everywhere. You need to have the US military in America. You have to have them in every single base around the world. And those are just the active ones anyway. But the US Navy have also released a footage of the USS George H.W. Bush, the carrier strike group. They were performing a simulated straight transit. This was in the Atlantic. And they seem to have become slightly more proactive in terms of the Department of War in general and Pentagon, because we are getting a lot more statements, a lot more what I would call technically propaganda videos, but they are factual, but they are for propaganda reasons. It's like the US are showing off a lot more in recent days and weeks than ever before. We keep seeing pictures of random bombers. We keep seeing these sort of videos of military exercises, the drills and everything else. We keep seeing latest footage from USS Abraham Lincoln, and obviously now this from recently USS George H.W. Bush, and now USS Gerald R. Ford. So it seems like they are. This is also another way of saying Are you sure you want to mess with us? Are you sure, Ali Khamenei? You sure you don't want to sign your surrender deal? Because this is your final chance. If not, these guys are ready to start the fireworks. So the message from the US is quite clear. And they've also, as I said, told their allies, you need to start speaking differently because the world has changed. We have a bit of an annoying mosquito that we have to get rid of, and it's called Ali Khamenei. But going to Iran, people are obviously still devastated. A lot of people are depressed. A lot of people are still mourning. They're trying to fight back. But there's a video, a big shout out to Neoberg on X. There is an Iranian musician, a singer, Jabbar. He performs on the metro, the underground train in Tehran. You can see, we have a video from him. You can see the mood, because what he decided to do was to essentially sing a revolutionary song, but it's a sad revolutionary song, basically. Without protesting, he decided to protest with his song. We have English subtitles, so obviously pay attention to the words, because that's the important thing. And of course, the reaction from people on the train in Tehran. Everybody is very depressed, but everybody is waiting.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the US. And
for change.
وطن پرنده پردخون وطن شکفته گل در خون وطن فلات شهید و شب وطن پاتا به سرخون وطن ترانه زندانی وطن قصیده ویرانی ستاره ها اعدامیان ظلمت به خاک اگرچه میریزند سحر دوباره برمیخیزند بخوان که دوباره بخواند این نشیره زندانی گل سروده شکستن را بگو که به خون بسراید این قبیله قربانی حرف آخر رستن را عشقی ما نگر شکن اگر بند است و شلاق و خنجر اگر مسلسل و انگشتر با ما تبار فدایی با ما غرور رهایی به نام آهن و گندم اینک ترانه آزادی اینک سرودن مردم ناراحت نباشم ازت قوی باش
About 90 million people right now are in the biggest prison in the world, inside Iran. They are waiting and waiting and waiting. They know change is coming. They know that Khamenei will go. But the wait is painful. The pain that they have to, for now, still focus on is making things difficult. And of course, they don't have a normal, stable country. There's no economy. There's no finances. There's no stability. There's no security. but they still fight back. Now, you can see the mood on the train. The people who were just listening to the song. My truly fan here, the UNS, to be honest, was noise, which needs to be there to confuse everyone, referencing Roman Empire, a topic you mentioned. The Starlink news, if you are interested to know, not really meant for Iranians. Find me. How do I find you? Let me know if you have more info. In the chat says you are a Jew, and that is all propaganda from Jews. What is happening here? And my biggest concern is that Ramadan is starting in 4 days. What is this obsession with bloody Ramadan? Stop this nonsense. The people who don't understand Islam or Ramadan need to shut the F up about Ramadan. Ramadan does not stop anything. Ramadan does not stop wars or conflicts. Just shut the F up. I'm sick and tired of people talking about Ramadan thinking they know anything about Islam. They will attack. If they have to, they will attack. What's the plan for the 400 kilograms of uranium? Will it fall in the wrong hands? Why would they fall in the wrong hands? They are already in the wrong hands. That's the point of the whole situation. They are currently in the wrong hands. Now they will be falling into the right hands. The Americans, if they have to, they will go take control of it. Done. And of course, the opposition, led by the Crown Prince, have already said, we don't need nuclear. Get rid of it. It's not difficult. If I hear one more mention of stupid Ramadan, the US won't attack during the Olympics. Okay, if I hear one more from about Ramadan and the Olympics, I'm going to lose my mind. Fortress Middle East. Yeah, that's what's going on right now, basically. The Olympics. It's not even the real Olympics, it's the Winter Olympics. And in Italy.
My wife said, if you win, we'll fly to Asia. If I win, we'll fly to Paris. I bet you won't get toned with just Tai Chi walking before.
Bro, that sounds like Hotel California. Almost, actually. But it's Dariush, the singer in Iran, sang it. Although originally it was back in the day. I think it was back in the 70s, 60s. The lefties used to sing it as well. Beautiful voice this man has. Free Iran, God bless. Now, of course, we continue to push for the freedom of not just people in Iran, but anybody in the world who believes in life and freedom. And one of the things is tomorrow, this weekend, obviously, as of today, we have the Munich Security Conference. And in about 2 hours' time, 2 hours and 15 minutes time, if you're watching this live, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi will be on a panel speaking at the security conference in Munich. And something is happening. Oh, wow. Okay. We'll try to cover that on the channel later on because he's going to be on a panel to talk about Iran and the future of Iran. The Crown Prince in Munich is speaking with the world leaders in general. Tomorrow, Tusi TV, our team with myself, we are going to travel to Munich as well. And we're going to give you guys the live coverage from the city, from the security conference, and also the rally. There's a massive protest that is being organized. There is a situation in France. There is 40 Antifa members in France have beaten a French conservative to death.
What?
We're going to find out more information about this. This is it's not a good situation in Europe. Of course, this is Europe. Unfortunately, we're kind of used to hearing about these weird creatures who hate themselves and their own countries and the Western civilization so much. Antifa. The US won't attack during Valentine. Now, that is a fact, yes. The Valentine's Day, you're not going to get an attack by the US military because that is the red line. And I use the word red with pun intended because Valentine's is red. Yes, Valentine's, yeah, we're not going to have any attack because people have dinners, they have dates organized. My date, this is my first Valentine's Day as a married man with my wife. and I'm taking her to Munich instead of a romantic restaurant. And I really, 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 really dislike Munich. It's just grey. The whole city is grey. I almost dislike it as much as Berlin. There's something about these cities. I don't know what it is with some of the European cities. Just everything's grey. There's no color. Anyway, well, I won't mention R as in Ramadan or O, Olympics, so you won't lose your mind. Other than that, freedom for Iran is very close. God bless you and your family, Tusi. Thank you. And someone says Valentine is for love, not war. Unless for those couples that one partner forgets that it's Valentine's Day. So then there is war if you forget Valentine's Day. Speaking of Valentine's Day, you can get presents for your loved ones. If you haven't already, you have a few hours left. And the best present you can get for your loved one is a Iran merch from our Tusi store. Yes, why not? Get the final battle or the lion rises or the sun and lion flag on t-shirts, mugs, hats, and everything else that we have. Just go directly on tusistore.tv to have a look at our Iran collection, limited Iran collection, and of course everything else that we have on our Tusi store. So we're going to come back, as I said, shortly. We're going to have the Crown Prince speaking at the Munich Security Conference. We're going to bring you guys the live coverage. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
By the way, guys, my merch store is better. My merch store is better, although I have to update it with a few things. So I know I need to update my merch store. With Goldie is always right and Armin is sometimes right. Guys, would you be interested if I added like some merch with Petito's logo and then we can like do something where, you know, the proceeds from purchasing anything Petito related goes to Petito and Petito's cause? Okay.
Seriously, I didn't accept that, Goldie.
No, we'll do that. We'll do that. But guys, so no, happy to do it because I know people want to contribute. So we can do like a Petito merch line, mugs, t-shirts. Okay. But what I'll do, guys, is because like, you know, the pricing on my merch store is pretty low, right? So it's not like I don't make a lot of like profit off of the merch on my store, very, very little. So when I do the Petito line, the prices are going to be like double. Okay. The prices are going to be doubled. So that like, there's actually like, you know, profit that's going to Petito's cause. Okay. So the Petito merch line will be more expensive because of the fact that the funds are going to people in Iran. And I will also include that in the product descriptions of the products that I make. So they'll be like probably like double the price so that there's you know, so that there's actually like profit going there, right? So that's what we'll do. So think of the Petito merch line as just like, you know, donating, right? Like you're donating a certain amount and then, you know, you get like a freebie out of it type of thing. Okay, so I will do that. Petito, are you okay with us using your logo?
Absolutely fine.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so I will work on that as well. Okay, guys, so I finished what I had to do with the petition. But Vivian Petito, this is how old the Government of Canada websites are, right? Like the servers are so old that when I put out the message yesterday that the petition is open for everyone to sign, it's a petition to recognize King Reza Pahlavi as the official leader of the transitional government and calling on the Canadian government to work with King Reza Pahlavi. So it's like a formal one. It's published on the Government of Canada website. And it's so popular, like everyone wants to sign it, that the website is actually now having difficulties, and the government had to put up this notice to say, due to ongoing technical issues, confirmation emails may be delayed. But I mean, this is good news, right? Like, guys, I hope this shows you like how motivated Iranians are and how much Iranians support King Reza Pahlavi, and and how important this petition is. So in 24 hours, guys, in 24 hours, we're seeing over 23,000 signatures. Now, guys, keep in mind, these are just the signatures where people have received the confirmation email. And as you can see, there's actually a technical issue because confirmation emails are being delayed. So this 23,000 in 24 hours, this is just people who got the email. Imagine like how many tens of thousands of Iranians and Canadians too, right? Like, so people in general, right? So just imagine like how many tens of thousands of people tried to sign the petition yesterday, and because everyone was requesting the petition at the same time, the system is pretty much overloaded, right? So we have over 23,000 signatures, but of course the signatures have to be validated, right? So guys, the clerks are working overtime. I feel bad for them. They are working overtime because of the 23,000 email signatures, so far only 15,000 have been signed. But guys, even this is huge, right? This is a big deal, because this isn't a random change.org petition where anyone can sign and there's no confirmation. Yeah, this petition is only for Canadians. So so in order to sign this petition, you either have to be a Canadian citizen. So if you're a Canadian citizen, you can be anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter if you're living in Canada or not. If you're a Canadian citizen, you can sign this petition. If you're not a Canadian citizen, the only way that you can sign this petition is if you're currently residing in Canada. So it doesn't matter if you're a permanent resident. It doesn't matter if you're here like on a temporary resident basis, student, work visa, whatever. It does not matter. So those are the two conditions. If you're a Canadian citizen anywhere in the world, you can sign it. If you're living in Canada, even if you're not a citizen, you can sign it. So at the time of signing, if you're in Canada, you can sign it. And I also just want to, I actually have to make a video about this in Persian later tonight, because a lot of people are worried about this, but you have to give your legal first and last name, email, and phone number. You have to give your postal code as well. Now, a lot of people are worried about personal data and privacy. Yeah, I know it's on the BBC site as well. Guys, BBC actually reached out to me earlier today, and BBC wanted to do an interview with me about the petition, and I said no, because we don't like BBC. We do not like Ayatollah BBC, so BBC can screw off. I'm never going to do BBC, especially after the nonsense they pulled a few days ago when one of their reporters went to occupied Iran, and then they're like, oh, look, it's like oh, look, it's the Islamic Revolution and Jihad Allahu Akbar Day is it's like a family event, right? A family event where they're yelling Allahu Akbar and showing effigies of murdering President Trump. Like, it's just horrific stuff, right? So BBC reached out to interview me about it, and I was like, no, there's no way. I'm not interested in BBC. Ayatollah BBC, they can F off. Plus, I don't trust BBC. So if I was going to go and speak on BBC, they would probably take my words and twist it around or something. So, but that just goes to show, guys, for everyone who's watching, this is why a formal government petition is more impactful than a change.org petition, right? So guys, change.org is useless. You want to create formal petitions like this in, whichever country you're in. So this is the Canadian one. And guys, so a lot of people are asking about confidentiality, personal information. Guys, I don't get your personal information. I don't get your emails. I don't get anything. Because this petition is published on the Government of Canada website, the clerks of the Canadian legislature, right? They're the ones who get the emails. They're the ones who get your personal information and data, and they're the ones who deal with it. So I don't see your personal info. Other people don't see your personal info, right? So you can rest assured and be confident that submitting your information, your proper legal information, is okay. It is safe to do so, because this isn't a random phishing website. This is an official Government of Canada website, right? And I made a post on Instagram and I spoke about this in Persian, but people forget. But on the Government of Canada website, they even have, right, a section about privacy of personal information. So it says, the House of Commons is committed to follow best practices related to the protection of personal information collected, used, disclosed, transmitted, and preserved as part of the e-petition process. The personal information provided on this website will be subject to the following. Okay, so the personal information you submit, right? The authorized personnel, which basically means like the clerks, will have access to the personal information of a petitioner, supporter, and signatory, and may use it to contact them or to validate their identity to ensure the integrity of the e-petition process. Data may be used for statistical purposes. The petitioner and supporters of an e-petition will be provided with automatic email updates on the various stages of the said petition, while signatories will be asked if they wish to subscribe to those emails for each petition signed. So, right, in creating an account and submitting an e-petition, right, so the member of parliament will have access to the petitioner's personal information, right? So Melissa Landsman, the MP who's sponsoring the petition, she'll have access to, who signed, right? And then upon publishing an e-petition, the complete name, city, province, or territory of the petitioner will be permanently published, along with the text of the petitioner's status. So when you sign an e-petition, your name will be published. Okay, so your name will be there, but your other personal information. So for example, your phone number, your address, your email address, all of that is confidential and private. So the only thing that people will eventually see is just your name. That's it. So it's very secure. It's very safe. And I don't get access to your personal information. Other people don't get access to your personal information. Only Melissa Landsman, right? And of course, that's very secure because MPs, they have a confidentiality oath. And, like I've been in that situation myself. I was a politician for 7 years. So, we have safeguards in place. And so protecting personal and private information is very important to Canadian politicians. So you can rest assured that your information does not go anywhere. It stays within the Canadian legislature. And that's one of the reasons why I'm promoting a formal government petition as opposed to like a change.org or whatever, because on those random websites, you don't know who's running it. You don't know who gets access to your email. You don't know any of that, right? So there you go. So there's that. But yeah, the petition is going strong. And okay, so now it's at 23,661. But can I just say, like, I love the fact that, okay, so we're at 15, what is it here? 15,478. I love the fact that now every single province and territory is represented. So we have Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Labrador, Northwest Territories, Nova Scotia, Nunavut, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Saskatchewan, and Yukon. Guys, look at this. BC, British Columbia is now way ahead of Ontario. So it's been a race between Ontario and British Columbia. Although, you know, what I've noticed is happening here, because I've been monitoring the numbers, the clerks do it in batches. So they'll validate signatures in batches. So they'll like do like one province and then upload it. So right now, BC looks like it's way more far ahead because they probably just did that update and now they're working on other places. But can I just say, let's give a shout out to, you know, all the smaller provinces, right? Like, look at this. Yukon. People in Yukon are signing. Prince Edward Island, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, right? Newfoundland, Labrador, New Brunswick, Manitoba. Where else? Like Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia. Like, shout out to all the smaller provinces as well. So like literally, guys, literally every single province in Canada, province and territory in Canada has now signed this petition. But keep in mind, okay, this number here, 15,478, this is just the validated signatures, right? So only validated signatures are counted toward the total number of signatures. There's still 23,661 signatures, right? So they still have like so many more signatures that they need to validate. And again, this is just people who've received the confirmation email. And all of this is done sort of like manually, right? So this number keeps on going up, I would say like every hour. But the fact that like yesterday, this number was 11. Okay. So yesterday there were 6 or 11 signatures. And then today there's almost 24,000 confirmed, by the way, right? Because again, their website is having technical issues. So I guarantee you this number is much, much higher. Where is it? This number is much, much higher. It's just due to the technical issues. It's not as much. So there you go. Okay. So that was an update on the petition. And for, Canadian friends, fans, and followers, or even if you're not Canadian, but you have Canadian friends and contacts, please, send this petition to them. But what I'm going to do now is it's time to go to the rallies, because tomorrow is, the International Day of Solidarity. So let me put on some music. And I have some updated cities for you as well, because people are continuing to send in cities. So. Community to support the people of Iran. The 6 asks are there. The most important one right now, the one that the Canadian petition relates to, that's this one. Prepare for a democratic transition and recognize a legitimate transitional government. So what we want is for people to, for governments to recognize King Reza Pahlavi and his team as the legitimate transitional government. So that's one of the asks, and that's one of the reasons why we are gathering tomorrow. All the three main locations are Toronto, Munich, Toronto, Munich, and LA. So Saturday, February 14, in Los Angeles. Wait, let me fix this here really quickly. All right, so this is the information for LA. It's happening at City Hall. You know what? Let me change my banner here too. I forgot. Where is it? There we go. All right. So, this is a banner for LA. This is a banner for Munich. This is the one for Toronto. I will be at Toronto, so see you guys there. Now we have Adelaide, Australia, Athens, Greece, Atlanta, Georgia, Auckland, New Zealand, Belfast, Northern Ireland, Boise, Idaho, Boston, Massachusetts, Brisbane, Australia. There's another poster for Brisbane, Australia. Calgary, Alberta, Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, Chicago, Illinois, Christchurch, New Zealand, Dallas, Texas, Denver, Colorado, Edmonton, Canada, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Gothenburg, Sweden, Halifax, Nova Scotia. This is a new one, Halifax, Nova Scotia. I got this one today. Helsinki, Finland, Houston, Texas, Jacksonville, Florida, Karlstad, Sweden. New one, Kelowna. If you're in BC, Kelowna is having one as well. Kelowna, British Columbia. Lisbon, Portugal. London, UK. Louisville, Kentucky. This is the bus information for Lugano to Munich. Madrid, Spain. Melbourne, Australia. Mexico City in Mexico. This is the bus information for Milan to Munich. Guys, this is a new one. Minneapolis. Ooh, my God. Like, these Iranians are super brave. Guys, if you're in Minneapolis, Minnesota, please go join. Please go join. When I saw this one, okay, I was like, what was my reply? So I responded to, because usually like when people like send me the posters, you know, I'm just like, thank you very much. But Minneapolis, I was like, be safe there, right? Ooh. Guys, if you're in Minneapolis or the surrounding areas, Americans, please go and join the Iranians there, because we are going to need some backup. Minneapolis is like jihad town, right? Minneapolis is like full on like Allahu Akbar jihad. You know, all the pro pals or, you know, whatever. So yeah, if you're in Minneapolis or if you're nearby, please go, you know, take your American flags with you, because we could definitely use some backup there. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Minneapolis, because that's scary. I don't know, man, that's scary. But good for them for being brave, right? And going in the heart of like jihad town and standing firm. Nashville, Tennessee. Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. Nicosia, Cyprus. Orlando, Florida. Oslo, Norway. Perth, Australia. Portland, Oregon. This is a new one, I think. Portland, Oregon is having one. Porto, Portugal. Okay. Salt Lake City, Utah. This is the bus information from San Francisco and San Jose to LA. Saskatoon, Saskatchewan is having one. Seattle, Washington. So there's two in Washington back to back. So there's one from 12 to 2. And then there is one from, what's going on here? So there's one from 12 to 2, and then there's one from 2 to 4. And then this is Sydney, Australia. Tampa, Florida. Tel Aviv, Israel. Trondheim, Norway. So this is a new one. Trondheim, Norway. Vancouver, British Columbia. So this is the info for Vancouver, British Columbia. People were waiting for the poster. There it is. Warsaw, Poland. Poland in the house. Washington, D.C. People were asking about Washington, D.C. There you go. And then Wellington, New Zealand. This is the bus information for Windsor to Toronto. I don't know what's going on with Winnipeg. There seems to be like two demonstrations in Winnipeg. I don't know what's going on here. People in Winnipeg, please figure it out. Because I got this one yesterday, and then I got this one today. I hope people in Winnipeg are able to figure it out. So Bulgaria, they're having theirs on the 15th, because on the 14th there's like some sort of like national day. So in Bulgaria, it's happening on the 15th. And this is for combined for all of them. Okay, so there you go. There are all of the rallies that are happening tomorrow. So guys, please be our Valentine. Be our Valentine on February 14th. And, come join us. Come join us at our rallies, because please, will you be Iran's Valentine? Will you be our Valentine? Join us. You don't have to be Iranian. You don't even have to have an Iranian flag. Show up and yell Javicha. Remember, the code word is Javicha. I haven't received anything for Stockholm. That's because everyone in Europe is going to Munich. Everyone's going to Munich. That's the big one. Is like the three main locations are Toronto, Munich, and Los Angeles, right? So that's the three locations where people are going.
And the increasing poverty that Iranians were facing quickly turned into a political protest against.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm gonna take actually Potito. I'm gonna take I have to take about like maybe I have to take about a 20 minute break to make some phone calls. And I will be back. And then hopefully Armin will be back, and then we're going to continue with our analysis of King Reza Pahlavi and his appearance at the Munich Security Conference. So while I'm doing that, why don't I give you guys an example of what to expect tomorrow? I'm going to give you guys an example of what you can expect when you attend tomorrow. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh. Just in time.
Yay! I came in time. Okay, I was worried that I came late.
No, you didn't come late at all. I was actually, I was gonna take like a 15-minute break because I have to answer some.
We're mentally we're connected. Our brains are connected, Goldie. I just naturally felt that.
You're the best. No, you're the best. So I was gonna play some footage. So I just went over all of the rallies for tomorrow.
Nice.
So I went over all of that. People have all the info. I spoke about the petition website and how like it's down. But that's like a good problem to have. Not that it's down, it's just like there's technical difficulties there because everyone wants to sign on to the petition.
You can't sign right now, right?
No, you can still sign. It's just for some people there's a delay in getting the confirmation email due to technical difficulties. So
nice.
But I'm getting some phone calls and messages that I have to deal with right now. So I was going to take like a 15-minute break and I want to do the analysis of King Reza Pahlavi together. So if you have like any news or anything that you can talk about for the next 15 minutes, because I'm sure you prepared, because you haven't done the analysis or anything like that, because we went straight into King Reza Pahlavi at the Munich. So maybe if you could do that, and then I could take a quick break to deal with these things. And then when I come back, we can continue with analyzing King Reza Pahlavi's interview.
Yes. Yeah. Fantastic.
Okay.
Great plan. Let's do that.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be back, guys.
Okay. Potipto, would you be able to say something for 2 minutes? Because after I came out of the group discussion, I haven't used the washroom. I really need to. I'll be right back. Just if you can speak for 1 minute or something.
Actually, I have a statement to tell to people.
Oh, perfect timing. This is working out great for all of us. Okay, go ahead then.
Waiting for a moment to share that. Just a second. So, after all of this, I'm with you. We are all alone together. I'm so excited for this. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow compatriots, tonight we are not here to guess, we are here to analyze the cold, hard mechanics of what is unfolding before our eyes. Many look at the Islamic Republic and still see a fortress. But if you look through the lens of strategic analysis and internal psychology, you don't see a fortress. You see a building whose foundations have turned to sand, waiting for the final vibration to collapse. We are often asked, will there be a war? The answer is yes, but erase the images of the 20th century from your minds. Do not look for trenches or a massive ground invasion. That is the warfare of the past. What is approaching is not a mass invasion, but a surgical operation. We have entered a phase of military calculation that is cold, precise, and ruthless. The era of emotional conflict is over. We are witnessing the activation of a general's strategy, a strategy designed not to occupy land, but to paralyze the structure. We are looking at a decapitation strategy. The incoming strikes, whether they are physical or digital, are designed with a laser precision. The objective is to cut the vital arteries of the regime. We are talking about targeting of command centers, strategic radar systems, and the very nervous system of their communication. This is not a hit and run. This is a system shutdown. The real war is already happening in the silence. It is the war of burnt silicon. The regime is facing an enemy it cannot shoot, but collapse of its digital and electronic infrastructure. We are moving towards a total paralysis of their banking systems, their energy grids, and their propaganda networks. The goal is simple: to freeze the regime's ability to function, to leave them blind and deaf, without firing a single bullet in the streets. But the most devastating damage is not happening to their radars, it is happening inside their minds. Let's look inside the closed doors of the regime. The structure is suffering from a psychological impulsion. At the very top, we see absolute isolation. The leadership is living in a psychological bunker, consumed by paranoia and the physical reality of decay. The delusion of power has been shattered by the hard reality of the end. There is no trust left. Every report is suspected of betrayal. Every commander is potential Brutus. The commanders represent a fatal contradiction. They have weapons, but they have lost their will. These are no longer ideological soldiers. They are businessmen in uniform, standing on a burning deck. They are not planning counterattacks. They are calculating their exit strategies. They know the intelligence system is leaking, and they are terrified that the next surgical strike has their name on it. The foot soldiers are suffering from deep cognitive shock. The money is gone, the divine promise is broken. They look at the leadership and see weakness. They look at the people and feel the terror of future judgment. The force that once suppressed the streets is dissolving into depression and fear. My friends, do not fool by the silence of these days. This is the silence before the thunder. The Islamic Republic today is like a sheet of safety glass that has been struck by a heavy stone. It looks solid for a fraction of a second, but is actually covered in a million invisible cracks. It is no longer structurally sound. It does not require a hammer to destroy it anymore. It only requires a flick of a finger, a sudden shock, a single precise event, and the entire structure will not just break. It will turn to dust. The sky above us smells of a smart gunpowder and burnt silicon. The structure is paralyzed. The end is not just coming. Mathematically and strategically, it is already here. Stay strong. The night is the darkest just before the dawn.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, that was great. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah, you should be. Amir in the chat saying, "Oh my God, Patipto, you should be writing for governments." Okay, that's good. All right, so guys, I don't know. When I was away, did you guys saw Zelensky's President Zelensky's meeting with Prince Reza Pahlavi in Munich? Did you guys see it in the chat? Like, was that shown or not? Because I want to show you that. All right. This is more significant than a lot of people realize. I'm going to first show what happened, and then I'm going to explain the significance to you guys after, because I'm going to let you guys first guess why this is more significant than it seems, even though it still seems significant, but it's even more significant. Okay. So in Munich, President Zelensky, let's actually retweet this, met with Prince Reza Pahlavi, and he posted this. So let's look at this. This is very significant. So watch this. sense, it's very difficult because it's very difficult. All right, so let's look at President Zelensky's statement. So look at how he addresses him. I met with exiled Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Exiled Crown Prince of Iran. Okay, this is a very good way to refer to Prince Reza Pahlavi. It's officially recognizing him as the exiled Crown Prince of Iran. This is really good. So he's saying, I met with exiled Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, in Munich. Ukraine supports the Iranian people as they are fighting for their future. We also express our sympathy to all the victims of the Iranian regime. During our conversation, we focused on the situation in Iran and the areas where the Iranian people need support. We discussed the importance of strengthening sanctions against the Iranian regime and any other dictatorial regimes. I think he's talking about Russia here. We condemn the cooperation between Russia and Iran, in particular the supply of Shaheds, meaning Shahed drones basically, of Shaheds by the Iranian regime to Russia, and the granting of licenses for their production. Such a partnership poses a real threat not only to Ukraine but to the entire region. This is very true. I thank the Crown Prince of Iran for supporting Ukraine's territorial integrity. It is vital to make every effort to protect human lives. Ukraine is ready to help on its part. Okay, so guys, why is this very, very significant? Why is this very significant? The reason is that this is a president of a country. This is not a senator. This is not a congressman. And this is not a minister. This is not a member of parliament. This is a president. This is the head of state. Okay? And this is the official recognition of Prince Reza Pahlavi by a head of state. So even in in United States, I mean, we have the people who, I mean, we understand why United States and Israel cannot and should not endorse and recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi, because we don't want it to make it seem as if this revolution is being done by United States or Israel, or that the leader of the Iranian people has been picked by America or Israel. We don't want that, right? So we want their support, but we don't want them to endorse Prince Reza Pahlavi because it's the Iranian people who are choosing their leader, right? However, this is not a problem when it comes to a country like Ukraine. Like, nobody gonna the Ukraine has picked the leader of Iran. Like, nobody's gonna think that, right? So when it comes to the international legitimacy of Prince Reza Pahlavi, countries other than United States and Israel, if their heads of states recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi, this does a lot when it comes to not just to increase the political capital of Prince Reza Pahlavi, because he has been recognized as the representative of the Iranian people by head of state, but it also does wonders when it comes to the reduced legitimacy of the Islamic Republic when you have a head of state basically recognizing Prince Reza Pahlavi's leadership, right? So in the United States, like Trump is not going to be endorsing like Prince Reza Pahlavi. We have people like Marco Rubio meeting with him, Lindsey Graham supporting him, and stuff like that. In Israel, we don't have Prime Minister Netanyahu met with Prince Reza Pahlavi, but we don't have an endorsement by Prime Minister Netanyahu. In Israel, we have Gila Gamliel, the Minister of Technology. Guys, Israelis in the chat. Gila Gamliel is the Minister of what? Science, technology, something like that. Let me know in the chat. Okay, but she is the one who endorsed intelligence, Minister of Intelligence. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. Are you sure? Okay, Minister. I think she used to be the Minister of Intelligence. She's still the Minister of Intelligence. Okay, never mind. So she's of information. Okay. So Gila Gamliel, a minister within the cabinet of Prime Minister Netanyahu has fully supported and endorsed Prince Reza Pahlavi, but not as far as the head of state, which is Prime Minister Netanyahu. Oh, and science. So I was right about the science part. So we don't have that from Israel and United States, but now, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first endorsement of Prince Reza Pahlavi by a head of state? Is it the first one? Because I think this is the first one. Oh yeah, I was right. Science and technology. Amir in the chat is saying yes, science and technology. So I was correct. Gila Gamliel is the Minister of Science and Technology. Okay. So thank you, Zelensky. This is really good, really good. And I also want to remind people, guys, I don't care about your personal opinions about Zelensky. I don't give a flying F, okay, about your personal opinion. This is a win for us. This is a big win for us. If you don't like Zelensky, that is another issue. This is a huge win for us, okay? And not only that, the Iranian people support Ukraine. You know, well, not all of them, but many Iranian people support Ukraine. They support Ukraine a lot. Like if you look at Iranian rallies, you see the number one flag they bring is the lion and sun flag. The number 2 and 3 flag that they usually have with them is the flag of Israel and United States. And the 4th flag that they have with them is the Ukrainian flag, the Iranian people. Because the Iranian people see Ukraine like when it comes to national interests, we're aligned with Ukrainians against Putin. I tried to say against Putin because I don't want to say against Russia, okay, because we support, I mean, I hope Russian people one day get free of Putin and people like Putin, right? But I mean, historically, the leaders in Russia have been horrible for Iran. In fact, the whole reason why we're stuck with the Islamic Republic is the Soviet Union. So the Russian leaders have been a major enemy of the Iranian people for a very long time, even before the Islamic Revolution, before the Islamic Republic. And the reason why we have the Islamic Republic right now is because of the Soviets' attempt to spread communism inside Iran so that they could take parts of Iran and add it to the Soviet Union. And it was basically the Marxists that grew inside of Iran, funded from Moscow, that caused eventually the Islamic Revolution of 1979 to happen. So a lot of Iranian people see Ukrainians as their allies against their enemy in Moscow, and that's why they support Ukraine. And Ukrainians support the Iranian people because Ukrainians find the Iranian people's fight against the Islamic Republic as their fight as well, because of the Shahed drones and the support of the Islamic Republic supporting Putin. I mean, many Ukrainians have died with the drones that the Islamic Republic has given Putin. So we have the same enemy. So given that Iranian people see Putin as their enemy, and historically Russian leaders as their enemy, and given that Ukrainian people consider the mullahs to be their enemy, we have some mutual interest here, and that's why sometimes in the rallies among Iranians you see them having the Ukrainian flag with them. Okay, we see eye to eye with anything regarding this. However, we have to be careful though, because many Ukrainians want to support Iranians, and they're well-meaning, and they're not very familiar with the politics of Iran. And the MEK is using that because so many Ukrainians are trying to support the Iranians' people's fight for freedom. The MEK is trying to getting Ukrainian people to come to their crowds. So we need to do a better job educating Ukrainians regarding the MEK so that they're not misused for increasing their crowds. That's an important thing that we need to pay attention to. Let me see. Yeah. Again, I don't care about your anti-Zelensky stuff. Okay, we support Ukraine, and this is like from our perspective as our national interest. This makes sense to us. If it doesn't make sense for your country, that's your thing, okay? But for our perspectives, supporting Ukrainians in their fight against Russia, against Putin, makes a lot of sense, okay? It goes back when it comes to Russia and Iran, it goes back way before the Islamic Republic. The Iranian people really don't like the Russian government for many reasons, not just the recent history. Another thing is it, by the way, guys, is this helpful, like what I showed you? Because I didn't see this being discussed the way I did in other places. I think I try to, when I come here, I try to give you, when I'm given the chance to talk to you, I try to tell you things that it's being discussed nowhere else. Like, so I'm giving you unique information that I'm hoping like is unique enough that if I didn't say it, you wouldn't hear it anywhere else, right? So let me know if this is all helpful. Yeah, exactly. Nailbun in the chat is saying Russia is the reason that the Islamic Republic was able to stage their coup. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. All right, so let's go with this other thing that we saw. So BBC Persian, otherwise known as Ayatollah BBC. We Iranians call BBC Ayatollah BBC, okay? And for so many years, non-Iranians would listen to us and think that, what the hell are you guys on about? What are you? Okay, yeah, we understand BBC is biased, but Ayatollah BBC, you guys, you Pahlavi supporters are so intolerant. You just like Ayatollah BBC, you guys are going too far. Right? Like they think that we were radicals, that we were making stuff up, that we were too sensitive, that we cannot tolerate views that are not the same as ours. And now, after a lot of non-Iranians are seeing the things that the BBC is doing to fight Pahlavi and sometimes even support the Islamic Republic, they're like, okay, we see what the Iranians meant. You were right. It's Ayatollah BBC indeed. Ayatollah BBC is the actually accurate description of what BBC stands for, especially BBC Persian. And this is how you guys will see that the Iranian people are very politically aware of what's happening. Okay, so you should actually pay attention to what they're saying. They know what they're talking about. Okay, the wisdom of the crowd is high among the Iranians, right? So yeah. But let's actually watch what happened here, because this is actually ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. And guys, if you're British, if you're a taxpayer citizen of the United Kingdom, you should be very angry. You should be very angry because BBC, I know it's BBC Persian, but that's your tax money. This is your tax money being spent on supporting the Islamic Republic, and even worse now, the MEK. The MEK. All right, so let's actually look at this. Let me translate this. Look at this. Oh my God. It's saying, at the same time as the Munich Security Conference began in Germany, a group of supporters and members of the People's Mujahideen Organization, or MEK, gathered in the city near the conference venue. They expressed their opposition to the Islamic Republic regime and also to Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince, coming to power by chanting slogans such as "No Shah, no Mullah," and "Khamenei, Yuzahak, we will bury you under the ground." Okay, but this is the thing: "No Shah, no Mullah." So let's watch this. Look at the level of credibility that they're giving these people. You know what's, you might argue with me, but like, I mean, well, this happened, they should be reporting it, like this is the thing. What do you expect BBC to do? Not to even report this, that this is something that is happening? Here's what I tell you. What I expect is to show and mention that these crowd sizes are pathetically smaller compared to the crowd sizes that are coming for Prince Reza Pahlavi. What I expect is for you to clarify that these people are hated by the vast majority of the Iranian people. What I expect you to do is to mention that these are terrorist sympathizers. These people are supporting MEK is a terrorist organization, and these people are supporting a terrorist group. That's what I expect you to do. I expect you to give the proper context. The way you're framing this makes it seem like, well, we have supporters of Prince Reza Pahlavi, and we also have Iranians who are against them. What you're doing with this framing here, and I know you're doing it on purpose, is to suggest that, well, not all Iranians support Prince Reza Pahlavi. They're equally as much people exist who don't support him, even though you know, BBC Persian, how pathetically insignificant these people are, but you try to make them more significant by giving this framing. And here's an interesting thing, guys. BBC Persian doesn't even support the MEK. BBC Persian supports reformers of the Islamic Republic. But then why are they doing this? Then why are they highlighting the MEK and trying to both side it, like as if there's just as many people who are against Prince Reza Pahlavi? Because they don't. It doesn't matter that they don't support the MEK. Right now, what they're trying to do is to dismiss the dominance of Prince Reza Pahlavi when it comes to the level of support that he has. So the MEK, even if they're not supporting the MEK, they're useful for BBC Persian as a way to challenge the superiority, the absolute dominance of the level of support that Prince Reza Pahlavi has among Iranians compared to everyone else. So the MEK is useful for BBC Persian right now, even though BBC Persian is more aligned with the reformers rather than the MEK. So let's watch the video that they showed and look at this. Is definitely marketing for the MEK from BBC Persian. Oh, Goldie is here.
No, let's watch this. Let's watch this.
Okay, let's watch this. Look at what they have in their hand. No Shah, no Mullah. Like it says, no Shah, no Mullahs in that. Like just basically making it seem like the Shah is the same as the Mullahs. Okay, wait, let me see. Guys, let's see if they will have any aerial footage, or would they just show the front line?
Of my
Okay. Oh, also, guys, look at this.
8 members of my family execution. 2 my brother, my mother, and my sister.
Yeah, by who? By who? Are you not going to clarify, BBC, that they meant that this is the Islamic Republic that did this? I mean, some people are going to think like she means like maybe under the Pahlavi dynasty they executed her family, or was it the Islamic Republic? Do you not want to clarify that?
On est là pour demander une république.
Okay, so she's just saying we are here for democracy and secularism. By the way, guys, remember we saw their democracy, right? Their democracy was basically not allowed. So yeah, okay, let's say that we're here for democracy and secularism. First of all, that's a joke because Maryam Rajavi is not answerable to anybody. They have, by the way, guys, do you know what the official position of Maryam Rajavi is according to the MEK? Does anybody know what their official position of Maryam Rajavi is, the leader of the MEK? What do they call her? What do they call her? In the chat, people. Anybody? The president of Iran. Am I right, Patipto? The president of Iran. Not the leader of the opposition. Not the leader of the revolution. The actual president of Iran. I don't know when they had time to have an election. But what? So this is the democracy. Yeah.
Armin, I guarantee you that if there was going to be like a poll about who Iranians would want as president, if it was me versus Maryam Rajavi, Maryam Lachak, I would like knock it out of the park with that.
Oh my God, for sure. Yeah, obviously. I mean,
and I'm not, and guys, like, I'm not even saying like I want to be the president, but what I'm saying is like this crazy woman and this crazy cult, right? Like, they're like, oh, she's the president of Iran, and I'm like, yeah, let's have a one-on-one, let's have a one-on-one referendum, her and me. I guarantee you, I'd knock it out if it was between her and me. Like she's nothing, she's nobody.
Goldie, you shouldn't even be comparing yours. Okay, so actually, Goldie, you would be one of the most popular people in any election. Okay, the only person that could beat you, I think, is Princess Pahlavi. Okay, so you shouldn't even be comparing yourself to her.
Well,
I
Prince
think
Reza Pahlavi is above politics, right? Because he's the Shah of
right.
Iran. So
I'm
there's
just
no,
saying,
there's,
if we're doing hypotheticals, if we had a vote, right? So, but I'm saying is that, like, the reason why you shouldn't be comparing yourself to Mariam Rajavi, because I will guarantee it, guys. I will bet money on this, that if you ask the Iranian people to vote between Mariam Rajavi and a pile of poop, okay, I will guarantee that the Iranian people will go vote for that pile of poop.
I would vote for the
as their
pile of
president.
poop.
Yes,
I would rather see a pile of poop. Like the poop is more popular than Rajavi.
You know what, Mariam Rajavi could be run for a presidency for a retirement home or home for elderly people. This is only her chance.
That's true.
I don't even think she's qualified for that, to be honest.
You know what?
Yeah.
تمام طرفداراش همون دسته پیرمرد پیرزنان دیگه، فقط میتونه اونجا رئیس جمهور باشه.
Okay, guys, I just checked the title that she has under the MEK. They call her the president-elect. Okay, amazing.
Yep.
Oh, she is designated as a transitional president. So this is why I say that these people don't even understand what democracy is, because like MEK leaders want say Mariam should be the president. Okay, like she's the president of Iran, but there has been no election, and Princess Pahlavi doesn't claim any position for himself after the transition period. He's like, just let the Iranian people decide. So Princess Pahlavi has, after years of people asking him to be the leader, he only accepted the leadership of the revolution, and he only accepted the leadership of the transitional government, and the post-transition, he hasn't accepted anything, and he refuses to accept anything until the Iranian people get to vote. But these MEK people who say that we want democracy, they have already decided, predetermined, that Mariam Rajavi is going to become the president of Iran. That's what they have done, which is, yeah, this is what they believe, what they mean by that, by we believe in democracy. Also, when it comes to secularism, that's even a bigger joke. MEK members, official MEK members, don't even get to not wear the hijab. Like, what are you talking about, secularism? You guys are an a Marxist Islamic cult. Secularism with the MEK? Ask any, I'm not talking about the supporters of MEK, I'm talking about the official members. Ask any of the female official members of the MEK to take out their hijab. They can't. It's mandatory. It's mandatory to wear the hijab. Where's the secularism? It's in their charter. Like, Islam is in their charter. So what's secularism? So there's that. So you're like, oh, we want secularism and democracy. Sure.
Démocratique et laïque pour les Iraniens.
The Iranian people have rejected all forms of dictatorship, be it the Shah or the supreme leader.
Oh, by the way, where is this guy? Guys, you see this picture behind here? That's Masoud Rajavi. Oh, Patipto is trying to get in. Where is he? Bring him up. All right. So this is Masoud, missing in action. Second runner-up in World Championship of hide and seek after Imam Mahdi. He's missing for 20 years. Nobody knows where he is. And he's probably deformed or something. I don't know. He's died under the bombardment in Iraq, but he's supposed to be the main leader of the MEK, but nobody knows where he is or if he's even alive. So ask MEK member, where's your great leader, Masoud Rajavi? Is he even alive? Why is he not? They say he's alive, but he never shows up in public. And also ask, guys, every time you meet an MEK member, just ask them that if you believe in democracy, why is it that Mariam Rajavi and Masoud Rajavi, either one of them, are never available for any form of questioning? Prince Reza Pahlavi is always available to reporters. You just saw him being answerable to Christian Amanpour, like questions, like all forms of challenging, ridiculous questions being asked. Prince Reza Pahlavi is there to respond to any reporter anywhere in the world. Like he constantly is challenged and he's constantly responding. He has the best responses to them. But Maryam Rajavi can't even answer the most simple questions. And she doesn't even have to, because she doesn't make herself available to any reporters. She only makes herself available to politicians that she pays for to come and praise her. So how is that? Ask, if you meet 10 MK members, ask them this. They will not have an answer for this. Ask them this: why is it that Prince Reza Pahlavi is available for questioning and being challenged by reporters, and Maryam Rajavi isn't? Ask them that. Go on, Patipto. Oh, you muted yourself. Okay, so maybe you didn't mute. Go on. Okay. Oh, okay. No. All right, so continue.
Or the supreme leader.
Wir haben 1979 eine Revolution gemacht und haben wieder die
Look at this. This is why we call them Panjawafti. She supports the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Okay, so she might be against the current Islamic Republic, but she supports the Islamic Revolution of 1979. She said, like, we did a revolution in 1979 and we threw out the dictator.
Die Diktatur aus dem Iran raus hier. Ja.
We celebrated that at that time because the dictator left.
An dem Tag haben wir es groß gefeiert, weil dann die Diktatur weg war. Und wir
Guys, look, I'm translating French. I know French like Goldie. I'm translating French into English.
mussten jetzt nicht.
It's like, we don't want a dictatorship. We don't want a dictator to replace another dictator in Iran.
Noch eine Diktatur mit der anderen ersetzen.
Oh, it's oh, it's people are saying it's German. It's not even French. I'm just reading the Persian translation. Yeah, that makes it even funnier, actually. I like saying the whitewashing monarchy. Oh, by the way, another trick I need to teach you guys. Oh yeah, this is in Munich. Of course, it's in German. Another thing that, like, the word Sultanate and Padishahi. Okay, these are two words for monarchy. One of them is Arabic. The other one is Persian. Right. So when you hear some Iranians refer to monarchy as Sultanate, that's a good indication that they're full of shit. Okay, and they're anti-Pahlavi. If you see people refer to monarchy as Padishahi, which is the Persian word for monarchy, I mean, that's a good sign, but it's not safe, but it's better, right? Like you could, but if anybody says Sultanate in Iran these days, it wasn't always like this, but in Iran, anybody who refers to monarchy as Sultanate, they're trying to attack it. If they say Padishahi, they might not trying to be attacking it. But if they say Sultanate, they are anti-monarchist. So I taught you a new thing here today, okay? So yeah, we say Padishahi. Padishahi means monarchy. Arabic is Sultanate. So he's saying whitewashing Sultanate. So the whitewashing, the project of whitewashing monarchy. Look at the sign. The sign says Democracy Azadi ba Maryam Rajavi, which means democracy, freedom with Maryam Rajavi. So their leader is Maryam Rajavi, which has basically close to 0% support, by the way. So he was saying that trying to whitewash monarchy is an insult to the blood of the young Iranians who died in the streets of Iran. This is so infuriating that he's saying that, because the Iranian people who were in the streets dying while fighting for freedom in the streets of Iran, they were shouting the name Pahlavi. So you censoring and basically, wait, hold on, let me try to get this. You censoring what they were fighting for, you misrepresenting why they were in the streets of Iran. You're the one who is insulting them. You're the one who's insulting their blood. Let me actually show something to you guys, because guys, I don't make this stuff up. Okay, I come with receipts. Look at this. Look at the level of support that I have here. Okay, let's go here. Look at the stats. Look at this. This was a couple of years ago. Look at the level of support that Mariam Rajavi has in Iran. Okay, when we say 0%, we're not making this stuff up. Okay, it's actually 0%. It's actually 0%. Look at this. Mariam Rajavi's support is lower than Khamenei. It's lower than Khamenei.
You know what? If you lose a vote to Khamenei or Raisi, you can bet better to go by yourself and never come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Armin.
Yes.
I have something for you. Huh? I have something for you.
Ooh. Where is it?
Let me pull it up. So a reporter just asked President Trump today, do you want regime change in Iran? And President Trump responded, well, it seems that would be the best thing that could happen. Hashtag Goldie is always right.
Whoa!
Guys, put the hashtag in there. Put my emoji in there with my sunglasses. Goldie is always right. Listen to this, guys. Look at this. Wait, let me. Where's the volume? Where's the volume here? Okay.
They've already started.
Do you want regime change in Iran?
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk, and legs blown off, arms blown off, faces blown off. It's been going on for a long time. So let's see what happens. In the meantime, we have tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier is going out. They've already started.
Huge. This is huge. Goldie's always right. Put it in the chat.
I told you guys. It's been what? Day 48. 48 days that I've been telling you. Follow the signs. Read between the lines. You got to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. Let's listen to that again.
They've already started.
Do you want regime change in Iran?
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives while they talk, and legs blown off, arms blown off, faces blown off. It's been going on for a long time. So let's see what happens. In the meantime, we have tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier is going out.
Let's effing go. Oh my God. Oh my God. We needed that, Goldie. Thank you. We needed that right now. You're muted.
In honor of all the Americans here, before we go to our analysis, I'm going to play you the song, but the clean version, because America hasn't attacked yet. So you guys only get the clean, censored version.
I was very inspired, especially where he says Bed Bath and Beyond. I find that part the most inspiring.
My favorite part is Taco Bell.
Oh, okay.
So Petito, that's there's a movie called Team America World Police. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a song called America F Yeah. And so the music isn't glitching. The audio's not glitching. The audio's not choppy. No, see, so people think the audio is choppy. No, that's the censored version. So whenever you hear a blank, that's because they're saying the F word. So that's why we only play the censored clean version. However, what I've promised all the Americans here is that when the United States attacks the Islamic regime, in honor of Americans and the United States, we'll play the uncensored version. So that's where that comes from. Okay.
Great plan. So, Goldie, before we go to Prince Reza Pahlavi's interview with Amanpour, can I play this 3-minute video really quickly?
Yeah, I think it's important to do so. I know which video it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, guys, let's listen to it. Is it? Okay, guys, just read the subtitles. Okay, I'm just gonna play the way it is.
چیزی که الان قراره بشنوین روایت تجاوز گروهی به یکی از نزدیکای خودم. قبل از هر چیز من متاسفم که این واقعیت قراره خیلی همونو ناراحت کنه و من تمام سعیمو کردم تک به تک کلماتش رو بهتون برسونم بجز جزئیات تجاوزو. ببین گفتن اینا سخت‌ترین کاریه که دارم تو زندگی من انجام میدم. حتی سخت‌تر از چیزی که تجربه کردم. نمیدونم شاید. ولی بهت میگم و تو باید قول بدی. قول بدی که به گوش همه برسونی. برو به اون خارجی‌ها غیر ایرانی‌ها بگو چیزایی که شما پرونده جنایی میدونین تو ایران داره اتفاق میفته. چیزایی که شما هر روز میایین برای حقوق بشر ازش دفاع میکنین الان داره اتفاق میفته و شماها ساکت شدین. اون شبی که ما رو بردن انداختنمون توی یه سوله. قبلش هم خیلی کتکمون زدن در حدی که فکر کردم دیگه قرار نیست فردا رو ببینم. یه دخمه تاریک بود. من اولین بار بود بازداشت می‌شدم. فکر می‌کردم قراره ببرنم زندان. ولی بردنم توی یه دخمه تاریک که بوی خون میداد. باهات شوخی نمی‌کنم. به خدا قسم بوی خون میداد. من نمیدونستم خون بو داره. بچه‌ها رو مثل یه حیوان به دیوار زنجیر کرده بودن. باهات شوخی نمی‌کنم وقتی میگم بچه سنشون از 13-14 سال شروع می‌شد. تفلک‌ها از سر و روشون خون می‌چکید. بعد یه مش حرومزاده با صورتای پوشیده اومدن وسط، شلواراشون رو در آوردن و خندیدن. بلند داد می‌زدن آزادی می‌خوای؟ بیا، اینم آزادی. میفهمی؟ جلوی چش همه. مثل کفتار، مثل حیوان ریختن سرمون. میگفتن شما اسیر جنگین، مال ما این، هر کاری بخوایم باهاتون میکنیم. حتی جنازتون رو نمیتونه کسی پیدا کنه. صداتون به جایی نمیرسه. خانوادم 2 میلیارد پول دادن، به همه وابسته شدن، از همه کمک خواستن، به همه پول دادن تا فقط منو از اون تو بکشن بیرون. حالا هم بابامو دارن تهدید میکنن هر روز زنگ میزنن میگن اون یکی بچه‌ت هم میکشیم اگه جایی حرفی به کسی چیزی بگی. راستی چیزی رو حتما بگو. هیچ کسی جز اون بیشرفی که دستور خامنه‌ای رو اجرا کرد، کشت، تجاوز کرد، زندانی کرد، مقصر نیست. و ازتون یه خواهشی دارم. اینو به همه بگو ساکت نمونید. ما اینجا داریم تیکه تیکه میشیم. اینا با تفنگ وایساده بودن بالای سرمون وقتی اون یکی داشت کارشو انجام میداد. اینا هر میخندیدن. اینا واقعا تجاوز میکردن. به دادمون برسید قبل از اینکه هممونو توی سکوت کوفتی دفن کنن. من از خودم و این زندگی حالم به هم میخوره. فقط نذارید این دردا بی صدا بمونه. تو رو خدا شمایی که خارج از ایرانید بجنگید. به خاطر ما، به خاطر من.
The last frame in Persian says, we promised each other from the bottom of our hearts that we're not going to abandon each other. We're not going to leave each other alone. So Iranians will support each other. So, thank you.
Really hard. It's really hard. There's a lot of sexual violence that the Islamic regime does, and they've been doing it for the last 47 years. Yeah.
I really don't understand how could people like this exist. Like they were sexually.
It's Armin. It's their religion. It's their ideology. They literally believe that any woman who's not Muslim is like considered fair game in terms of like concubine, sex slave, whatever. Like that's what they do. That's what they believe in.
But they laugh while they're doing it and telling them that nobody would hear. Guys, if you didn't read the subtitles, that when they were laughing, these are 13, 14-year-old girls, they were RAPing them and laughing at them, saying that this is what you deserve because of what the protests, and we owned you, and promising the girls while they were doing this to them that this is the end of you and nobody is going to hear your voice. So that's what Goldie is doing here, is trying to make sure that the promise that those people made to these girls in those dark rooms doesn't become true, that the world hears their voice. All right.
Okay. Let's go to the Munich conference. I actually, Armin, I found a version where there's like this intro part of it where we didn't catch on the live stream that we saw.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then this is a video version, so you can stop it yourself whenever you want to like add a comment or something.
Oh, great.
Well. Yeah.
Okay.
It started, as we know, by
I'll leave you to this because I'm getting some more calls and messages. So like I need like 10 minutes here, but I'm here. But I'll just let you like deal with the video and stuff.
Okay.
Shopkeepers, small shopkeepers who closed down their stores in the Tehran bazaar, and it was a reaction to the plummeting standard of living and the increasing poverty that Iranians were facing. It quickly turned into a political protest against the current government and a demand for freedom and democracy, basic human rights, and a standard of living that should be afforded to every decent person.
By the way, guys, before we go go further, somebody made a good point in the chat, because we want to make sure that we mention this. When it comes to sexual violence, it's not just the girls. When the Islamic Republic arrests young boys and girls, they also do this to boys as well, right? So I just want to make sure that we include them as well as part of the victims.
Then and during then, the
Oh wait, so Hale is saying check your DM immediately. Okay, I'm doing it immediately. Apparently something important has been sent to me, guys. So I'm gonna. Oh my God, what is this? I can't show this. So Hale, I don't know what you want me to do with this. I can't show this on YouTube.
بفارسی بگو چیه؟
بدن یه کسی که ساچمه خورده. میتونم
نشون بدیم. آره میتونی بفرست ولی نمیتونیم این چیزا رو نشون بدیم. The video will go
down. Maybe we can. Maybe it's not that bad. Let me, Goldie, I'll show it to you on WhatsApp, because apparently it's one of ours. One of the people from our community.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
And they want.
I mean, look,
wanted us to show.
It's up to you. I mean, okay.
You judge. It's not. You judge. So let me read this. Yeah, they want to. This person sent this for our show. For our show, for us to show.
All right,
this is like, okay.
Screw it. If you know the ads are limited, it is what it is, right? Whatever. Show it.
So these are pellets. So a lot of times when you hear pellets, you think like it's not that big of a deal. But look, this is one of our people from our community on our channel, on our Discord. He sent this to us so that we could show it on there. And here's another picture from people from our community. But look at the thumbs up. Look at the defiance. Look at the defiance. The thumbs up. The surgery. I don't know what other scars he has here. But these small ones are pellets. I don't know what these other ones are. So this one, oh, somebody, so Hill is saying the main one is this one. Oh, look at this, guys. So Hill saying you have to focus, show this.
That's
in his
the
background. Shah. Yeah, that's our Shah.
Oh,
that's
and then
Reza Shah.
is right through. Reza
yeah,
Shah.
Reza Shah is up here. Wow. And Muhammad Reza Shah is here in his background. Oh, he took, like, guys, this is actually a message of defiance. Like, he's standing, he's showing his scars, but he's on his feet. He's giving us a thumbs up. He took this picture with the Pahlavi picture in the frame behind him to show that he's still standing and ready for fight. That's what he's doing. This is a message of defiance, like showing his battle scars, making sure you can see the Pahlavi behind him, and saying, like, yep, he's still on his feet, ready to fight.
Wow.
Thank you, Sohail. Thank you for showing this. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Let's go back to.
No, that was important.
Thank you, Sohail.
Don't apologize for that. That was really important, right? That's why we're doing this. We're doing this to be a voice for people. So.
Right.
Former Crown Prince of Iran, the son of the late Shah of Iran, who was overthrown by the Islamic Republic or by the revolutionaries 47 years ago, has emerged as one of the most renowned opposition leaders because his name was heard on the streets of Iran in a way that it hadn't been heard before. It was amplified this time, and he has positioned himself as the main opposition leader in exile. So we want to talk to...
She's struggling. She's like, oh, he's positioned himself as the main opposition leader. No, he didn't position himself. The Iranian people are literally dying, calling his name, and he's always said, at your call, I'm coming forward. And that photo that Armin just showed, that literally proves it, right? Iranians in occupied Iran are getting injured, they're dying, young girls are being raped, right? Because they want Pahlavi to come back. So, guys, no, some are saying that she's clueless. No. She's not clueless. She's not clueless. She knows exactly what's going on. She is a propagandist. So she is deliberately lying. She's deliberately lying. She is deliberately giving you guys misinformation. She knows exactly what she's doing. Yeah.
Goldie, great observation regarding this, what she just said here right now. That was really good that you caught that, because that reminds us of Masih Alinejad calling Prince Reza Pahlavi as himself, like saying he's a self-declared leader. And Goldie is completely right that these people know better, because for years we have been trying to get Prince Reza Pahlavi to declare himself to be the leader, and he has been waiting, like he hasn't been giving us a positive response until the demand increased. Like we have, like, this has been a struggle for us to get him to the point where he finally gives in to the demand of the Iranian people and accept leadership. Like, he has been resisting this. He has been suggesting like a coalition of leaders. He has been suggesting that I first need to see if people really call my name. Like, this has been a struggle for the Iranian people to finally get him to finally accept leadership. So it's such a lie when they come and said like he's self-declared. He's not self-declared. We declared him the leader, and eventually, finally, he accepted. Great point, Goldie. All right, so let's continue.
Reza Pahlavi about what his plan is for a future Iran, if there should be such an opportunity, and what it means for the world as well to see Iran take potentially a new direction. We'll see. Reza Pahlavi, welcome to the show, I was going to say.
Thank you so much.
But welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
اسم شاه که میاد استرسی میشه توپق میزنه.
Yeah. So Patipto, say it in English because your English is good. People want to hear your voice.
آره داشتم فکر می‌کردم امشب اولین شبیه که تا حالا ترجمه نداشتیم، همه رو انگلیسی گفتیم.
No, but people want to hear you directly. So instead of me translating, so say that again in English.
I was saying when she calls for a name of the Shah, she gets stressed, and just look at her face when she's having some stress into the interview. Just look at her face.
I'd just start by asking you a very personal and human question. 47 years ago was when your father was toppled, when the forces of Ayatollah Khomeini came to power and declared on February 11th, 1979, the first Islamic Republic. Where were you at the time? What were you thinking? Did you think, as your father and mother and other siblings were leaving the country, that this was it forever, or what?
Well, I actually was in Lubbock, Texas, undergoing pilot training when the revolution happened. The plan was for me to return to Iran after a year of training and perhaps go to the military academy and continue my formation. My parents left Iran January 16th of 1979. So basically, that was the beginning of our forced exile, and I never got to return to Iran. And ever since, it's been an odyssey of exile. And when my father passed away in Egypt in the summer of 1980, I was practically engaged into the politics of Iran, opposition politics, that is, obviously, to the current regime. So it's been 47 years and counting now.
So clearly a lot of people in this room, a lot of certainly Western leaders, maybe others, they've always had a very, very rough relationship with the current government of Iran, with the Islamic Republic. And every time there is a protest, and there have been many, every time they and the Iranian exiles essentially say...
So guys, the reason why we're not analyzing this part is because we already analyzed it. So we're just almost getting to the part that we already analyzed. Okay, we're almost getting there.
Armin.
Yes.
Crown Princess Noor Pahlavi.
This is it. This is the time.
Pause for a second. Crown Princess.
Yeah, I didn't play.
Sorry. Crown Princess Noor Pahlavi posted my post about the petition on her Instagram story.
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
The future queen of Iran. Guys, our future queen just posted Goldie's petition.
We are so proud, Goldie. We are so proud.
Goldie, you are such a big part of our history now. I mean, you were already, but now even more. Guys, this is our queen. This is our future queen.
You know what? Maybe nobody too familiar with Noor Pahlavi, but she's a mastermind. She's a mastermind in politics already, and she's a mastermind in economics.
Yeah, and also medicine. Amazing, Goldie. Congratulations. This is a recognition of everything Goldie has been doing for all of these for the past 48 days.
به نظر من این تازه اولشه، باید آماده باشی برای اقدامات بیشتر. فکر نمی‌کنم اینجا
No, Goldie.
من مطمئنم که در آینده
Look at her.
که کنار شما بودم برام رزومه خیلی خوب و با افتخاری حتما.
Guys, the reason that I've been like so, like I haven't been able to live stream is because I've been like working on this petition and trying to like do this like, raise awareness about it. And oh my gosh, do you want to see the video?
Yes, of course. And Goldie, this is your Valentine's gift. Valentine's Day, the best.
The best,
guys. This is a recognition of what everything Goldie has been. The Goldie deserves this more than anybody, to be seen like this by her Royal Highness herself. Oh, look at this. Amazing. Good job, Goldie. You deserve this.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, now you know why she was like why Goldie was so she knew what the priorities needs to be. Like when she was like distracted from the live stream, she was working on this petition. You can see that her Goldie's recognition of what needs to be focused on is completely correct.
I'm so sorry. I've been distracted.
No, what the hell? Like I'm saying, this is exactly what you should have been focusing on. Oh, thank
No
you guys.
excuses, Goldie. No excuses.
No excuse.
It paid off. It paid off.
Hard work always pays off.
She.
Oh, she's lost for words.
Okay. Let me. I'll share the video. I just sent it. Guys, sorry. Like we would never interrupt like His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, unless it's like
unless it's her Royal Highness.
Her Royal Highness.
We will never interrupt His Royal Highness unless it's her Royal Highness.
Oh my gosh. And it was like one of my like Iranian here videos too, because I made an Iranian here video about the petition. Okay, so this is what she posted on her Instagram story. Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East. If you want to help Iranians overthrow the terrorist Islamic Republic and free the country, there's a petition on the Government of Canada website that you can sign if you're a Canadian citizen or a resident of Canada. One of the demands that Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world are making of the international community is to recognize His Royal Highness Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi as the official leader, not only of the Iranian Revolution, but also the official leader during the transitional period. The only name that Iranians in occupied Iran have been chanting when they go out into the streets is King Reza Pahlavi. That's because we Iranians only trust His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi to transition us from a brutal Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society. No one else. Over 50,000 innocent unarmed Iranians have been murdered by the terrorist Islamic Republic just because they want King Reza Pahlavi to return back to Iran and transition us into a functioning secular democratic society. So if you're wondering what you can do or how you can help, please sign this petition and share it with everyone you know. And even if you're not Canadian, you can still share the petition with anyone that you know who is in Canada and encourage them to sign the petition as well. The petition is located on the Government of Canada website and the petition number is E7152. Help us make Canadian history by making this the most signed petition in Canada. And now you know.
And now you know. Perfect. Amazing. Oh, look at Goldie. It's so sweet watching you enjoy this.
And now you know.
Yep.
I just want
guys,
to
remember that as much as credibility Goldie already had, this is on a different level. Like if any pro Pahlavi or pro Iranian Revolution people ever want to come and claim, like anybody wants to claim that maybe Goldie is doing something wrong or like she's not on the right side or she's not doing the right thing, I mean, have you been storied by our future queen? Like she's obviously doing something very, very right that she got this stamp of approval by our future queen. Like this is a complete recognition of Goldie being on the right side of history here. Like, I mean, we already knew that here, but this is on a completely different level. That's why this is so significant.
And I just want to say that Goldie is an asset to our Lion and Soul revolution.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
But achievements yet to come, Goldie.
Listen, Potipto, I just want Iran to be free. Like, this is what we're all fighting for, right? This is what we're all fighting for. And yeah. The crown princess, the future queen, I guarantee you, she's seen a lot of she's probably seen every single one of my Iranian here videos. She's liked a whole bunch of them before. Like, she follows me on Instagram. Actually, Armin, remember I broke that news, I think like a month ago or something, where I was like, oh my gosh, like I just got followed by the future queen.
Yeah.
So she's been following me for a month, but and you know, she's liked a few of my videos here and there, but she's never like reposted something. So
amazing.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Anyways, just I wasn't expecting that, but I'm truly honored. No, I mean, so if the crown princess would like to join, I mean, she's more than welcome. However, I'm sure she has a lot of other things that, you know, a lot more important things that she needs to do. So I don't know if it would be an appropriate use of her time to bring her on. But I mean, I guess if you guys like, I could probably send a formal invitation to her office. Like, I'm not gonna like text her on Instagram, right? Like, that's not how you speak with you know, members of the royal family, right? You have to be very respectful. So I mean, I'm more than happy to maybe send an invitation to her office and see if she's interested in joining. But again, like, well, I'll have to let me think about that. Let me think about that. I'll think about that, because we have to follow you know, proper decorum, proper channels when we're dealing with royalty. And you know, we love our future queen so much, so we respect her. Okay, anyway, sorry. So that's so she posted that. I took a screenshot here. Let me I'll share the screenshot. Let me just download this. So this is her story right now. Oh my gosh. So she just posted that on her.
Oh, look at that. That's amazing. Oh, wow.
There you go. Okay. All right, let's go back to the again. So I would never interrupt the Shah unless it was, you know, because of the future Shah, let's say.
The future queen.
The future queen. So
Goldie, imagine when she does become the queen, and then at that time you could, I mean, by then I think you're gonna have like a much closer relationship with the royal family.
I don't know. Like, that's honestly, like, I don't care about titles or position or anything like that. Like, my focus has always been just being a voice for people and just raising awareness and fighting against the Islamic regime. So I don't know. Someone in your chat, I think, is like, wait, is that your chat or my chat? Is someone insulting our crown princess?
Oh, get rid of them. It's not my chat.
No, I think that's your chat.
Is it?
Let me see.
Oh yeah, no, get rid of that. Yeah.
I'm not gonna get rid of them. That's your member. So I'm not gonna I don't want to police your chat. That's fine. It's all good. No worries. Okay, let's go back to the conference.
Okay, let's go to this. All right, let's see.
2009 over a disputed election. And I was with the people as they were running in the streets saying, it's going to happen this time, it's going to happen this time. That was inside Iran. What do you think made this December-January protest different, bigger, more intense?
You know, for all of us who have been involved in the struggle for liberty and freedom against this regime, and as you pointed, there have been many upheavals and perhaps unsuccessful campaign in the sense that the regime is still standing. But the resolve and perseverance of Iranians have continued. In the latest uprising, which was, of course, the Women Life Freedom Movement, we saw to what extent Iranians from all walks of life, from the four corners of Iran, including, of course, the diaspora, were supporting that. But I think something that is definitely the game changer, if I could call it that, and by the same token, the frequency of these protests increased over the years. If they were separated the first time, I'm thinking about the first upheaval of students during the Khatami era.
This is actually an important part regarding the frequency, because again, guys, like even in a hypothetical situation, if let's say United States and Israel don't attack, hypothetically, the Islamic Republic is still going to fall. Because every time they told us that this is the last protest and Iranian people are not going to come out in the streets anymore, they came out more the next time. And the frequency of the protests and the size of the protest keeps increasing. So if we just keep going with this trend, even at some point, even if the United States or Israel don't attack, at some point it's going to get to the size where the Islamic Republic will fall. So just going, that's the natural thing that will happen if we just keep going down this route.
All the way through the Green Movement in 2009 and all the way to the last few years, we've seen that the repetition and frequency of these uprisings became more and more and shorter. And of course, this time, well beyond a protest because of economic circumstances, what have you, when people start chanting death to the dictator, that means they're fed up with the regime. They want political change. They want fundamental change. They no longer believe that by reform we can achieve that end, that this regime simply doesn't allow for any kind of process allowing for people to decide whether or not they reject the current government they have. So we are forced into revolt. And we started this revolt in the last few months. We saw how many people were chanting the slogans and came to the streets, only to be faced with a severe repression that led to, unfortunately, a genocide level reaction by the regime, shooting people on the street with military weaponry, chasing people in hospitals, finish them up, shooting a final shot in their heads on their hospital beds. Women are currently being raped in prisons. Soldiers are being arrested and executed for refusing to cooperate with the regime in the repression of people. This is really something that is right under our eyes. There's a sea of blood that separates today Iranian people with this regime. So if you ask me whether this time the nation is fed up and ready to act, they are. What we do need, however, is an equalizing factor, because we saw how the regime treated its own citizens. That's where I think a lot of Iranians inside and outside hope that an intervention that will neutralize the regime instrument of repression will finally give us an opportunity for a final.
And what does that look like? Is that intervention by the United States? Certainly, even now, I know people are saying inside Iran, certainly everybody outside Iran, that they are waiting for President Trump to actually deliver on what he said. Remember, he said, seize your institutions.
It's interesting that the demand of the Iranian people, like for a U.S. intervention, has been so high that even these people cannot ignore it anymore. Like it's become so apparent that that's what the Iranian people want, like their request. I mean,
help is on the way, etc. And it didn't happen.
Well, not yet.
It didn't happen. Like you don't know if it didn't happen because like time has not stopped. Okay, it's not the end. Like the world is continues. Like it didn't happen. What do you mean? Like has time stopped? Have we reached the end of history? The end of time itself? What are you talking about? So again, Prince Reza Pahlavi says not yet.
Yet, and I think the reason it hasn't is perhaps because, first of all, mobilizing for it is not an easy affair. We have to consider many aspects, but most importantly, I think President Trump realizes that he needs to convince the whole world that given a diplomatic solution.
Guys, haven't we been telling you this exactly, like in the short analysis that I do sometimes here, that one of the main reasons why negotiations, like did I tell you guys that or not? Like one of the main reasons why negotiations have to happen is to show the world that we gave them a chance, that you need to get international recognition that United States didn't just attack willy-nilly. They offered the Islamic Republic to surrender and they rejected the offer, and that's when they attack. You have to exhaust all other options to make the military option a legitimate option.
Or diplomatic effort, the maximum chance. We have to see to what extent the Iranians from their side are willing to settle for what is being asked. I don't see it very likely that they will actually come even close to what are the demands, which will then say, look, by diplomatic means we haven't managed to get it done, so now we can move forward with that.
You yourself.
Yep. Not trying the diplomatic method, even though like a lot of you get frustrated. You're like, oh, nobody should be negotiating with the Islamic Republic. You can negotiate with the Islamic Republic if you basically negotiate the terms of surrender. The problem with Obama or Biden was not that they were negotiating. They were negotiating the terms of survival for the Islamic Republic. You can negotiate with the Islamic Republic if you're saying, hey, just basically give up. Right, so basically, 0% enrichment uranium and ballistic missiles range being reduced to 300 kilometers. It's basically the same as toppling the Islamic Republic for the reasons that I told you. Basically, it's the terms of surrender. Those are terms of surrender. And I mean, you should try that before you attack. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, guys, I know the Maduro example is not comparable to the Iran example. Because I know Venezuelan people are not fighting for Machado, they're not in the streets, they're not fighting, that was a US regime change. It wasn't a Venezuelan regime change, right? But the comparison that I want to make here is that even with Maduro, Trump gave Maduro a chance to surrender and he didn't take it. And you should, it makes sense. I mean, you don't want to act like a bully. If you want to fight bullies, you have to show the world that, yeah, we will give them an opportunity to end all of this BS in peaceful ways. And they said no. So then that's why we had to go with the military option.
In touch with the senior American administration officials. Is there a sense that they are also in this with you, so to speak, that they also actually want to see regime change? Because, the latest statement from President Trump after meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister just this week.
Yep. See, this person in the chat gets this. I'm saying exactly right, Armin. Obama and Biden were negotiating with the Iranian regime in such a way as to support its survival. Exactly. Wendy gets it. Wendy in the chat gets it.
He basically said, where are we here? He said, there was nothing definitive reached in this meeting other than I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated. If it can, I let the Prime Minister know that will be my preference. So no talk about the people or regime change. How did you read that?
Oh, guys, Goldie showed us a new video from Trump talking about regime change. So Trump is not talking about regime change. Well, Amanpour, you spoke too soon. Okay, you spoke too soon. We now have the video talking about regime change.
I think for what is obviously an attempt to say, let's try to resolve this diplomatically. But at the same time, I think President Trump realizes that the Iranian people have been very clear in their ask for support. They actually believed in his promise of help is near, hang in there.
Somebody in the chat saying, I don't know, Armin, maybe I don't get it. Let me simplify it so that everybody gets it, okay? If you talk to terrorists, if you are negotiating based on their terms, based on negotiating what they want to achieve, then That's negotiating with terrorists, and you shouldn't be doing that. But if you're talking to terrorists, telling them to basically surrender, so you're basically talking about their terms of surrender. It's not even negotiations. You could call it negotiations, but you're basically telling them like either give in, surrender, or I shoot you. Like you could do that with a terrorist. Like if for example, if a terrorist kidnaps somebody and you're talking to them regarding the terms of releasing that, giving them money to release the person that they have kidnapped, then that negotiation basically strengthens terrorism. But if you're talking to a terrorist and you have a gun on his head, and you're like, either like put your hands up or I'll shoot you in the head, that's the type of negotiation that you can have with a terrorist, right? So that's the difference. Okay, so I basically give you an example so you could see what the difference. Okay, no, I do get it. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. So you're saying you're not sure about Trump. Well, I'm not going to change your mind on that. I'm just saying that surrender or I'll shoot you in the head is different than here's some money, give us the people that you kidnapped, right?
And that's a very important position to take. There's a lot at stake in terms of maintaining face vis-a-vis that expectation. But never mind my conversations with the U.S. administration, or for that matter, European politicians. The most important conversation I have is with the people of Iran. And I can tell you, from political prisoners to members of civil society to many Iranians that have been fighting the fight and have been dying on the streets, they are asking the world to intervene. We are asking for a humanitarian intervention to prevent more innocent lives being killed in the process. We need to have that support and have an equalized playing field, so we have a real chance as unarmed citizens to overcome this repressive regime.
You know, again, a month ago you said you were very confident that this is it for the regime. You said the planets were aligned. But as we saw, which has happened over and over again, that they come out, there's the government allows it for a minute, and then they crack down. And they did it again incredibly swiftly and brutally, as we've all been documenting this.
She's saying it as if she's impressed with the Islamic Republic's ability to suppress the people. But what she is not noticing is that, like, she's making it seem as if the Islamic Republic is very effective at suppression. But what we hear, if you've been watching this show, what we actually have been observing is that every time they're getting weaker. The division between, like, the fact, guys, more brutality is not a sign of strength. More brutality is actually a sign of fear and weakness and desperation, right? So if you see like the regime using more brutal ways compared to before, that's not them being effective and more and stronger. That's them realizing that they're losing control. So they have to use other means. They have to use more extreme means. And she's also not pointing out that the regime was basically short-staffed when it comes to the people who are willing to kill people. That's why they had to bring mercenaries from outside. Shows that there's a huge division within the regime itself. Like, she's not pointing that out. And what if you pay attention, every single revolution, the people are getting stronger and the regime is getting weaker. She's not noticing that trend. I mean, she probably does again, but maybe she's like choosing to be an idiot here.
Time. I want to ask you about what you said as well. You also called on people to come out, and you told them that there would be a 50,000, I'm picking that number that you used, guard of defectors and people who would save them and protect them during their...
He did not say that. Iranians in the chat. Did he say that? Did Prince Reza Pahlavi say that we have 50,000? Just let me say this for a second, okay? So did Prince Reza Pahlavi say that we have 50,000 defectors from the regime, and in the moment of the revolution, they will show up in the streets and start protecting the people of Iran against armed forces? Did he ever say that one single time? Yeah, Iranians in the chat are saying no. No, he did not say that. Go on, Patipto.
Armin, actually, I have a comment on this, and a very important thing is First of all, no, he never say that. He never gonna do that because of the important thing important I'm going to tell you. Imagine even 100,000 people is already defecting from the IRGC. And this number is no match for a huge killing machine of the IRGC and militias.
Exactly.
And it is the propaganda's technique to make them show up and arrest them or also kill them. And the only Prince Reza Pahlavi always said that the only need for defections is for the day after the Nizam falls, after the regime falls. So this is the propaganda's technique to always show the defections must show early and must defend people. No, defections are here for the day after the regime falls to protect the Iran and peoples against the common threats are going for the people.
Right. Exactly. And to me, this suggests that Amanpour is like, this is right now the main way that they're trying to attack Prince Reza Pahlavi. The anti-Pahlavi forces have now united on this one narrative, and it shows that Amanpour is listening to the anti-Pahlavi content. Because what they're saying, because they saw how much Prince Reza Pahlavi, how much support he has, so they're trying to blame him for the number of people who were killed. So they're saying like, oh, he came out and said that there are 50,000 defectors. Which actually, like now it's getting a lot big, more than that, but let's say 50,000, right? But he was lying, because where were these people when the Iranian people needed them and they were being slaughtered? So again, if they paid any attention, they would understand that the main point of these defectors and to show the high numbers is to signal to the rest of the world that there's going to be stability after the Islamic Republic falls, because we already have a lot of people within the regime that will want to cooperate after the regime falls to basically keep everything stable. That is the point. And that is a very key point. That is a very key point, because that's the difference between international support and zero international support. As you guys saw, we need international support. And you do not get international support if the international community realizes that after the Islamic Republic, we're not going to have chaos. That is what the defections are meant to signal. And you lose that if, like as Petito said, even if you had, 100,000, 200,000, even if you had, that would be nothing. Like, you're not going to be able to do a coup with 200,000 people. The regime will just go through them like hot knife through butter, right? So you would lose that element. You would use that advantage if you just use them and just bring them into the streets for the regime to just go through them and identify. Like, what do you want to do? You want the regime to be able to identify every single one of them by them coming and showing themselves and just losing this main point that you have to the international community, that there will be stability during the transition period. Why would you do that? You're not going to do that. Also, keep in mind that even if Prince Reza Pahlavi had 100,000 people, he never said that they were all from the armed forces. They were from the regime. They were from the regime, meaning that they could be, I don't know, the person who brings, like, the people who files of, like, organizes the files, the person who document things, the accountant, the lawyer, I don't know. And even if they were for the armed forces, not everybody within the armed forces is somebody that has, like, that is a militant, that is a soldier. Like, there are many people from the armed forces that do office work. Like, a major part of the armed forces is office work. So even if you had 100,000 people, I would assume that maybe 30,000 of them or even less would be actual soldiers. So this is more a signal. There's two utilities that Prince Reza Pahlavi was really clear with regards to the utility of these defections. One, to signal to the people of Iran and the rest of the world that the regime is collapsing and there's internal division among them, and two, to signal to the world that we will have stability after the regime falls, because we already have people who want to work with Prince Reza Pahlavi even before the Islamic Republic falls. That was the utility. It wasn't like commandos just going going into the streets and all of a sudden getting guns from I don't know where and then start shooting at regime forces. Like that would be a short-lived internal war that would be that would end very fast, and Prince Reza Pahlavi would have lost all of their assets. The problem is, though, when Christian Amanpour asks this, it's a trap. Like all of the explanation that I gave you, if Prince Reza Pahlavi wanted to explain all of this, then it would have gotten to such a level of detail and provide so much ammunition for other people to go and try to create other things that they want to attack. So he knows that he just touches on what Amanpour says and then makes the main point that needs to be communicated rather than going through the details of why she's wrong. Because if he comes and tries to demonstrate why she's wrong, then she has to demonstrate why she's right, and then Prince Reza Pahlavi has to demonstrate why she's wrong. And instead of correcting her and completely derailing this conversation into who's right and who's wrong, he touches on it and he focuses more on everything that needs to be communicated to the audience. And this is what he does masterfully. So sometimes we get frustrated for why Amanpour is saying this, and maybe if I was there, I would fall for the trap and attack Amanpour for it. I'm like, what the hell, you freaking idiot! What are you talking about? Don't you know what this was about? But obviously, Prince Reza Pahlavi understands that this is a trap, and he just touches on it and makes the main point that needs to be focused on, right? So this look how he does this so masterfully.
During their demonstrations, of course, that didn't happen, and they were alone and they were slaughtered.
Sorry,
So
Armin, can you
why
pause?
did you?
And just in fact that she already told that defections didn't happen. I just want to tell the audience absolutely some of the defectors are already working hard. Some of the defectors are in intelligence systems. Some of the defectors are erasing names and informations of the arrested people. So it's already happening,
Right.
and no one can say
Exactly.
that. But we cannot public the informations because of everything you know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I found Potipto, you're absolutely right. And like that's what I found really strange about these questions. Like it's almost like she's fishing for information. I mean, we're literally in a war right now.
Absolutely.
We're in a revolution. Of course, like no one's going to expose the strategies or the tactics, right? But the one thing that I don't know if King Reza Pahlavi's come to this part yet, but he's mentioned this in his other speeches. He said the reason that the Islamic regime had to bring in external proxy forces from Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon, Gaza, Pakistan, Syria, the reason that the Islamic regime had to bring in the external terrorist militia forces to murder the unarmed Iranian people is because the Iranians themselves would not do it, because many of them had defected, many of them stayed home, many of them just laid down their guns, and many of them were executed for that.
Yeah, he's going to get to that, I think, right about very soon, right after this. I think.
قشنگ
That's
داره
exactly what he's
بازجویی میکنه، یعنی قشنگ بازجوی جمهوری اسلامی انگار داره صحبت میکنه.
And to the person, daughter Persa, saying President Trump said regime change is the best decision. Yes, we reported that an hour ago. But thank you for letting us know. Yes, we did speak about that.
All right, let's play the rest of this.
Say that. What was it based on? And who are the people that you say are defecting? And if not then, when? When are we?
By the way, she knows this. She's not that stupid, but she's pretending not to.
Going to see that?
Well, look, there are many elements within the regime structure that refuse to carry out the orders of repression.
Exactly. This is exactly. I knew what Goldie said, and I knew he's going to say this right here. Again, this is why this is so clever, right? Because if he wanted to get into all those details that I just told you, that would be a waste of time. But this is an opportunity for Prince Reza Pahlavi to say what Goldie just told you, because at the same time it addresses what Potipto and Goldie were saying, but also advertising how weak the Islamic Republic. So Prince Reza Pahlavi, like, look how much of a quick thinker he is. So Prince Reza Pahlavi's main agenda is not to like, oh, you're wrong about this, you're wrong about this. No, I was right. How dare, like, why would you think I'm wrong about it? Like, he's not he's thinking of the Iranian people. He's not thinking like, oh, I need to prove that I was right, right? So he uses the opportunity of this question to show how weak the Islamic Republic is and how high the level of defections are. This is how you speak when you're prioritizing getting the most important information out there rather than trying to prove that you're right about everything.
And they were severely penalized. We know of some police officers that were executed by the regime for refusing to crack down. We know of the fact that the regime had to import from Afghanistan, from Iraq, from Lebanon, elements that were not even Iranian citizens to do the dirty job. That to me is a sign of desperation, knowing that they were pushed back. They panicked, they shut down the internet, and in the darkest of night, they did what they did. To a point that today you have the Chancellor of Germany saying that this regime has lost complete legitimacy. So maybe finally, the changing factor would be shifting from a 4-decade-long policy of appeasement of this regime towards we have to find a solution beyond this regime. Most importantly, because of the people calling them.
See, this is like so, it's like, okay, I don't know. I could not think of a more perfect answer. He touches upon, well, if we have defection, and that has been useful by demonstrating it with evidence that this has been the case. And then he moves on to, he uses that to make the point, to make the main point that he's trying to make regarding this is actually a further evidence that we're now, the world is realizing that we need to move away from the Islamic Republic.
Now, there has been defections already. We had a specific project as part of the entire movement to call for people who have to show and demonstrate their intentions to defect. Many have applied and many have reached. Many of them are members of the military, paramilitary forces. They are also members of the civil bureaucracy. Now, there's an extent to which they can do their part, but as long as the RGC and Khamenei are sitting up there using them as an instrument of repression, even if you have defectors, it's not enough to be a shield of protection.
Perfect. Like one paragraph communicated at once in like one phrase.
We're chanting anyway on the streets, and we, in fact, were successful in pushing the regime back, except for the regime acted the way it did. So what do we do now? Do we have a temporary retreat? We are, but people are continuing the struggle. They're continuing to chant slogans. You see an unprecedented solidarity of Iranians in the four corners of the world, demonstrating their support for them. We've seen millions of people on the streets of Iran that are doing it. Does liberty have a price? Of course it does. Are we prepared to die for this cause? Of course we are. Our whole point is that we don't have a choice but to fight. We don't have a choice but to liberate ourselves. And the only way you can minimize the struggle in terms of time and loss of human life is not to be alone in this fight. There's too much blood between us and this regime. There's no turning back for us.
So, guys, this requires an explanation. When we say there's too much, this is a common saying within this revolution. When we say there's so much blood between us and them, I mean, I explained this a couple of times before, but for people who might be new here, we say there's a sea, there's an ocean of blood between us and you. We tell the Islamic Republic. This is basically an anti-reform message, meaning that there is no more talking to you. There is no point negotiating with you. It means that then you have killed so many of us that the blood of the people that you have killed, Islamic Republic, has created an ocean of blood, a gap. The ocean of blood represents the divide, the gap between us and you. So you have killed so many of us that you have demonstrated that you're so different from us, that you're like a completely different species. Like there's nothing similar between us and you. So that's why we don't negotiate with you. That's why we don't talk with you. That's why we don't want to reform you. We just want to kill you. Like we just want to end you. The ocean of blood represents the gap between the Iranian people and the Islamic Republic, using the visual of the sea of blood that they have created. The sea of blood has created the divide between us and them. So that means that we have nothing else to do with the Islamic Republic other than ending the Islamic Republic. There's nothing that the Islamic Republic can do to satisfy us other than die. That's what the sea of blood is meant to represent. That's why we are not in the nobody in Iran, nobody in this revolution is asking for the Islamic Republic to reform. Nobody is talking about talking to the Islamic Republic and making them change their way. We don't accept anything other than the complete destruction of the Islamic Republic. That's what the Sea of Blood is meant to represent.
So the question is the world this time going to be on the right side of history and support the Iranian people in their struggle for liberation? Or are we going to go back to business as usual and consider another movement that hasn't panned out? And I think a lot of it depends on the policy of straddling the fence and not committing to one side or the other. This is a choice to be made because the circumstances exist right now as we speak. There's an opportunity, there's a window that exists right now that could be the game changer for the whole world.
I can really hear you trying to call on something, and that something I think is intervention.
It is intervention only because the Iranian people realize that this intervention will eliminate the most important stumbling block between them and liberation, which is the regimes.
See, this is why we say that the reason why we need intervention is to remove the obstacle and nothing else. The rest can be done by the Iranian people.
Mechanism of repression and this killing machine. What does it mean? It means IRGC, it means any other instrument of repression, it means further economic sanctions, it means cutting economic, the regime's means to basically pay the checks of their mercenaries at the end of the day. It means putting more diplomatic pressure, expelling their diplomats, shutting down the embassy, repurposing the frozen assets that belong to the Iranian people to in fact help the Iranian people.
Guys, like, isn't this such an...
Armin, sorry, quickly. So we just got an update from the government of Canada for the validated, okay? So the validated signatures, okay? These, oh my gosh. The only time I would interrupt the king is if it's news about the king. Okay, how many signatures do you think we've gathered in 24 hours?
24,000.
Potipto نگاه نکن.
Sorry.
Potipto's cheating. All right. Well, Potipto was right. Armin, look at this. So,
that was just a lucky guess, Goldie. I didn't cheat.
Oh, what happened?
25,000 signatures.
Whoa.
In 24 hours.
Oh my God. Guys, Canada is a small country in population. That's a big number.
And guys, remember, this is validated. Validated, which means the clerks have gone through the signatures to make sure they're legitimate, okay? So think of how many unvalidated signatures still have to be confirmed by the clerks.
فقط اون احمقی که توی ساعت اول 500 تا امضا کرده بودن اومد توییت زده بود که فقط 500 تا امضا کرد. فقط قیافه اونا رو دوست دارم ببینم.
Look at this.
That's really good.
25,000 confirmed, validated, right?
Wow. Oh, but you see the numbers. That's amazing.
And people are still signing, right? Because people are still waiting for their confirmation email because due to ongoing technical issues, confirmation emails may be delayed.
I've been having technical issues.
Wow. Okay, anyways, I just wanted to give that really important update.
Internet and access to the...
Okay.
So, Goldie, we need to talk about the signing because I've been having some technical issues with it, but we could talk about that later.
Okay.
So, yeah. I don't know why it's not working for me. I've been trying so many times. All right, so let's continue.
to the world, and we had specific demands on that as to where the world can take steps that would be helpful to this campaign.
Okay, so I think it's important not to forget that 47 years ago, it was your family that was overthrown. It was your father that was overthrown. There was a reason for that.
All right, so what is she saying here? Like, oh, let's remember that your father was overthrown, as if like, I think she's both siding it. As if like, oh, we're going to overthrow the Islamic Republic. You're like, oh, just remember your father was overthrown as well. So if the Islamic Republic needs to go, well, your father was basically overthrown at some point, trying to basically make a show a resemblance between the need for the Islamic Republic to go and, in her mind, the Iranian people's demand for the Shah to go in 1979. That's what I think she's doing here. And I think like I need to point out how flawed of a comparison it is, but I think Potipto wants to say something, so let's go with Potipto first.
I just wanted to say from this moment, she goes full jihadi Amanpour instead of Christian Amanpour. At this very moment, she goes full jihadi Amanpour.
Right. So let me actually explain why that is an insane analogy, right? First of all, the level of awareness of the Iranian people today with back then is incomparable, right? Second of all, there is actually no data showing how many Iranian people wanted the Shah to go. The people who were participating in the revolution were a minority of the people, and the silent majority, like what you could accuse the silent majority back then who supported the Shah, is that they didn't come out and support the Shah. That's what you could accuse them of. But you cannot accuse the silent majority back then in 1979 of actually being anti-Shah. So that is why this is a silly comparison. Another major difference is that the Iranian people supported Khomeini, like some Iranian people back then supported Khomeini without even knowing what he stood for. They didn't read his book. They didn't know what Velayat Faqih was for. Even though they were a minority, that was a very uninformed. Even the people who weren't part of that minority didn't really know what Khomeini stands for. They didn't read any of his books when people were chanting his name. But when it comes to Prince Reza Pahlavi, the Iranian people have watched his speeches. They know what he stands for. They have watched his, they have read his books. They understand everything, that all the positions that he has. And they actually follow it in a level of detail that is insane. Like the level of detail that every single word of the Prince Reza Pahlavi has been analyzed from the past 47 years is to a crazy, insanely detailed level, right? So that is the difference. That is the difference. In fact, Prince Reza Pahlavi has been responding. We people who support Prince Reza Pahlavi and Prince Reza Pahlavi himself has been responding to the most challenging questions regarding his positions, but we didn't have anything like that for Khomeini. So these are why this is a ridiculous comparison.
That, and I wonder how you sort of talk about that right now, how you think about that right now. And also, like it or not, Ayatollah Khomeini had a ground game. He had the mosques. He had people who...
He had ground game. What the hell are you talking about? Like as if Prince Reza Pahlavi doesn't? You're like, oh, but like it or not, he had the ground game. He had the mosque. Yeah, okay. Do we not? We have more... We have a better ground game with Prince Reza Pahlavi, like the level of sophistication of Nufti and the IPP and the connection of the Prince Reza Pahlavi with the Iranian people and the level of organization is so much more sophisticated than what the mullahs had for 1979. If anything, this is actually a good sign for Prince Reza Pahlavi. So look at it. Listen to this here.
Are actually religious, and he had access to the press, as you know, in Paris, and he.
So does Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Had a real operation, cassettes smuggled in with his
cassettes. Cassettes smuggled in. We have social. Yeah, we have Starlink. We have internet. We have social media. We're more connected right now. What the hell are you talking about? So if this is actually in favor, this should be a point in favor of Prince Reza Pahlavi, because Prince Reza Pahlavi, if he was connected to the people from the Islamic Revolution through cassettes, Prince Reza Pahlavi is more connected to the Iranian people through social media, the internet, Starlink, and everything like that, and satellite TV than Khomeini was with the revolutionaries of his time. So if you're trying to make a point that the connection between Khomeini and the people, some people in Iran, were sophisticated and that caused the success of the revolution, well, based on that argument, this revolution should be even more successful because Prince Reza Pahlavi is even more connected to the people in Iran.
And remember that Khomeini done that with help of the globalists and lefts and others, but Prince Reza Pahlavi just done that alone by himself and the people around him.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. We for the past 47 years, the leftists around the world were against Prince Reza Pahlavi, and they were trying to not work against him to make sure his voice doesn't get out there. So Prince Reza Pahlavi was pushing against all of those obstacles, but Khomeini had their support and he had that advantage, and Prince Reza Pahlavi actually managed to overcome all of these obstacles that Khomeini didn't have to. Good point.
With his words into the mosques in Iran. I was there during that year of the revolution, and I remember it very well. So this is all to ask you, why do you think?
I just wanted to stop here for a second. So, in the beginning, she was like, "Oh, where were you when the revolution happened? What happened?" And now she's literally contradicting herself, like the evil, like demon woman that she is. And she's like, "Oh, I was there during the revolution. I remember it well." Right? So she already knows all this stuff. She's just basically, with every question, she's trying to catch him in propaganda. And keep in mind, guys, Senator Lindsey Graham, or as we call him, like Amu Graham is here watching. And I think that's one of the reasons why he was so frustrated with Amanpour and with the others, because he was seeing firsthand the Pahlavi derangement syndrome towards him, which is very similar to the Trump derangement syndrome, right? So I think that's why Senator Lindsey Graham was extra spicy, which, I mean, I love that, by the way, but I just want to point that out.
I think a Pahlavi should be the leader again. And how can you do it? What kind of a plan do you have? What kind of a political ground game inside the country do you have? I mean, it's necessary.
I mean, these people know that Prince Reza Pahlavi hasn't been fighting for being the leader in Iran again. He's been fighting for Iranian people being able to decide who the leader is going to be. Like, they know that. Like, this is the most repetitive thing that Prince Reza Pahlavi has said again. Like, this is the one thing that Prince Reza Pahlavi had to explain again and again and again and again for 47 years. Guys, we literally have videos of him looking like a teenage boy, like a young like a man in his 20s. Explain this that, oh yeah, he's fighting for an Iran where people could elect whoever they want. He's not fighting for him to become the ruler in Iran. That's what he's fighting for. So, like, it's frustrating because we know how many times he has explained this. So if somebody doesn't know this, they're either so clueless about Iranian politics that they're not worthy of being called a journalist, at least on the Middle Eastern affairs, or they're intentionally being, they're intentionally are trying to deceive the public against Pahlavi.
Right? You've got to also be able to convince people there and to have an organization.
Well, when it comes to the name, that's the name that people chanted on the streets of Iran by the millions in 31 provinces of Iran, in the four corners of Iran. They called my...
Guys, look, Iranian people, look what you have done. Look at what you have done. This is the power you have given our prince. This is why Prince Reza Pahlavi says constantly that I have no power. My power comes from the people. This is what you have done. This is why you shouldn't underestimate yourself. When Prince Reza Pahlavi goes around the world and speaks with the authority and the legitimacy that he has, is because you Iranian people gave that to him. He is your voice, and his power is your power. So when you see him speak and when you see him have the influence that he has, don't underestimate yourself. That is your influence. That is the influence that you gave him, and he's reflecting it. That's why we have chosen him, because he's the best reflection of you as Iranians. He is the best representative, and that's what he says himself all the time, and he knows that. Let's continue.
My name, they asked me to come to their support, and I have, and I accepted the challenge of leading the transition. As far as the plan that we have a plan before the regime's collapse, and particularly for the transition after this regime, which is very well documented and presented. It's an open document. You can see it on the website of the Iran Prosperity Project. It talks about the initial 100 days. How do we manage that process? How do we avoid what happened in Iraq post-Saddam Hussein? Because we don't want to have the same experience of de-Baathification. And one of the key...
So, guys, it's very important for everybody here to understand what Prince Reza Pahlavi means when he said de-Baathification, right? So, in Iraq, when Saddam was removed in 2003, the reason why we had the decade of chaos after the fall of Saddam and the rise of ISIS was the mistake that the Americans did, which was de-Baathification. So, the military part of removing Saddam was beautiful. 10 out of 10, really good job with that. The chaos started because of the mistakes that were made after the removal of Saddam, not the removal of Saddam himself. The mistake that was made was when they removed Saddam, the Ba'ath Party, which is the party that Saddam's party, right? It's also in Syria, but that's another topic. But that party was the Americans decided to completely remove that party, and anybody that was ever part of the Ba'ath Party was not given access to the next government of Iraq, to the government in Iraq. So the Americans decided that every single member of the Ba'ath Party should not be allowed to be part of the government in Iraq after Saddam falls, right? And yeah, they didn't have a plan, and they came up with this plan, and it was a horrible plan. This is what created the power vacuum. This is what created so many of the armed forces going around and becoming jihadis and joining ISIS, and it causes a decade of chaos. So Prince Reza Pahlavi wants to avoid that when it comes to the fall of the Islamic Republic. This is why he says that everybody who's working in the Islamic Republic, if they haven't been directly involved in the killing of Iranians, then we are going to allow them to continue to keep their jobs and work in whatever position they had before. A lot of you might hate that, but that's how you stop a power vacuum. That's how you stop chaos after the fall of the regime. So the de-Baathification, that's what happened in Iraq. We don't want to repeat that mistake in Iran, to make sure that we have stability after the fall of the Islamic Republic, right? So let's continue.
Key components of this strategy is how much defection can exist, not just because we need them on the side of the people, but because, and that has been my principal position, that anyone who doesn't have their hands soiled with the blood of the Iranian people should survive regime change and have a place in the future. They can be part of the solution as opposed to remain part of the problem. That's very critical to maintain a stable transition.
Yeah, this is like a blanket amnesty for anybody that doesn't have blood in their hand as part of the Islamic Republic,
both on the civilian side as well as the military paramilitary side.
So I want to follow up on what you just said. Whoever doesn't have blood on their hands, but as you know, a lot of your supporters, or people claiming to be your supporters, or I don't know, bots online or whatever, have zero tolerance to anybody who's in Iran right now. They call everybody a collaborator, everybody an appeaser.
All right, so this is something that Amanpour doesn't understand. When we're talking about blanket amnesty and forgiveness, okay, we're talking about not executing people, not imprisoning people. We're talking about not torturing people. We're talking about not fining people. Okay, so you are part of the Islamic Republic, for example. Okay, fine. We're not like, if you didn't kill anybody directly, you're forgiven. Whatever. Okay, it doesn't mean that we don't get to talk about you. Like, she says, like, oh, you're talking about like whoever doesn't have blood on their hand, but your supporters are attacking Nargis Mohammadi. With what? We're speaking. Like, we're using words. We're not intimidating her. We're not going out. We don't want to. We don't want her to be a political prisoner, for example. Obviously, we're against all forms of political prisoners. We don't want her to be in jail. We don't want her to be executed. We don't want her to be fined or anything. But we can call her out, calling her out and pointing out her ridiculous statements and, her whitewashing of the Islamic Republic and being a useful tool for the regime propaganda, her MEK connections, her reformers connections, her anti-Zionist. Guys, are we not allowed to call out Nargis Mohammadi for being anti-Zionist, being anti-Israel? Are we not allowed to call out Nargis Mohammadi for asking for reform instead of regime change? These are just words, guys. It doesn't hurt anybody. And guys, remember, Prince Reza Pahlavi is very clever in how he answers this, because he doesn't want to come and endorse Nargis Mohammadi, but he calls out the things that he should be calling out: violence and intimidation. Okay, so this is another trap. So again, if this trap was laid for me, maybe I would have fallen in it, because if you say this is a damn if you do or damn if you don't moment for Prince Reza Pahlavi, right? So if you come out and say oh yeah, we shouldn't be attacking Nargis Mohammadi, then a lot of his supporters will be like, what the hell? Nargis Mohammadi is MEK, reformist, and Marxists all at the same time. Why shouldn't we be calling her out? Obviously, we should be calling her out. But if he comes out and takes a position against Nargis Mohammadi, that's also is going to look bad internationally. She's a Nobel Peace Laureate. It's going to make Prince Reza Pahlavi look like they're intolerant. It's going to be like, oh, look, Prince Reza Pahlavi is as intolerant as his supporters. These are dictators. He's a fascist. They don't accept anybody that other than the people who see eye to eye with them. So which one do you choose? Do you come and support Nargis Mohammadi, or you support most of the Iranian people who are positioning themselves against Nargis Mohammadi because they accurately have identified her as part of the problem? Okay, what do? Again, Prince Reza Pahlavi does neither. He's clever to call out specific actions that you shouldn't be doing, like violence and intimidation. Remember, guys, violence and intimidation does not include us just pointing out to you how wrong Nargis Mohammadi is and how useful she is to the Islamic Republic. Us stating that is neither violence or intimidation. It's just statements of our opinion, and nobody could come and say that that's the wrong thing to do, right? And Prince Reza Pahlavi wouldn't say that, oh, you cannot voice your disagreement with Nargis Mohammadi. He calls out the two actions. So this way, the reason why this is very clever by Prince Reza Pahlavi is because it's enough to satisfy the people who are trying to get Prince Reza Pahlavi to call out bad behavior, but it's also not an endorsement of Nargis Mohammadi, which is not a call to not criticize her. That's why that was the perfect response by Prince Reza Pahlavi. So let me know if you agree with me in the chat, and listen to how Prince Reza Pahlavi responds to this.
There is this incredible woman, Nargis Mohammadi, who's a Nobel Peace Laureate. She should be a source of pride for her human rights and her sacrifice that she's made. And yet...
Yeah, and guys, also another point is that whether your supporters or bots, which is also part of the conspiracy theory that a lot of Prince Reza Pahlavi supporters are bots based on that stupid article by Haaretz. So that's another point that she's trying to make here, which is nonsense. But Gold, you want to add something?
Yeah, also, who is she? Who is she to tell us who we should support and who we shouldn't, right? Who is she to make that decision for us? Does she think she knows better than us about who we should support, who we don't? Is it, the whole point here is that we're fighting for the right to choose who we want to support. And I don't want to support Nargis Mohammadi. I don't like her. I mean, I don't want her to be a political prisoner, but I don't care about her. I don't want anything to do with her. Right? Go live your life and be free and leave us alone. right? It's like, why are these people pushing themselves onto us? And they're like, it's almost like they're forcing us. Like they're no different than the mullahs. They're no different than the Islamic regime, right? Like the fact that they're forcing these people on us, right? And then they're like, well, why aren't you guys accepting her? Because we don't like her. We don't like her. Right?
Yeah, guys, it's undemocratic for us not to like somebody, apparently.
Yeah.
It's guys, to show that we're democratic, we should be like saying to you guys, like, yeah, this person that we hate, we actually like her. She's great. We should basically be lying to you about our opinion about something. Yeah. That is what democracy means, apparently.
You know, guys, I'm a bot, Armin's a bot, Patipto's a bot. All of you are bots, by the way. All of you are bots. Oh, I'm AI. I forgot. I'm like Mossad AI. So there you go. That's why I always look the same every day. But you're all bots.
We are next generation AI.
Next generation AI. There you go.
You human like AI.
Exactly. Anyways, that was just my little rant on that.
Like, yeah, why are you guys calling out Nargis Mohammadi? Like, who are, because we understand what she stands for. Like, this is as ridiculous as coming out and telling us that, why are you Pahlavi supporters so intolerant? Why are you all anti-Khamenei? Don't you want to be more accepting? Don't you want to show like more tolerance of like the mullahs? Like, you guys are just so undemocratic and intolerant. Like, it's basically the same thing. Like, Nargis Mohammadi is basically the same thing. And if they want to say, like, oh my God, she got a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, you're telling me that the Westerners understand what the Iranian people need more than the Iranian people themselves. So just because this organization in Norway decided that Nargis Mohammadi deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, and the Iranian people decide that she could F off, we have to give in to what people in Norway are saying to decide who is the proper leader of the Iranian people, and not the Iranian people themselves. Okay, sure, not going to happen.
One more thing. Why is this woman focusing on Nargis Mohammadi, for example, but not on, like, I don't know, Fatima Sepehri? Right? Why are all these leftists trying to push Nargis Mohammadi? But like, guys, Fatima Sepehri, she's a real political prisoner. She's a Muslim woman. Like, she wears the hijab, and she's a huge supporter of King Reza Pahlavi. So she's treated terribly, terribly, terribly. She's a legitimate political prisoner, but they never talk about her, right? They talk about Nargis Mohammadi, the fake controlled opposition. Meanwhile, the real opposition, people like Fatima Sepehri, are languishing away in prison and being tortured.
So, guys, we're not. Let me tell you why we're not making this up. Because, like what Goldie mentioned, Fatima Sepehri, like, you guys might think like, oh, we're exaggerating. Nargis Mohammadi is a political prisoner, so she's on the right side. Guys, there's two types of political prisoners in Iran. Okay. People who support Pahlavi, like Fatima Sepehri, and they are treated so severely badly inside prison. They're put under the worst conditions. Okay. And then people who are anti-Pahlavi, and the Islamic Republic loves these people, loves this form of opposition. And we have videos, like, we're not making this stuff up. We have regime officials admitting themselves that their prison cells is like hotels. They have the best condition. Not only that, Fatima Sepehri can't even talk to her own sons, while somebody like Nargis Mohammadi, the Islamic Republic gives them access to international media. They arrange a meeting with her and Angelina Jolie. They arranged meetings with her for her Nobel Peace Prize and everything. They let her go out whenever they need her to go out and do something and make a statement, and then she has to go back into her cage, and they lock her up for whenever they need to put her back out there. Like, it's completely by design. By the way, even though we're saying this, we, just like our prince, we completely agree that there should be zero political prisoners. As much as we don't like Nargis Mohammadi, we don't want her to be a political prisoner. You know why? Because we don't believe in the concept of political prisoners at all. Okay. So even though we are so much against her, We don't want her in jail. We want all political prisoners to be free. So even the ones that we don't like, they don't belong in jail. They should be free. Zero political prisoners. That's why, as much as we're against Nargis Mohammadi and people like her, we fight for their freedom as well, because nobody deserves to be in jail for their political views. Zero political prisoners in the future of Iran.
Yeah, and like that's something that these people like they put this upon us. Like, guys, like former politician in a democratic country here, right? Like the whole point of a functioning democratic society is to have opposing viewpoints and opposing perspectives, and then you use your words and you use the power of votes and things like that to figure it all out, right? Like I disagree with like the liberals, I disagree with the NDP, but I would never want to see them in jail. So the fact that these leftists, these people are trying to like make it seem as if we want to jail everyone, it's ridiculous. We're literally fighting for freedom. We're fighting for the freedom for people to oppose us. Like we're fighting for the freedom of the ballot box. And King Reza Pahlavi says that himself. He's like, I'm fighting so that you can have the freedom to vote no to me at the ballot box.
By the way, guys, I have a guess. I'm going to make a guess, and Goldie and Patipto, you tell me if you think I'm right about it. This is a complete guess, okay? I think for somebody like Nargis Mohammadi, the real prison is outside of jail. Because I think that if you free her, you actually have put her in jail, because I think she's in love with her jail cell. I think she's in love with her prison. I think she considers that to be home. Her entire resume and her entire activism is about her being in jail. And I think that she has fallen in love with it. And I think the real prison for her is for her out, like her real prison is outside. That's my feeling regarding
because she's not in the real jail. She's in the luxury resort part of it.
And
So
she
it's
also
basically like a resort for her, all inclusive.
And also she have very connection in that jail. She can do everything in the jail, but in the public, nobody can even listen to her.
Yeah, somebody's saying it's a big part of her identity. Yeah, exactly. Also victim mentality. Her entire identity is I go to jail. So if she doesn't go to jail, then she has no purpose. It's like, what's your purpose? My purpose is to go to jail and get credibility because I go to jail. That's her entire thing. Yeah. Somebody's saying, doesn't she go to gain? Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Nail Bunny. She gained weight in Evan prison. She went in skinny. She came out chubby. Like look at okay, guys, look at the before and after pictures of Pahlavi supporters when they go to prison inside Iran, and then compare that to the before and after of anti-Pahlavi people when they go to prison. Okay, it's like completely different. They gain weight. All right, let's continue.
Online, it is catastrophic what people claiming to be your supporters are saying. So I don't know whether you want to say something to them, whether you reject this kind of lumping together anybody who actually lives in Iran and has to survive.
Look,
guys, we also have videos of Nargis Mohammadi having a dance party. I kid you not, a dance party without hijab inside prison. Okay, like they had music and they were dancing and they were like shaking their butt and everything while inside prison, and everybody was clapping and everything. Anyways.
Always spoken against any kind of political violence or intimidation. As a matter of
see, this is bingo. How you bingo. Do it. Yeah, bingo, exactly. So he doesn't come and say like he's not saying anything about Nargis Mohammadi. He's sort of like, I call out violence and intimidation, as we all do. Obviously, we shouldn't be intimidating like people like that. We shouldn't be using violence against them. His position is to, call out the violence. So look at this. He's basically giving them what they want. Like, look, I'm calling this out, but he's being very specific regarding what actions he's calling out. He's not like calling out us criticizing Nargis Mohammadi. He's calling out violence and intimidation. He's being very specific about the type of behavior that he's calling out. This is a genius response.
Principle. And I think this is an opportunity to say that one of our asks is, of course, the immediate release of all political prisoners. That includes Narges Mohammadi. And I think when we look at the future of Iran, while today we can all be allies for a...
See, this is perfect. Like, we don't like, but if you want to say, you're saying something positive, but you're not endorsing her. We don't want her to be a political prisoner. Perfectly said.
Common cause of liberation and the secular democracy as an alternative to this clerical dictatorship, I think we are all in the same boat. We may vote differently tomorrow, and tomorrow someone like Narges Mohammadi may choose to run as prime minister or president. That's fine. But today...
This is also a really clever answer. The point is that we need to get rid of the Islamic Republic. If these people have any standing in society, we will see that in a democratic Iran. When they come out, we will see who has the support and who doesn't, who has a little support, who has a little support, and who has no support. So just let us get to the point. Let us go with Prince Reza Pahlavi's leadership through the transitional period, get to the point where we could elect. And all of these people, if they have any claims, like these people like claiming that they have a standing, okay, then get with the program, support Prince Reza Pahlavi to get us to the point where Iranian people can vote. And then if you have a standing, we will see that. Why are you so afraid of democracy? Why are you so afraid of Pahlavi? You say that you support democracy, but you are scared of democracy. You are anti-Pahlavi because you know Pahlavi will bring democracy, and democracy will show your actual standing among the Iranian people. If you think that you're supposed to be the leader, okay, run for president, run for prime minister. Let's see what happens. Let's just bring democracy, and then we will see where you stand.
We need to first address the issue of liberation. And on that, I think the vast majority of Iranian secular Democrats, whether they are Republicans or monarchists or socialists or conservative or, representative of our ethnic groups or religious minorities, when you look at the diversity among us, we are quite united on these principles. And I think that is where we need to stand together in unison.
Wait, somebody in the chat is saying, but will there be RGC on the ballot in the free Iran? No, because we don't want absolute democracy. We want a liberal democracy, meaning that there's going to be limitations to majority rule. One of those limitations is secularism, right? So not everything should be decided on the ballot. There are some red lines that there is no voting on. And for those 4 red lines are these 4 principles: democracy, secularism, equal individual rights, border integrity of Iran. These four principles will not be up for votes. They are principles that are part of our DNA. There's no voting on these. And because secularism is part of one of those 4 principles, nothing Islamic will be able to make it into our government.
And do not allow those who, and I think the regime is behind a lot of these campaigns, to try to discredit not just me, but pose as representative of this or that group, because they always try to play the divide and rule game. They always tried over the years to make sure that such an array of opposition can never unite in a real sense. What I call, again, and I take the opportunity to remind people what this struggle is all about. This struggle is about freedom. This struggle is about the equality of all citizens. This struggle is about freedom of speech. This struggle is all about democracy and the ballot box. And we can certainly compete in the future, but today is the time to make sure that we don't have that ballot box through which we can determine who has what level of support or who can be able to do this and that. We need to get there first. So
exactly. If we claim that you have support, help us get there first and we'll see.
We're reminding everybody, our cause is for everyone to fit under this tent. And this tent could be as wide as it can get, so long as we can agree on at least, this is what I'm calling for, on at least 4 key principles. Number 1 is Iran's territorial integrity. This is a matter very important for many Iranians. Yep. Number 2 is the obvious need for separation of church from state, which is a prerequisite to democracy. On that we agree, including many clerics in Iran who have spoken time and again against the Velayat Faqih. They don't believe that religion has a place in politics, and they know how much damage was done to the faith as a result of this
So
regime.
just we know that is the guiding principle of the Islamic Republic. The supreme leader represents
And we had
God.
many clerics from the beginning who were ostracized by the regime. Today we have one of the leading clerics in Iran, Maulavi Abdul Hamid, a Sunni cleric who has spoken against this regime and believes, in fact, as a clergyman, in the separation of church from state.
So guys, this is why I've been telling you guys that we're anti-Islam, we're not anti-Muslim. Because look at the prince. He's even talking about secular clerics who believe in secularism, right? So again, when it comes to these people, I disagree with them on Islam. I'm anti-Islam, they're pro-Islam. But when it comes from a political perspective, if they are secular, they are politically, not on the wrong side. From a religious perspective, philosophical perspective, outside of the government, we as individuals, as like me, like for example, or Petito or Goldie, as individuals, could fight against their ideology and challenge them. But from a political perspective, as a government, as a secular government, you cannot be taking positions against people just because of their religious belief, as long as they believe that state and religion should be separated. So there's a responsibility of the government, and then there's a responsibility of the average citizen. As an average citizen, we are allowed to compete with each other, take positions against each other's views and ideologies, and take aggressive positions against each other. But from a position of a government, everybody that accepts the principle that religion and government should be separated is a valid ally of the revolution and the transitional government, and even the future government to come, right? As long as they don't bring their religion into the government. Yeah, Goldie, yeah.
President Trump posted something on his Truth Social about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, let's go to that. Just that?
Just that.
Okay. Oh my God, guys. F around and find out it's about to happen. Look at this. This is coming. Guys, remember, this is not scary at all. Remember? You shouldn't be worried at all based on the it's just a toy, according to the Islamic Republic supporters. Wow. Boom, boom.
I don't know which one this is, but he just posted the image like 16 minutes ago.
Is that Gerald Ford, the new one that is joining in? Guys, is that the new one? Is that the Gerald Ford one? Or is that the USS Abraham Lincoln? If it's Gerald Ford, am I pronouncing it Gerald? Gerald Ford. If it's Gerald Ford, guys, the Gerald Ford the carrier strike group is the most advanced that United States has. It's the most advanced one. It's like on a completely different level. As much as we've been praising the USS Abraham Lincoln, the Gerald Ford carrier strike group is the most advanced. Is like the USS Abraham Lincoln one is like nothing compared to this. It's like a grandpa. This is like a teenager ready to fight, like an athlete, young 20-year-old man ready to fight, and USS Abraham Lincoln is like an old grandpa compared to this. Is it? I mean, I don't know if it is.
People are saying it's the Gerald Ford. It's the new one.
Is it? Guys, this is what we've been waiting for. This is so much more significant compared to the USS Abraham Lincoln. This is being added to the fight. This is now in the Middle East. Where is this?
I don't know. I don't know where it is. He just posted a picture of it.
So we knew that this is coming to the Middle East.
No, apparently it's the Lincoln.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's the Lincoln. It's not the Ford. It's the Lincoln. Okay. Thank you, Americans.
Even if this is the Lincoln, we know that Gerald Ford is now. Well, President Trump said that another airstrike carrier group is being added, and honestly, I thought it's going to be the George H.W. Bush one, but apparently that one is retired right now, for now. And this is even better. This is not this one, but Gerald Ford carrier strike group is even better is because the most advanced one the United States has. Let me actually look at the picture of that one. Carrier. Let me see if the picture. You guys are sure this is not the. It looks like it. The pictures I have. I mean, I don't know. They all look the same. Guys, I'm racist towards carrier airstrike carriers because to me they all look the same. Sorry, guys, I'm racist. They all look the same to me. All right, let's continue.
We're officially. Go ahead.
من میخواستم کمک بکنم شماره رو اگه بتونی جلوش زوم کنی بخونی 72 میشه لینکلن 78 میشه جرالد فورد و یه فکت هم که جرالد فورد یکی از بهترین علایای شاهنشاه آریامهر بوده تو دورانی که فعال بودن.
Oh guys, Gerald Ford, the President Gerald Ford was one of the greatest allies of our king. So that's actually very fitting that that would be coming. That is the one that. So guys, this is what Gerald Ford looks like. Is that similar to the guys? This looks like the picture Goldie just showed us. No,
no, it's not.
No. Why do they look the same to me?
I don't know. They're probably built the same, like the same style, probably.
Iranian people. Number 3.
No, this is not the wrong. This is. Oh yeah, this is okay. How dare you, Armin?
Also, I just wanted to say that with the petition, we are officially over 25,000. So we were just under 25,000 before. Now we're over 25,000. So 25,000 confirmed signatures in one day.
Yep. All right, let's continue.
Is equality of all citizens under the law and individual liberties. And number 4 is the right for the Iranian people to determine their own future, which is exactly the agenda of.
So that's the same as democracy, by the way. The right to vote and using the, as Goldie correctly points out, the right to self-determination is basically the same right as, basically means another word for that is democracy and electing your own representatives. So those are the 4 principles.
The transitional government, to make sure that Iranians will have the ability to elect their representative to the Constitutional Assembly, to decide first what it is that they want in their future. And unlike 1979, where nobody had a clue what Islamic Republic means, but a clear option as to what are the diverse possibilities, allow for a Constitutional Assembly to draft a constitution, allow for people to either adopt it by a referendum or reject it and have another draft, all for it to finally end up with a ratified constitution approved by the nation. Then we will have the elections of the first parliament and the first government of that future democracy. Whether it ends up being a republic or it ends up being a constitutional monarchy, that's exactly for the people to decide. And the minute this happens, the transitional government dissolves itself and turn over control to the elected members of the Iranian parliament and government. That's the end of that process of transition.
I'm going to get
now.
So guys, it's important that you guys are educated regarding the transition phases, okay? So if anybody asks you how the democratic process will work after the fall of the Islamic Republic, we will have we're going to have many elections, okay? First election is going to be a referendum to choose between a constitutional monarchy or a republic without a monarch. That's going to be the first one. Then they're going to have another election. We're going to choose the members, our representatives in a council. We're going to call it the founding council, okay? The council of founders. You know how like you have the founding fathers of the United States? We're going to elect our founding fathers. We're going to elect them, and they're going to go sit in a room, and they're going to write the Constitution. They're going to come give us the Constitution, and we're going to be like, okay, we're going to have a vote to say if we accept the Constitution or like, nope, go try again. So we're going to have a referendum to see if we're going to accept this Constitution that they wrote or we don't accept it. If we don't accept it, they have to go and rewrite it. If we accept it, yay, we have a Constitution. Then after we have voted for our Constitution, then we're going to start voting for our parliament members so we could have a prime minister and all of that stuff. All right. So that's how many elections was that? The first referendum, the council of the founders, then on the constitution, and then the parliament members. So that's 4 elections at least, unless we decide that the constitution is not good, then we have to vote again. So that could add to the elections that we're going to have to have. So let's continue.
Until the next future.
Yeah, people are saying that's a good process. That's a really good process, right? Like that's the cleanest process. This is going to be the most sophisticated, advanced, modern process of democratization of a country in history.
Future role, but I really do need to ask you, will you tell your supporters online or wherever they might be to stop in your name this kind of attack on all?
He already answered you. He has been doing this for 47 years, telling people. And by the way, when you say this type of attack, what do you mean? What type of attack? He already said no violence, no intimidation. Are you expecting us to shut the hell up about our opinions? Like, are you trying to take our freedom of expression away when it comes to our opinions about individuals? Like, are we not allowed to share our opinions? Well, what attacks do you mean? Prince Reza Pahlavi has already clarified, has already gave you his position: no to violence, no to intimidation. Everything else is allowed. So what are you talking about?
Ordinary Iranians, because it's very terrifying.
I have, and they know it.
Oh,
so
it's terrifying for someone to say that they don't support Nagus Mohammadi, but those same people who are out there, supporting the Islamic regime, and when they murder over 90,000 Iranians in a month, that's not terrifying. But someone online saying, we don't support Nagus Mohammadi, that's somehow terrifying. It's literally like they're switching the narrative.
Why do they never ask Nagus Mohammadi why she's against Prince Reza Pahlavi? Why is it that Prince Reza Pahlavi always has to be answerable to these things, and they don't challenge them? Because Prince Reza Pahlavi has posted and supported campaigns for their freedom, and those people have never said a single positive thing about Prince Reza Pahlavi, even though Prince Reza Pahlavi has actively been fighting for their freedom. So why is Prince Reza Pahlavi has to be answerable to everything everybody does, but they are not being answerable for their own actions, like for their own anti-Pahlavi position?
It's not only them. I think this should be for everyone to follow.
I mean, guys, also please remember, Nagus Mohammadi is anti-Israel. So please also remember that we know who our allies are and who's our enemy.
Follow as a principle. There shouldn't be any place for political.
By the way, by anti-Israel, I mean pro the Palestinian cause, which is a terroristic movement. Let's continue.
Political violence or intimidation from anyone. And
yes,
I think
exactly. See, Prince Reza Pahlavi is very clever. He responds by specifically labeling the specific actions that he's calling out as things that we shouldn't be doing: political violence and intimidation.
We should all adhere to principles. I'm not talking just to one group. I'm talking to every single Iranian out there, regardless of their political affiliation. We need to show and demonstrate that that's where we differ. A regime that is in a punitive way forcing an ideology and has been discriminating against every possible aspect of people disagreeing with them, as opposed to those of us who.
By the way, Goldie, you know what just happened here? You know what they just did to us? They, in this important platform, this was not just an attempt to attack Prince Reza Pahlavi. This was an advertisement for Nagus Mohammadi as somebody that people should go and support. And she mentioned her name twice in this very important conference, just so that they could have her name side by side to Prince Reza Pahlavi. This was an ad, guys. This was why she mentioned her name twice. This was an ad for Nagus Mohammadi. Even though she's not here, Christian Amanpour brought her here. right next to Prince Reza Pahlavi on this
because
platform.
they're trying to lower his legitimacy as leader by trying to create a false equivalence between him and all these other people. But 90,000 Iranians didn't lose their lives because they were out in the streets yelling for Nargis Mohammadi, right? Like no one was calling for Nargis Mohammadi. She can go to the back of the line like the rest of us, right? We have one leader, and it's King Reza Pahlavi, and that's it.
Millions of Iranian people came out into the streets to shout Prince Reza Pahlavi's name, and Christian Amanpour is now trying to shove Nargis Mohammadi down our throat as like your leader. Like, sure, I'm sure that's going to work out well for you guys.
Like they're acting exactly like the Islamic regime. They're trying to force us into accepting someone that we don't want.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are very nice in the chat. I appreciate you guys.
Spiritual values of freedom, have tolerance for other viewpoints, believe in pluralism, and that's exactly how we define ourselves as a contrast to this regime. We have.
Oh, guys, pluralism. Let me tell you something about pluralism. Okay, the anti-Pahlavi people, they think pluralism means that they get to be leaders as well. For years, they have been telling us that you're not pluralistic or democratic or tolerant unless we get to be leaders as well. If there are not people side by side next to Prince Reza Pahlavi that we all accept as leaders, then you're intolerant, you're not pluralistic, you're undemocratic. Which is ridiculous because every single revolution, well, the vast majority of the revolutions that were successful were people were united under one leader's name. You could be pluralistic and tolerant and accepting of different people under the leadership of one leader. Having multiple leaders with completely contradictory beliefs and views is just chaos. It's just chaotic. You could be pluralistic and diverse in your group with one leader, and we are diverse. The people who have accepted Prince Reza Pahlavi as their leader, we're very diverse. We are pluralistic. We're like from all different classes, from all different ethnicities, from atheists to non-religious to Muslim, Christian, Jew. Like we're so diverse. We have managed to achieve diversity under the leadership of one leader. In fact, it has been the opposite of what they told us. They told us that if you have one leader, it's going to cause division and a lack of plurality and demonstrates lack of tolerance and stuff like that. But we actually noticed that the more we attempt to have multiple leaders, the more the Iranian people were turned off and upset, and the more the leadership became just Pahlavi, the more united we became, and the more diverse we became, and the more pluralistic we became. So it was the opposite of what these leftists told us. The more that we gathered around under the name of Pahlavi, the more people wanted to join, the more numerous we became, because more people just wanted Pahlavi as a leader, and not any of these other people who. Nobody, guys, I'm kidding. I'm not joking. It's not that Prince Reza Pahlavi has been called for leadership and these people have been called less. It's not just that Prince Reza Pahlavi has been called by millions of Iranians in the streets of Iran to be the leader, and these people have been called by just a few people. I'm not exaggerating, guys. They haven't been called to be the leader by a single person chanting in the streets of Iran. Not a few, okay? Not a single person. There is not a single video. I am not kidding you. I'm not exaggerating. There's not a single video calling upon Nargis Mohammadi, Mariam Rajavi, or any of these other people. So it's not just that they're few, it's that they're non-existent. Their support is non-existent. It's not little. There's no chant in Iran saying, Masih, come lead the way. Masih, come lead us. Like, it's zero. It's non-existent. Anyways, let's continue.
Have to show it beyond words in action. And that's.
Oh, what is this one? What does it say? Can you read it? Oh, you're muted.
Oops, sorry. We got to thank you. So Andrew says, Thank you, Goldie, Petito, especially Armin, who's really coming into his own to educate us and keep us on an even keel. Yeah, Armin's doing great, guys. I'm really enjoying this. I'm enjoying listening to Armin. It means I get to take a little bit of a break from speaking so much. So I'm really enjoying this.
You're not taking a break, Goldie. You're behind the scenes doing a lot of work. We know that. She's like, guys, Goldie doesn't take breaks. Every time she say like, oh, I'm going to go take a break, she's working on this petition. You know that, right? She's not taking a break. We know, Goldie. Don't trick us. You're not taking a break.
Oh.
All right.
Thank you.
You're there making history.
Team effort.
Yeah,
Team effort.
Okay, let's continue.
Something that I've always called for, but I cannot control millions of people and whatever they say in social media, and who knows if they're real people or not. That I can't control.
This is actually a very important point because they constantly attack Prince Reza Pahlavi for the actions of some of his supporters, but they don't do the same thing for the actions of the so-called leaders, the safe declared leaders of the other fake opposition that is out there. You know, like the attacks, like Prince Reza Pahlavi hasn't attacked Masih Alinejad or Nargis Mohammadi a single time. Not a single time has he attacked them. But they have attacked him, okay? But they never get called out. But Prince Reza Pahlavi gets called out for the actions of his supporters rather than being judged by what he says and what he does himself. And also, when they want to say like, oh, Pahlavi supporters are rude, they're swearing online, they are not like classy, they attack their, like, you use vulgar words to attack their opposition, they don't point out that anti-Pahlavi people kill. Okay, they also swear, by the way, they swear even more, but we don't have a single example of pro-Pahlavi people killing their opposition. It's all just talking. It's all just attacking the other side by just calling them out. But every single of the anti-Pahlavi people, they have killing their opposition in their resume. They don't point that out. All right, let's continue.
But I can only stress the importance
You don't
of these
approve of
values.
it?
Of course I don't approve, and I've condemned it. I think there are many people in this room who in fact often have reposted my statements that are aware of this fact, that I've done my part as much as possible to condemn that type of behavior that I will not tolerate and I will not stand for.
To your role, what do you want to represent if there was this opportunity? Do you want to be king? Do you want to be president? What is your role in this situation?
What do you think he's going to say? He's going to say, let the people decide, like he has been saying for the past, I don't know, let me check my watch, 47 years.
You know, from the first day I started, I considered my mission in life to bring the country to a point that we can have that final referendum and the people elect their first democratic government in the future. That, to me, is the finish line and mission accomplished in life. I don't have any personal ambition. I'm not seeking power. I don't want to have a crown on my head or a title. But I think that they should look at me as a bridge to that destination and not the destination itself.
Sorry, Armin,
That's
can you
my
pause
focus.
for a moment?
And any other argument?
Yes.
Yeah, so someone in my chat is saying you can do your analysis afterwards. Let us listen. Guys, we already watched, so for those of you who are new, just tuned in, we already watched all of this with no interruption. So if you want to watch the full thing with zero interruption, you're more than welcome to go find the video link yourself and go watch it there, right? So I don't appreciate rude comments, especially when Armin is giving us a fantastic analysis. And we've already watched this video in its entirety with zero interruptions. So right now we're going through the analysis portion of it, which is what we were all waiting for. So if you want to see the whole thing with no interruption, you're welcome to go find the video yourself and watch it.
Yeah, but the person who said that, what makes you think that if we just watch this one more time again and then analyzing, then there's going to be another person coming out and saying, let us watch it through. Why are you analyzing this? This is what it, so we just, what makes you assume that we didn't do that already? All right, so
just before you continue, I want the chat to look how humble our king is and how rude is Christian Amanpour in this interview. Look at the body languages. Look at the differences. We had the humble king and the rude nobody in front of him.
Exactly. Actually, Patipto, I think his mannerism is one of the main reasons why the Iranian people trust him. A lot of people say, some people who criticize Prince Reza Pahlavi, they say that, oh, they wish Prince Reza Pahlavi was more like Reza Shah, like more like authoritative and like speaking like somebody that is coming, hard down on people and basically showing a lot more, but I think Reza Shah was the best for his time, and our Prince Reza Pahlavi is best for his time. I think Reza Shah, his mannerism was exactly what we needed at that time, where the country was falling apart. We were at the edge of collapse, and somebody with a lot of authority had to come out and basically crush anybody that wanted to destroy Iran. But Prince Reza Pahlavi's mannerism is the perfect for his time. I think we got 3 different Shahs perfect for exactly their time. Every single one of them, the way that their mannerism was exactly what we needed at that time. Prince Reza Pahlavi right now, if he was more like Reza Shah, he would have been rejected he would be rejected as a leader. The level of how humble he is and how soft-spoken he is, it gives people a sense of trust. It gives people a sense that he's not going to come and try to do a Khomeini on us. And I think this is exactly what we needed. What is this? Let me bring this. You're unmute, you're muted.
Sorry. Listen, I mute my mic now because when I'm typing, you're like, what's that noise? Because it's my Mac, right? So
sorry.
I don't want to distract you. No, it's okay. I forget. But no, guys, I am reading the comments as much as I can. And this one was just really funny to me. So, because where you paused, there's like a woman in the back behind King Reza Pahlavi, and she's on her phone. So someone commented, wonder what could be so interesting on the woman's phone.
I know. Oh, 2 of them. What the hell? Unbelievable. Why are you even here if you want to just check your phone?
Could you imagine, like, you're there, you're listening to like the King of Iran speak, and you're on your phone? I mean, they could be maybe they're reporters and they're like live tweeting or something, posting. I don't know.
True.
So we should give them the benefit of the doubt. They could be
let's give them
reporters live
maybe
posting or something.
Maybe they're just really good at listening very carefully and writing about it at the same time. Maybe they're taking notes, everything that the prince is saying. Maybe they're writing it down.
Yeah, but then they could just use ChatGPT like I do when Patipto's speaking in Persian.
They're not as smart as you, Goldie.
Oh, no,
okay, not everybody gets to be this smart, obviously.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, all right, there you go. So I just thought that comment was funny.
Okay.
Argument about whether or not I will have a future role is placing the cart before the horse. My focus is on delivering on what I promised 47 years ago.
Why does she look so
That has been
angry?
my commitment.
Yeah, and the body language,
like can you look at how she's like huffing, like.
به خاطر اینکه هرچی رشته کردن پنبه شد دیگه. 3 نفر رو فرستادن، کریم سجادی و نازنین بنیادی و کریستیان امانپور و روح نرگس محمدی احضار کردن. با این حال داره به ضررشون تمام میشه. باید این شکلی باشن.
Omid is saying, be right back, need to punch something.
Oh my gosh. Like, just look at that. Like, guys, so, I've done a lot of media interviews with journalists. Like, I've never seen anyone look like this, right? Like, this is super incredibly hostile, right? Like, just.
And she knows, by the way, Gold, you have had media training. I haven't.
Yeah.
But don't you tell you that this is basically shows like aggression and being closed and, feel like a defensive position? Isn't that like an obvious thing that when you have this position, the body language is basically rejection of
100%. 100%. Like, so she's getting frustrated. She's practicing jihadi Pilates. Look, she's guys, so she's getting frustrated because she keeps on throwing like these curveballs trying to trap King Reza Pahlavi, and he's not taking it, right? He's not falling for the bait, and he's responding, like a statesman. He's responding like a leader. And now she's getting frustrated because this woman thinks that, you know, she's it, right? She's a hot shot and whatever. And so she's like,
yeah. Look at the comment by Texas Troop. I'm not gonna highlight that. I'm just gonna
You know what? I think she has an ego as big as the room, and she thinks she is equivalent to an aircraft carrier in order IRGC.
oh my gosh. You know what, the other thing as well is, we didn't point this out, but she thinks she's equal to King Reza Pahlavi because, you know, she doesn't say like Your Highness or anything like that. She's just like, oh, Reza Pahlavi, right? She just calls him by his name. Very, very rude, very dismissive. So yeah, she's getting frustrated because she thinks that, you know, she's like an amazing journalist. Yeah.
She feels like she owns the place.
Yeah. And King Reza Pahlavi is not falling for the bait, and so now she's getting. But like, that is such a hostile position. That is that is incredibly hostile, guys.
Yeah.
Like.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
It's okay. It's good for more people to know where these people stand. So just keep exposing.
Oh, but you know why? Okay, so just a quick thing. Remember, Senator Lindsey Graham is in the room. So Senator Lindsey Graham is watching all of this unfold, right? So Senator Lindsey Graham is probably for the first time witnessing Pahlavi derangement syndrome, which is why when Senator Lindsey Graham went up and started speaking, he was incredibly spicy and he was like, who is this woman? Right? Like, who are you? Because he's watching this unfold and he's realizing, as many of you in the chat are, like all of you in the chat are seeing this as well, right? Pahlavi derangement syndrome, very, very similar to Trump derangement syndrome, except we've been dealing with people who have PDS for the last 50 years, right?
Yeah.
So Senator,
oh yeah, that's actually a good point, Goldie. Like, you guys think that you guys have experienced TDS, you have no idea how violent and aggressive Pahlavi derangement syndrome is. It's actually a sickness like no other. It's truly a sickness. Oh my God, that's a good point.
No, Texas Troop, we're definitely going to Amu Graham after this. We're going to Amu Lindsey after, for sure, because he was spicy. I really enjoyed him. He was fantastic.
Yeah, Pahlavi derangement syndrome is actually even more dangerous because some of these people have promised that they will pick up arms and become revolutionaries and terrorists if Pahlavi comes back to Iran. So that's the level of crazy we're dealing with here. Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Good analogy, Goldie. I'm going to use that. All right, so let's continue.
What I promised 47 years ago. That has been my commitment. And the reason millions of people in Iran are calling me and my name and want my return is because they know that they can trust me on this. I'm the only person that was not part of the revolution or ever associated with this regime. And that's a big plus when it comes to how many candidates are out there. And that's why you hear my name chanted on the streets of Iran, and a lot of people in the diaspora supports it as well.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Guys, when it comes to Prince Reza Pahlavi demonstrating his legitimacy, it's not rationalism, it's empiricism. And you guys know empiricism is better than rationalism because we have evidence. We don't need to make a case. We could just show you things. We have actually hard proof for the case for Pahlavi. It's not just like rationalization. Yeah.
I remember covering the Ahmadinejad era in Iran, and it was a very aggressive posture on every issue, including anti-Semitism, anti-Israel, talking about wiping it off the face of the map. Very, very violent. And I think it really, really put certainly the Israelis and Jews around the world off. You have been to Israel. You have, I believe, visited the Western Wall. You are supported by this Israeli government.
Ooh, this is the part that makes me really angry, guys. This is my pro-Israeli side got really, really angry. Like I got so pissed off when I heard this part. Okay, I didn't know Amanpour was this anti-Israeli. So listen to this.
I want to know what you think and why you think that's important, because equally, this Israeli government has shown itself to be incredibly intolerant of its own citizens' rights, its Muslim citizens' rights inside Israel.
Israel has been intolerant of Muslim citizens' rights in Israel, a country where you had Arab Supreme Court judges putting prime ministers, Jewish prime ministers in jail, a country where your Muslim population actually has more legal rights than the Jews because they don't even have to serve in the military. I challenge you. I challenge anybody listening here to show me one law, not two, one law in Israel that gives more rights to Jews than Muslims in Israel. One law. It doesn't exist. We're talking about a country where the Arabs are higher in their universities as a percentage of the population. They represent higher. They have a higher representation in jobs like being a doctor and some other high-paying jobs compared to their percentage of the population. What are you talking about? We're talking about the country where the Arabs go and fight in war because they were trying to protect. We're talking Arabs and Muslims in Israel enjoy more rights and freedoms than any Arab or Muslim in any Arab or Muslim country in the world. If you are an Arab and Muslim in the Middle East or North Africa or Indonesia and Malaysia, you will never enjoy as much as rights as Arabs or Muslims who are citizens of Israel. The best place to be an Arab or Muslim in the Middle East is in Israel. This is why more and more Arab Israelis are proud of being Israeli. This is why so many Arabs go fight for their country in Israel and die for their country. This is why Israeli Arabs and Muslims would never give up their citizenship, because they love their citizenship, because they know that they will never enjoy this much rights and freedom in any other Muslim or Arab country. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Armin, so I agree with everything you say. I mean, maybe she's trying to say that the Palestinians are actually Israeli citizens, which, if that's the case, that Gaza and Judea and Samaria belong to Israel. So maybe she's admitting that Palestine is fake and Palestine is as real as Narnia, and that, those are just a bunch of terrorists who are occupying Israeli land. I mean, I don't know, right?
Yeah, guys, Christian Amanpour is basically by calling these people citizens of Israel. I don't know where she's getting that from. Does she want a one-state solution where all of this is Israel? Is that what you're endorsing? Okay. But honestly, if she's saying their own citizens and she's talking about Muslims, if she's talking about the people in Gaza and the people in Judea and Samaria as citizens of Israel, then how is she a journalist? How does she not know that they're not citizens of Israel and therefore would not get the same rights as Israeli citizens?
This is how you know that she's on the same side as the regime, because she's spouting Islamic regime propaganda points.
Guys, remember that when we talk about equal rights, we're talking about equal rights for citizens. When people say, like, shouldn't Palestinians, quote unquote Palestinians, have equal rights as Israelis? No. You know how ridiculous that is? It's because here's an example for you to understand why it shouldn't be like that. It's as if would an American go to Canada and say, you should give me free healthcare because we should have equal rights? The equal rights of Canada belongs to Canadians. The equal rights in America applies to Americans. No state in the world is expected to give their rights of their citizens to foreigners. Not only foreigners, a population that is a high percentage of them is their enemy. Would you ever expect Canada to give their rights to American citizens, or Americans? Do you expect Americans to give their rights to Canadians? No, that is ridiculous. No state in the world is asked to do such a thing except the state of Israel, to give the rights that they give to their citizens to people who are not their citizens. Nobody, no state is asked of to do such a thing except the state of Israel, which is absolutely ridiculous. And she called them citizens. If she meant that, if she actually meant the real citizens, Arab and Muslim citizens of Israel, well, they enjoy not equal rights, but more rights. The Arabs and Muslims of Israel enjoy more rights than the Jewish citizens, because Jewish citizens have to serve in the army and they don't. But if she's talking about the Arabs and Muslims in Gaza and Judeo-Samaria, then she's an uneducated fool, because she referred to them as citizens of Israel and they're not citizens. This was the most ridiculous thing I've heard. Like, I don't know, like, I expect this from an average Durka protester in the middle of like a Free Palestine rally. I didn't know CNN journalists, like well-known CNN journalists, are that insane as well. Anyways, this was like, my jaw dropped when this happened. Like, I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? By the way, guys, you can see I am very passionate about defending Israel as well, because this made me really angry. Anyways, let's continue.
And of course in Gaza, the occupied West Bank, and it's very controversial. So I just wondered why you think that is an important relationship to build.
Well,
yeah, because we Iranian people, we're not idiots, and we understand that Israel is on the right side of history, and we share a lot of values with them. We have ancient bonds with them. We share the same enemy with them, and we also, the people they're fighting in Gaza and Judeo-Samaria, we wish them well. They are our enemies as well. Okay, so given that we share similar values, so we are natural allies. We have always been allies, except this past 47 years there has been like the Islamic Republic has stopped our connection with each other. We're just going to go, as soon as the Islamic Republic falls, we're going to go back to being the strong allies that we always were. Okay, the nation of Iran and the nation of Israel are two nations that are fighting for life in the middle of a sea of death, surrounded by an ideology that is a cult of death. Okay, given that we are the two nations that are fighting for life, it only makes sense for us to be cooperating with each other, fighting for life against this cult of death.
First, I would say that I think.
Yep. All right, go ahead.
من باید برم، بعد خواستم بگم که آره خداحافظی بکنم. فقط وقتی میرسین به اون صحبت سناتور، اون جایی که از سناتور یه نو میگیره، قیافه چیزو یه بار روش دقت بکنید، کاملا ارزش صحبت کردن. بلافاصله برمیگرده شاهزاده رو نگاه میکنه، یه جوری دیدین گفته مثلا شاهزاده رو اونجا از جانب من در مورد صحبت بکنید.
اوکی.
خواستم بگم که اسرائیلی خوای پاینده ایران جاوید شاه. خدا نگهدارت.
We love you, Potipto.
We love you.
Thank you for being with us. Armin, maybe what we can do, because it's also getting late for you as well, and I know you have to go. If you want, we could end the analysis here, and then we could continue the analysis on. I don't know about tomorrow. So after we're done the live stream, you and I have to have a conversation about tomorrow to figure out how we're gonna work it out, because I'm gonna be going to the rally in Toronto. So we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna do the live stream.
Can you join us like while you're in the middle of the rally, like come like with your phone and report?
I think so. Okay. But I think I don't know if I might have to set it up or something. So anyways, we'll talk about that after, because what I might do is I might go somewhere, I might go to a different location, and then I might just start the live stream so that I can have the live stream running on my laptop. and then I can join in.
Or you could show us with your phone sometimes. You could basically
no. I'm saying I'm gonna have like the main live stream run here, and then I can join as a guest from my phone. But because the live stream is running, you're the admin, so you could like remove my main screen and add the phone screen or whatever. We'll figure that out.
Awesome.
We'll sort it out. But
can when you're there, can you say this is Goldie Ghamari reporting in from inside? Like, can you like say that, like reporting in? Use that for reporting in. Okay,
I will do that. I will do that for sure.
Reporting in for Iran Revolution live from inside the protest. Yeah, let's do that. We will become an actual news channel now.
There you go. I'll be like Maya Tusi. Also, guys, by the way. So the Munich demonstration is starting at 1 p.m. Munich time, which is 7 a.m. Eastern. So depending on what goes on, I might actually start the live stream early because I know a lot of people want to watch. I don't have a press hat. I'm gonna wear my MIGA hat, guys. I don't have a press hat. I'm not press. I'm a politician. There's a difference there.
When we tune into you, can I refer to you as a reporter on the ground?
Sure.
Guys, a reporter. Okay.
Special correspondent. Special correspondent.
Yeah,
there you go.
A special correspondent on the ground, Goldie Ghamari, is tuning in. Okay, yeah, okay.
There you go. But there you go. But I'm gonna start the live stream early if I can find like footage from Munich, and we'll watch that. And then at some point, Armin will join in, and then we'll see how it goes. So. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate you. And don't worry, we are going to go through the rest of the analysis as well. We just want to make sure that, we don't rush through it. And we've been live streaming for over 7 hours now. And Armin even longer because Armin starts his day earlier. But there you go. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Goldie, maybe would I be able to live stream the discussion group? Is that a thing I could do? Like basically tell people to come to the discussion group and then we live stream the discussion group on the channel for just a little bit, or no? No, probably not, right?
No. I mean, you could, as long as you're not like swearing or like saying like rude things. So
I would not go.
I don't know what goes on in your group discussion. I don't know what things you talk about. Maybe it's like a weird cult. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, Goldie doesn't trust me, guys.
No, you know what it is? I think people will probably want to see the live stream. So I might be like live streaming like Jeff or someone else tomorrow.
Oh yeah. If like I'm just saying, if we run out, like if there's like, oh guys, we don't have anything to show, maybe I could just like, but we probably will have so much to show. But if we need a filler, just in case we need a filler. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Today has been a very, very busy day, like with the Munich and then Senator, Amu Lindsey, and then President Trump. Like, it's a lot. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone. We will see you all soon.
Big day today. Yeah. So thank you, Goldie. And Goldie, guys, everybody, please G in the chat for Goldie's efforts for the petition. Everybody put a G in the chat to show appreciation for everything she's doing. She made history, and she made such a big difference that our future queen noticed that this was a historical day for Iran Revolution Live. So everybody G in the chat. Oh, look at all the G's. Amazing. Thank you.
You guys are great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. All right, guys. I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما، نفسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتم سرودی سر میدهم باز بار رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخی خیز و باماش و هنگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ ها دم لباس میش ایران قرن انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران قرن انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بحر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردم بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداری از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب